Being an assassin, he lived like a chained dog, betrayed and discarded like a pawn. But reborn in a new life, he forged his own path. At first they called him untalented. Then they called him next in line to be king. A genius swordsman, respected by nobles and feared by enemies. He lives not to serve but to rise, and one day face the man who killed him. Will honor and vengeance walk the same path? Let's find out. The story began with the cool night wind, the dim moonlight, and the killer's instinct all whispering the same thing. Rayon, the protagonist, fell to one knee in front of Robert Darris. He remarked that he had done a good job. MC agreed and thought that they were saying that he would die at the hands of this man today. Darris added that he had proven himself worthy as the leader of the shadows. With his work from the shadows, the family would gain strength faster. The protagonist calmly replied that he was simply doing what he had to do. He wondered if a shadow could resist the will of the person it was imitating. The protagonist said that a shadow was meant to follow the will of its master. It could not have its own will, feelings, or opinions. Darris replied with a smile that it was true. If he knew that, then how dare he act on his own free will? How did he break free from the brainwashing? MC wondered in fear, how did he figure that out? The Robert family uses brainwashing to control the shadows, their own group of killers. They steal or buy children and train them to be killers for the family. These children do the dirty work and take the blame for the consequences until they die. In other words, the children grow up as the watchdogs of the Robert family. He was also brainwashed, but one day he accidentally broke free from these shackles. But how did he know? The protagonist excitedly asked how he knew. Darris answered that he and all the other killers were wearing two collars. The first was the brainwashing, and the second was this. He snapped his finger, and in an instant, the protagonist felt a terrible pain inside. He doubled over and, coughing up blood, wondered what kind of pain this was. It felt like his heart was being torn in half. Darris added that this collar was called the Raging Worm. There is an insect inside his body that will feast on his heart at his command. MC thought that this is the most nightmarish spell in existence, allowing you to know what a slave feels. He exclaimed in displeasure that he planted a furious worm. Wasn't brainwashing enough for them? He also behaved like a righteous and honest man. He is simply disgusting. Darris replied that he is rather prudent. After all, he somehow got rid of the brainwashing. After all people wear masks. It turned out that his mask was more impenetrable. MC thought that he was kidnapped at an age when his memories were still blurry. They raised him to be a hunting dog and a killer, loyal only to the Robert family. Until he became the head of the shadows, he lived without his own emotions and thoughts. Then, by accident, he learned a breathing technique called the Ring of Fire. And as if to prove that this was once the divine skill of the best swordsman on the continent, he was able to get rid of the brainwashing. He thought that he could finally dream of freedom. Hope even began to grow within him. So why did he meet death instead of freedom? What sins did he commit to die so senselessly? The protagonist, engulfed in strong magic poisoning, began to stand up and thought that he could not come to terms with this. If he was going to die here anyway, then he would at least take his arm with him. No, even a simple wound would be enough. Darris wondered in surprise how he stood up in such a state. The protagonist made a quick dash, inflicted a small wound and thought that his death would not be so miserable. He, seeing this, cut off his head in lightning speed and thought that he had foreseen everything. But he dispelled the brainwashing and even attacked him, despite the pain caused by the rampaging worm. Darris began to walk away and noted that this had not happened for a long time. He did not even remember the last time he was injured. And suddenly a bite from his own hunting dog, how ridiculous. Since he was dead, he did not need to worry anymore. Let the others dispose of the body. In an instant, the rest of the ninja appeared and obediently began to follow the order. MC thought that Darris was considered the strongest martial artist on the continent. There was no way he could defeat him. He was strong and he was weak. He could not do anything at all. He regretted living such a meaningless life. He regretted being humiliated and manipulated all his life. And he regretted that he was never able to complete the Ring of Fire. He did not care if it was a god or a demon. He asked, let someone do it. He wants revenge at all costs. Suddenly a system window appeared, which says that he was chosen by rage. Rage absorbs his target body dead. An error occurred and a moment later, MC was reborn as a baby. Sylvia, the new mother of the protagonist, holding a rattle in her hands, said with a smile, let him look. What is so interesting here? She, looking at him, took him in her arms and said that he is her sunshine. What a sweet baby he is. The protagonist thought that he still can't get used to it. The woman who is babysitting him is called Sylvia. He still finds it hard to believe. She took him in her arms and said with a smile, let him try to say mama. MC thought that he was reborn and became this woman's child, retaining all the memories of his previous life as a killer. At first he thought that he was imagining things, that he was just sleeping for 100 days in a row. But he did not wake up, no matter how much time passed. So he decided to accept the fact of reincarnation. After some time, Sylvia, holding him in her arms, asked if the weather was nice outside today too. She hoped that the head of the family would return soon, and then he would give him a lovely name. The protagonist thought that of course, he couldn't call him the son forever. The head of the family had not shown up for more than 3 months. He must be a damn busy man. He didn't know much after reincarnation, but he was definitely born into a rich family, and apparently into a rather famous family. He thought that it was better than being born into a commoner family. After all, he still had to take revenge. Rage and thirst for revenge occupied all his thoughts, but he needed to be patient. Since he did not leave this room, he did not really know where he was. He also did not fully understand the status of his family, and he was already silent about the situation he found himself in. Besides, in his past life, he couldn't complete the Ring of Fire, so he needs to be even more patient. He was called the greatest killer in the history of the Robert family. In order to achieve revenge, he can suppress his own emotions as long as it takes. By the way, he wonders, this is such a huge and luxurious mansion. They are hardly just a famous family. Suddenly, a maid ran into the room and excitedly shouted that the head of the family will be here soon. Sylvia excitedly asked, "Is it really father coming?" MC, hearing all this, thought, "Father? Does this mean that the head of this family is his grandfather?" The woman excitedly said that she needs to get ready. The maid came to her and replied that it was too late, he was already here. They froze, waiting for the appearance of the head of the family. The protagonist fearfully wondered what kind of tension in the air. 3 silhouettes appeared at the end of the corridor, and the guards shouted that the head of the family was here. The protagonist thought that his presence alone created a very heavy atmosphere. If he understood correctly, then he was sure. Golden blonde hair, blazing red eyes, and that chilling aura. This is the strongest man on the continent, the head of the Ziggart family, the northern king of destruction, Glenn Ziggart. Apparently, he was reborn into the most powerful family on the entire continent. He looked at the protagonist and asked with a serious face, "Is this the same child?" Sylvia excitedly asked if he would like to hold him. Glenn picked him up and said that from this day on, he will be called Rayon. As the true bearer of this name, let him live like a shadow, as if he is here, but at the same time not. MC wondered in surprise that even in this life, he received the name Raon. Sometime later at night, the protagonist, lying in bed, wondered, have they fallen asleep yet? After 100 unbearable days, he finally had the opportunity. Before, he always wanted to sleep, and when he woke up, Sylvia was always next to him. He simply had no way to use mana or do anything. But now, he sleeps in a separate bed, and that's good. Okay, isn't it time to start? The protagonist sat up and, starting to use the Ring of Fire, thought that the classic form of training is when he breathes and simultaneously absorbs natural mana, concentrating the aura inside his energy core. However, the Ring of Fire he accidentally mastered is a little different. Like mages who use mana circulation, he creates a special circle of energy circulation inside himself, allowing him to increase his endurance, become stronger, smarter, and more sensitive to mana. Therefore, it is the best training technique with ideal conditions for becoming a martial artist. It gives an advantage over such strong opponents as Darius, who do not know anything about the Ring of Fire. So using this ability, one can strengthen the mind and body. And if he can master the Ziggart family's sword technique, Darius's revenge will no longer be just a dream. And also, it seems to him that there is an energy flowing inside this body that has a connection with the ice attribute. That is why his body is constantly freezing, even though he sleeps most of the time. The number of blocked points is about 9. This is bad. At this rate he will die because of the points blocked by the cold. He needs to break it with the Ring of Fire. But at the same time, getting rid of the purest ice energy like this is a bit wasteful. What if he combines it with the flame flow and spreads it throughout the body? After a while, MC thought that it will come off, albeit slowly but surely. Suddenly, he fell on his side and wondered if he was already tired from such a short training. Damn it, he can't. In an instant he fell asleep, and at that moment, Glenn came to check on him. In the morning, the protagonist began to crawl on the floor. Sylvia, watching this, happily said that he was good. Let him crawl a little more. The protagonist thought irritably how tired he was of playing with her. He was an adult, and pretending to be a child made him want to howl like a wolf. The woman picked him up with a smile and said that he was smart. Was there anything he couldn't do? He thought discontentedly that even constant freezing was better than this. Suddenly, the ragged saint entered the room and called out to her, asking if she was there. Sylvia, seeing him, happily called him His Holiness. He asked with a smile, what was she talking about? Let her just call him Sir. MC wondered, was this really the ragged saint in front of him? He possessed divine powers, medical techniques, and skills that were famous throughout the world. Despite the fact that he was the most famous doctor on the continent, at the same time he was the most elusive due to his constant traveling. The rag saint remarked that he heard that she had given birth, so he decided to take a look. Was this her baby? The woman agreed with a smile and handed the protagonist over to him. He remarked that he was blonde with red eyes. He was just like her, right? Sylvia agreed with a smile and asked if he wasn't cute. The rag saint replied that he was cute, of course. He didn't look like Glenn at all. So what was his name? The woman replied, a little nervously, that his name was Ron. He asked with displeasure, did he hope that it wasn't named after a shadow? Naming a child after a shadow? What was Glenn thinking? MC wondered if he was calling the head of the family by his first name. It was rather informal. He had heard rumors that the Northern King of Destruction and the Rag Saint were best friends. The old man said with a smile, "Let him take a look at him." He put his hand on the protagonist's stomach and thought with a serious face that he was in bad shape. Sylvia asked excitedly, "Is there some kind of problem?" The Ragged Saint explained that the child was under a frost curse. His mana cycle was blocked by ice energy. In the future, things could get even worse. He needed to be treated, and then everything would be fine. But if he was left to his own devices, he wouldn't live long. The woman asked in horror if he was joking. The old man said that he would write her a prescription. Suddenly, a maid entered the room and warned him that the head of the family was looking for him. She would escort him to him. The old man in rags replied that he would finish here now and come. She excitedly explained that the head insisted on an immediate meeting. The Ragged Saint noted with displeasure that he was always with his immediately. Okay, he got it. Let her lead him. MC wondered if he was under a frost curse. Now he understood, but knowing the essence of the problem wouldn't help at all. And since he was busy forming a ring of fire, it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, he felt his mother's tears on his face. Sylvia hysterically said that this couldn't be. She couldn't just lose him like that. What was that? That he wouldn't live long. It was simply impossible. She would do everything in her power to make him get better. Mom was ready to do anything. He couldn't die, and he shouldn't get sick. The protagonist wondered what this feeling in his chest was. His heart was breaking. How much it hurt. His whole body was aching. It was terribly painful. It was excruciating for him to watch it. Suddenly, the protagonist stretched out his small hands and tried to wipe the tears from her face, and then awkwardly uttered the word, "Mom." Suddenly, Sylvia rushed into the hall to the head of the family. He, hearing extraneous sounds coming from the corridor, asked in bewilderment, what was going on? What was all the noise about? The woman, despite the maid's reproaches, burst into the hall. Glenn asked discontentedly, what kind of behavior was this? Where were her manners? She fell to her knees and bowing her head said, "Let them save Ryan. He should know about his condition. This child is her everything." She asks him to save him. The head of the family, holding a cup in his hands, noted that this was an excellent example of the thorny path of a martial artist. Why should he help someone who himself is not able to contribute to the family? Sylvia noted that he was his grandson. Glenn asked what kind of grandson she had gotten by running away from the family. All he was willing to give him was the surname Ziggart. Let her say thank you at least for this, and let her not dare ask for more. He has nothing more to say. Let the guards take her away from here. Sylvia screamed hysterically. Let him save Rayon. After the woman was taken out of the room, the Ragged Saint sighed and remarked that he was a stubborn idiot. Was it so hard to be honest? Why was he acting like this after he had called him to look at his grandson's condition? Glenn took a sip of his drink and told him to shut up and spill the beans. He said that as he had said, the 9 streams of mana in his body were blocked by ice energy. And as he aged, his condition would continue to worsen. Because his aura suppressed the cold, he would be fine for a while, but his grandson would hardly be able to become a martial artist. Glenn took another sip and remarked that, as long as he was alive, everything was fine. The Ragged Saint said that he had sung differently just recently. Let him admit that he thought his grandson was cute, but why did he give him the name Raon? There were so many good names in the world, so why call him a shadow? The head of the family replied that the name itself did not mean shadow. Thousands of years ago, this name had a completely different meaning. After some time, Sylvia, holding the protagonist and a spoon with the mixture in her hands, noted that here is the medicine that the saint in rags gave them. It will be bitter, but let him endure it for a while. She fed it to him and expected to hear discontent, but the protagonist calmly stretched out his hands and began to mumble. The woman called out to the maid Helen and happily noted that he was enduring and eating. She admiringly said that it was amazing. Usually children do not like bitter. He seemed to understand her intentions. Sylvia shed a few tears and hugged him. MC thought that it was slightly bitter, but now he needed exactly this medicine with the fire attribute. After all, the fire attribute can overcome the frost curse. The woman asked if he really understood her feelings. The protagonist remained silent and thought that he would just let them stuff him with medicine. After some time, the protagonist thought that 2 years had passed since the beginning of his training in taking the medicine. Thanks to them, the creation of the Ring of Fire is in full swing. After reaching the first stage of this technique, he spent 2 years in constant training, interrupted only by silly games with Helen and Sylvia. There is no more diligent child on the entire continent than him. He trained after lights out while everyone was sleeping. Time continued to fly, and now he is 5 years old. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that the second stage of the Ring of Fire is available to him. The effect increased fortitude, susceptibility to mana, willpower, and the amount of his energy. MC smiled and noted that he finally did it. He thought that he reached the second stage of the Ring of Fire technique. At the second stage, cross-shaped energy circulation opens, and he also began to feel mana better. Will they tell him about this in messages? Suddenly, Helen entered the room and noted with a smile that he woke up so early today. Could she take his laundry to wash? The protagonist agreed and thought that she seemed to not see the information window. The message windows had been appearing since he reached the first stage of the Ring of Fire. At first, he didn't understand where they were all coming from, but the system turned out to be convenient. It allows him to track his current status. Judging by Helen's reaction that time, the window is actually only visible to him. By the way, he reached the second stage, but his low stamina and frost curse were still there. If he didn't have the fire attribute medicine, it would have been harder to improve so quickly. Medicine is medicine, but for these 5 years, Sylvia, Helen, and everyone else in the annex were constantly worried about his well-being, as if he were the crown prince about to die, which also played a role. Well, he's already turned 5 years old. He still has a lot of time ahead of him, so there's no need to rush. The frost curse is still a problem, as is low stamina. Because of this, he quickly gets tired as soon as he starts moving actively. But in his past life, he was still called the greatest assassin, where he discovered the extraordinary technique of Ring of Fire. Once he fully mastered it, relying on the experience of his previous life, all ailments will disappear at once. And once he learned the skill of the Ziggart sword, he would be able to cut off Darius's head. But he cannot rush, because he is one of the strongest masters on the continent. If he goes mad with thirst for revenge when they meet, he will not be able to defeat him. He can count on the fingers of his hand the number of people who are even capable of killing him. Although it will be slow, he must first gain strength, and as soon as the opportunity arises, he will have to deliver a crushing blow. And that means he must continue training. Suddenly, Sylvia entered the room and noted with a smile that he was awake. Did he remember that she said that they had to go somewhere today? Let him change his clothes and get ready to go to the main building. MC wondered if that day had come. 6 emperors, 5 demons, are the forces that maintain the balance on the continent. The Ziggart family he was reborn into belongs to the 6 emperors. The 6 emperors act as the forces of good, and the 5 demons act as the forces of evil. In order to find out whether the scales will tip in one direction or another, there is a determination ceremony to find out whether an unknown variable has appeared in a family. And today was the day of the determination ceremony for Ziggart. After a while, they arrived at a huge mansion. Everyone present began to talk to each other. One of them asked that this was his first time here since the ceremony last year. Was that right? Another mockingly replied that he had been busy on missions. He heard that today they were going to check the children of the branch house. The guy said that he heard that Lord Karun's 4th son would be participating. The other agreed and added that according to rumors, it was Sylvia's son. He asked again, confused, what did he mean? Was it that the outcast? The main character and his mother entered the hall, and everyone present began to look at them sideways. They began to discuss the fact that this child was her son. He was so tiny, it seemed that the rumors about his illness were true. He inherited the blood of a loser. Nothing could be done about it. Or, more accurately, an outcast? Just think, now all sorts of scum are allowed into the hall of the sacred ceremony. Why was the son of an outcast even allowed to participate in the determination ceremony? This is how standards are falling. MC, listening to this, thought that only members of the main branch of the family were throwing insults at them. Had they conspired or something? Well, he didn't care about what they said about him, but he did care about the rumors about his mother. Sylvia called out to him and said with a smile that everything was fine. Let him only look at her. Suddenly a man's voice was heard. Let everyone greet the head of the Ziggart family. Glenn entered the hall and sat on the throne. The protagonist thought that he hadn't seen him for a long time. It had been 5 years, right? The head of the family noted with a serious face that everyone seemed to have gathered. In an instant, the Sword of Justice appeared in the center of the hall and said that they were starting the determination ceremony. MC was surprised to think that it seemed to be the Sword of Justice. If you touch this weapon, it instantly calculates the predisposition to mana. The assistant announced that it was time to begin. The first one will be Burin Ziggart. He responded and, approaching the sword, touched it. The protagonist thought that starting from the age of 4, the mana channel in the child's skull, open towards the heavens, begins to close. After that, the mana level does not change significantly. Therefore, children are brought to the determination ceremony also to find out their potential. In fact, the assessment is taking place here and now. When Burin touched the sword, a powerful wind appeared. The people present joyfully noted that, judging by the light emanating from the sword, it was an attribute of high purity, as expected of a Karun child. He is such a talented boy. Glenn said with a serious face that it was a suitable attribute for a swordmaster. Let him focus on cultivating the wind in the future. The assistant announced that the next one would be Luna Slyon from the vassal family. The protagonist, watching what was happening, thought that he understood the general principle. The length of the path of the rays of light determines the purity of the mana, and the attribute of the mana is displayed on the very swirls. This is how the Ziggart family determines the talents of children. When the girl touched, the people present began to talk with interest. Will the Slyon family have another genius? Well, it is not for nothing that she bears their last name. She is at the level of Buran. MC thought that it seems that a person's value here is truly determined only by his talent. Most likely, he will not have good results. Although the Ring of Fire is already at the second stage, the ice attribute is still present in his energy. Not that it matters much. After seeing Luna's results, the assistant declared that it was good. Now the last participant is Raon Ziggart. Let him step forward. Sylvia said with a smile that it was time for him to go. The protagonist agreed and thought that he did not have any special expectations. He just wanted to know for himself what kind of mana attribute suits this body and what attribute he should cultivate in the future. The woman asked with a smile. He had already seen how other children did it, right? He just needed to imitate them. The protagonist agreed and, walking towards the sword, touched the object. Suddenly, everything around him began to shine with golden fire. The scene that appeared before him was of the first head of the Ziggart family wielding a sword, cutting down all the nearby monsters with one swing, using his powerful strength. The scene ended, and MC noticed a faint white glow coming from near the sword. People mockingly noted that this was the first time they had seen such a short burst. This was colorless mana. What kind of quality could we be talking about? It seemed that even the god of battle was indifferent to the child of a fugitive. Sylvia approached him and said with a smile that everything was fine, he had done everything right. Those present began to say with disdain that he had the blood of a powerful family in him. They had not expected anything, but this was too much. They really came just to humiliate him? And Sylvia was quite brave. It seemed that the only things that had been passed on to him with the blood were his hair color and red eyes. Glenn said discontentedly that there had been enough chatter. The hall was too noisy. The selection ceremony was over. Let everyone disperse. When all the guests had left, the head of the family remarked that it seemed that nothing could be done. Rowan, the butler, called out to him sadly. Glenn thought that he had not expected much, but what was that? Suddenly, the sword instantly shone very brightly. He said in surprise that it was a golden light like the sun. This was the aura of the first head of the Ziggart family. It contained a supernatural firepower that even the demonic flames were unmatched. Golden mana and golden flames had only appeared once in the entire history of their family. Mana made of thick golden light, blindingly beautiful and radiantly bright. Golden flame. What kind of person is this Ron? After a while outside, MC opened the status window, which said that he had a 9-node frost curse, low stamina, weak sensitivity to mana. Ring of Fire of the second stage, resistance to water of the second stage. The protagonist noted that it would do. Now, isn't it time to pump up the Ring of Fire to the third stage? After a while, he thought that 7 years had passed since the determination ceremony, and he turned 12. With the help of constant training, he almost reached the Ring of Fire of the third stage. Things would go faster if he could figure out how to deal with the ice. His resistance to the water attribute had advanced to the second stage, so he was no longer cold. He still had trouble moving around, but his condition had improved significantly. He could start doing some physical training. Suddenly, Sylvia called out to him and remarked that he needed to get ready. What was he doing here? They needed to hurry up before they were late. MC reluctantly agreed and thought that it seemed like it was time for the next selection ceremony. He would have to face those annoying bastards again. After a while, when the ceremony was already over, the assistant announced that Langrisser Legretter had done a good job. With that, the selection ceremony was over. The protagonist, watching this, wondered if this was all because there were only side branches. It was over sooner than he expected. Suddenly, Glenn called out to him and remarked with a serious face that he was sure he had received an order to begin basic training. Why didn't he send an answer for a month? The protagonist was puzzled, wondering what he was talking about. What other basic training? Sylvia excitedly explained that Ron was different from other children. There was still too much ice energy in his body. It was hard for him to exercise. MC wondered in surprise. How did she know this? Glenn menacingly answered that, while they were in their family's domain, there were no exceptions for those who bore the surname Ziggart. If he couldn't walk, let him crawl, but train. This was the way of their family members. The woman screamed in fear that she couldn't force him to do this. Let him at least give them some time, the head of the family asked menacingly. Maybe she wanted to run away from the family again? But with this child, she should live on this land as a Ziggart. If she didn't want to, then she should get out of here right now. People began to mockingly discuss that she would most likely run away again. I'd like to see, but she no longer has an energy core and mana flows that could be destroyed. And why would someone like that be born in the main branch? It was so disgusting. MC thought that he knew why they treated her so badly. She ran away from the family earlier. Sylvia showed that she used to study martial arts, but she lacked an aura. Apparently she lost her energy core, and her mana flows stopped. That was the price for marrying his father. But his father died when she was pregnant with him, and she had no choice but to come back here. It was obvious that a main branch member who had left the family in disgrace of his own free will would be ridiculed if he ever decided to return. However, these were just the foolish words of narrow-minded people. As long as he was Sylvia's son, he would not calmly stand by and listen to her being treated like that. Suddenly, the protagonist walked to the center of the hall. The woman shouted excitedly, "What was he doing? Let him go back, she would figure it out herself." MC replied that it was okay. He would follow his order and begin training next month. The instructor of the first martial arts hall asked, didn't he know? Even if it was basic training, a sick person wouldn't be able to endure it. He shouldn't force him. The protagonist replied with a serious face that it was okay. This was the only way to continue bearing the name Ziggart. He would attend training. Glenn asked menacingly, did he even know the true weight of this name? Suddenly, MC felt an incredibly powerful aura and his blood started to flow. He thought that he felt like he was being crushed, and he just looked at him. His heart was pounding non-stop. He was much stronger than the Robert family. So, this is what the power of the Northern King of Destruction is like? Sylvia hugged him and shouted at him to stop. Raon is still too young. He doesn't understand what he's saying. The instructor added excitedly that he was just a little child. He was asking him to calm down. Glenn said menacingly that he was the one speaking now. The woman noted with fear that he was not yet able to go to training. He should stop pressuring him with his aura. MC thought in wild shock that in the past he was a killer. A man who lived in the shadows. He was always closer to death than to life, and he never came out of the shadows. But now that was over. He was no longer going to hide in the shadows. He would no longer live as a killer. Now he was Raon Ziggart. He would win back Sylvia's original place. The protagonist came closer to the throne and said that he grew up in isolation, in an annex of his residence. Therefore, he does not know how powerful and influential the Ziggart family is in society. If training will help clarify this, then he will only agree. He thought that he will protect Sylvia and try to return smiles and joy to the people who became dear to him here. Glenn asked what he means by that he is going to evaluate the standards of their family during training? MC answered that he has no other choice. He added that, in this case, he will order the instructor to conduct appropriate training so as not to disappoint him. The protagonist thought that in his past life, he was the best assassin. In addition, he has a ring of fire, which is still considered only a legend. If he combines his skills, he can earn his place in this family. He will show them how strong he can become. Sometime later, during training, the instructor of the second martial arts hall, Raon Ziggart, asked the assistant if he hadn't said that the protagonist was too weak to even move around. He excitedly agreed and added that this was what the maids said when they heard the conversation between the ragged saint and the head. He was actually suffering from a serious illness. The instructor thought with a serious face that the child's body was in bad shape today, as always. How could he endure his father's aura? Karun pointed out that, come to think of it, Sylvia was more talented than most. Let him send a maid to their building, and let him do it as soon as possible. And let the maid report everything that happens there. Sometime later, in the fifth training hall, Ziggart, everyone greeted the head of the family. He walked to the sofa and called out to Rimmerdias, the instructor, telling him to stop pretending to be a rag and get up. He stood up and noted that he was on top form as always. Only his disguise as a sleeping person didn't work for him. All the instructors were working hard, and he, the so-called head of the instructors, they just followed his orders. While he was working with his head, they were working with their hands, so everything was fair. Glenn noted with a serious face that he was already 50 years old. He should grow up. Rimmer replied with a smile. To hell with his prejudices about age, especially since he was an elf. By the way, did he come because of his youngest grandson? Sylvia had come too, but he hadn't expected him to come either. Glenn asked again in surprise. Had she come? He agreed with a smile, and added that she had asked him to make sure Raon didn't get hurt. If that was what he had come for, he didn't have to waste his time. Especially since he had already said that he wouldn't interfere with the training process in the fifth hall. He made no exceptions, even for everyone's favorite youngest. The head of the family said with a calm face that there was no problem. He doesn't need his training to be easier. Let him do as he pleases. He's not interested in weaklings. Rimmer, with great surprise and affection, noted that his love for the younger one was even greater than he imagined. He wanted to give this child the love that he couldn't give to Sylvia. Glenn irritably noted that if he weren't his old comrade, his head would already be rolling on the floor. Let him be tough and cut off weaklings right away. Let him instruct only those who deserve it. He replied with a smile that then he would act at his own discretion. Glenn said that this is exactly what he wanted. That's it, he moved on. The instructor smiled and said that he should take care of himself. After the leader left, he wondered what Raon was like. After some time, MC opened the status window, which said that the third stage of the Ring of Fire was available to him. The effect increased the fortitude of the spirit and mind, susceptibility to mana and the amount of energy, endurance, strength, and agility. And also the resistance to the water attribute increased to the third stage, and the frost curse weakened. He thought with a smile that the third stage definitely felt different. His susceptibility to mana increased, and his mind seemed clearer than before. He remembered how Sylvia excitedly pointed out that he should not overexert himself on the very first day. The protagonist thought that thanks to her stopping him in time, he progressed more smoothly. And the status window helps to track his progress. But this is only the beginning. The Ziggart family's training is known for its difficulty. Obtaining the third stage of the Ring of Fire is only the first step. It is a kind of solid foundation to continue to actively grow and develop. This way, he will succeed faster than others and finally shut up all the evil tongues. After that, the heavenly sword Derus, he won't stop until he slits his throat. Suddenly, Sylvia called out to him and asked with a smile if he was still awake, right? MC asked why she was there. It was already quite late. She sat down next to him and told him that he was going to the training hall for training tomorrow. She wanted to talk about it. Did he really need it? Honestly, she wanted to stop him. He never complained, even when it hurt. What if he got hurt badly there? Not that she was against it at all, but at least for another year. Maybe they should postpone it for at least 1 year? The protagonist replied that there was no need for that. He was not going to tolerate every time someone from the main or side branches decided to speak out. He was tired of their disdain for her and the workers of their annex. He could not put up with it. He believed that if he did well in training, they would stop treating them like that. Sylvia said that she was not surprised that he was disappointed with the fact that they lived separately and that people said bad things about them. She fell in love with his father by chance during one of the missions, but they couldn't be together because he was just a knight, so she gave up her own energy core and mana and then left home. He actually had an older sister. She was 2 years older. Her name was Shia. The three of them lived quietly together until the Eden mercenaries attacked them. His father wasn't very strong, and she was pregnant with him, so they couldn't do anything against them. Luckily, her father secretly assigned guards to them, but they were hiding in the distance, so they didn't come to help right away. By that time, his father and sister were already dead. She didn't know what to do, so she returned home. Here, she is treated like a sinner, but she really deserves it. MC thought that Sylvia was selfish. She had abandoned her duties for love, but had come crawling back as soon as she lost it. He understood why people treated her so coldly, and yet she was the woman who had given him life and motherly love. Even if she was selfish for someone else, for him she would always be the only mother, in 2 lives at once. He wondered if she regretted it. Did she want to go back to those days before she ran away from her family? Sylvia answered with a smile that she did not regret anything. She was like an invisible person in her family. Only after leaving them did she finally feel alive and loved, and that was enough for her. She was so happy then, so she did not regret anything now. Let him forgive his terrible mother. MC answered that then everything was fine. He was fine, so she should not worry about him. He thought with a smile that even if others called her names, she was his only mother. He had no other. He would take revenge on Darius after he restored her position in the family. Sylvia, hearing his words, burst into tears. The protagonist excitedly asked why she was crying. After a while, he left the room and noted that it was hard to calm her down. He needed to practice the Ring of Fire and try to sleep. There was little time left before training. The protagonist went into his room and, sitting in a pose, thought that it was good that the Ring of Fire circulated faster after reaching the 3rd stage. I wonder what it would be like at the maximum level? Suddenly, when using the skill, everything caught fire with blue flames and the second demon lord appeared. He said that the time had finally come. His rage had reached him. In the name of anger, he would help make his dreams of revenge come true. A system window appeared, stating that the rage characteristic had been unlocked. The user's rage awakened. The spirit said, "Let him sacrifice his soul and body to him." Wait, why is there a child here? The protagonist asked in confusion. What is he? The spirit replied that he wanted to ask. The rage that had reached him could not belong to a child like him. No, it was definitely him. There really was an all-consuming dark rage lurking inside him. Okay, let him give him his soul and body, and then he would help him take the revenge he so desired. MC wondered, was it because of the rage he felt towards Darius before his death? But somehow this thing appeared a little late. He did not want to use someone else's help. He answered with a serious face that he did not need his help. He could take revenge himself. He would defeat Darius with his own hands. The spirit noted that he had misunderstood something. He did not come to persuade him. He had already made his decision. Suddenly, MC felt a cold flame and wondered what it was. The spirit fiercely rushed towards him and shouted that all he had to do now was to offer his body graciously. When he got as close as possible to the protagonist, he thought that he was cold. His body, it felt like even his mind was freezing. This creature's attribute was not fire but ice. The spirit said to let him think of Darius and let his rage boil. Even if he was God himself, he would kill him. The protagonist thought that he was somehow holding on thanks to his water resistance. But the attack was not only made of cold, it was constantly fueling his rage. The spirit added that it would completely destroy his opponent. In exchange, it needed his body. MC thought that if he gave in, what would happen to Sylvia and the maids? He could not let him take the body at all costs. The spirit said that he would feel better if he gave in to his rage and accepted it. There was no point in holding back. He really wanted to do it without causing any unnecessary damage, since he was going to use his body. But if he resisted, he would absorb his essence no matter the consequences. The protagonist thought excitedly about how it felt like his body was about to fall apart. He was almost at his limit. He couldn't take it anymore. At this rate, he was done for. Wait, if he had resisted the cold for so long because of his resistance to the water attribute, then maybe he could completely seal off his body and soul with the Ring of Fire. MC struck a pose and thought with a serious face that he had no choice anyway. He wanted to live. Suddenly, the spirit, sensing the fiery energy, exclaimed that even if it had only been a short time since he had awakened, how was this even possible? He was just a human, and a child at that. The protagonist replied with a serious face that he would take his revenge himself, and he won't let a ghost use his body. The spirit shouted furiously that he dared to call the Lord of the Demon World a ghost. The protagonist asked with a smile, how can he be the Lord of the Demon World if he can't even kill him? It seems that the Lords of the Demon World are nothing, so let him disappear. He thought that if he thought about it, the spirit said that he had just awakened. Is that why he can't use his powers to the fullest? A system window appeared, notifying that additional skills were unlocked. MC wondered in surprise, what does additional skills mean? Suddenly, the spirit exclaimed in surprise that these are his status windows. Where did he get this from? The protagonist explained that it shows him his characteristics in the form of statistics. But is it somehow related to him? The spirit explained that he created this system. So where did he get this from? The protagonist asked in confusion, why did he do this? He replied that he was not going to answer. MC suggested that it seemed to be necessary for rapid growth. The spirit asked excitedly, how did he know? He thought that he was not in good terms with emotions at all. It seemed strange to him that the Ring of Fire was swinging faster than in his past life. But it seemed to be all because of the influence of the system. The spirit furiously shouted, let him give up both his power over the system and his body. The protagonist menacingly hit him with a fist soaked in mana and thought that it seemed that he did not have a material form. Then even mana would not help. Considering that no one had rushed in here despite all the noise, apparently only he could see and hear him. He began to wave his hand near him, and the spirit furiously flew into his hand, appeared in the form of a bracelet, and said that not much time had passed since the removal of his seal, but his powers would soon return. Then he would not be able to stop him. He would be with him until the day of his death. The protagonist thought, what a leech he was. He wants to get rid of him now, but then he might lose the system. And who knows what will happen to Sylvia and Helen. It's better for him to keep him close and watch over him. He'll just hold him back and hope that he gets stronger as soon as possible. The protagonist asked why the flower bracelet. It doesn't really suit him. The spirit exclaimed in displeasure, let him respect his tastes. MC sighed and agreed. After a while, in the corridor, Helen said that she was sure that the young master. Sylvia replied that she knew, but still. At that moment, the protagonist came down from the second floor and noted with a smile that he was ready. It was time for him to go to the training hall. They went outside, and the maid said with a smile, let him be vigilant and let him take care of himself. The protagonist agreed and added that he would be careful. They would see each other again. Helen called out to Sylvia and asked why she was seeing the young gentleman off with such a sad face. She might upset him. She approached him and said with a smile that she believed in him. MC replied that she shouldn't worry. He wasn't going to overdo it and would back off immediately if things got too tough. As the protagonist set off, Sylvia asked excitedly if he would be okay. Helen noted that he was already feeling better. Maybe he would even be able to handle the training. She thought that he was feeling much better compared to before. The woman remembered how, when she was saying goodbye to the protagonist, Helen noted that out of all the Xenehearts, his instructor was the most observant. And he was trying hard himself, so she was sure that he would succeed. The protagonist agreed with a smile and added that he promised that he would be able to handle everything and not get hurt. She shouldn't worry. He had made her a promise, so he would keep it no matter what. Let her trust him. At this time, Sylvia said with a sad face, let him return home safely. After some time in the 5th training hall of Ziggart, MC, being in the crowd, thought that there were many people gathered here. And not only from his family line, there were also students from vassal families and those who simply received a recommendation. According to Helen, there are especially many people this year, so even the 6th hall will be connected. Suddenly, some students began to talk about him. One of them mockingly said that it seemed that it was only necessary to push him and he would fall apart. Another asked why he came here if he was such a weakling. He wears a bracelet with flowers. How tasteless he is. The spirit, hearing this, exclaimed furiously, how dare they? Parasites do not know the concept of taste at all. He will completely destroy them. The MC walked up to them with a calm face and asked, instead of buzzing around like flies, wouldn't it be better to express their opinion to his face? Or don't they know how pathetic it is to whisper behind a person's back? The guy excitedly shouted for him to shut up. The only pathetic one here was him, who was sent to the annex. The other one exclaimed in displeasure that he didn't even belong to the main branch. How dare he reproach them? The protagonist, with a calm face, pointed out that they did too. So what right did they have to judge him? Disparaging speech was only allowed towards someone of lower rank, wasn't it? One of them grabbed him furiously and prepared a fist, when Buran suddenly appeared and said, "Let them stop." The training was about to start. Hundreds of people from outside had gathered here. Did they want to disgrace the name of Ziggart? The students immediately sat down and began to apologize shamefully. He approached the protagonist and asked why he was sticking his neck out on the first day. He should know his place. He was nothing more than dust. If he didn't want to get kicked out of the annex, he better lay low. Buran thought with displeasure that it was pure luck that the leader had noticed him, and he was already acting like God knows what. Such a loser will definitely fail in training. He started to leave and warned him that he should leave right away if he didn't know how to behave. He wouldn't be able to handle it anyway. The MC, with a calm face, teased him about how important he seemed. Where did he get all this arrogance from? Was it because he was from the main branch? Or did he have other reasons for talking like that, knowing nothing about him? Or did his father put him up to it? Let him go and cry to him, and let him punish the bad boy. Buran exclaimed furiously, "How dare he?" Suddenly, Rimmer kicked the gate open and shouted with a smile, "Are they already fighting? How brave they are. Is it all because they are children?" The protagonist, seeing it, wondered, is this the magnificent sword of the Ziggart family? He heard that he retired due to damage to the energy core. He didn't expect to see him here. The instructor asked with a smile, "Why don't they at least hold off on the fight until the end of the ceremony?" Buran walked away from the protagonist with displeasure and fell into line. Rimmer introduced himself and announced that he was glad to see them all. He would be their instructor for the duration of the training. So, he was informed that there were 160 recruits here. This is too many, so they will conduct a small test to weed out the extra ones. A quarter of them will be enough for him. The students exclaimed excitedly, "Only a quarter? But why did he decide to do this?" The instructor explained that he only needs the best. He only trains the elite. The protagonist's spirit furiously shouted that he was an arrogant bastard. He dared to look down on them? He calmly chased him away and continued listening. Rimmer sat down on a chair and said that his word was law here. If they had a problem with this, they could safely complain to the head of the family. Well, isn't it time they got started? So, what are they waiting for? Let them start running. The basis of martial arts is physical strength and fortitude of spirit. Let them run as long as they can until he tells them to stop. The protagonist ran, and the spirit discontentedly noted that if they were forced to run, then let him break ahead. Why was he dragging behind? He replied that they were not in a competition. There was no point in him overtaking them. The protagonist thought that the instructor assessed the potential and temperament of the students, and would not judge only by what the eyes saw. The winner would be the one who lasted until the very end, and he would endure it at any cost. At this point, the instructor's assistants noticed that Buran and Luna had pulled ahead. One of them said that everyone was running pretty fast, but these two were even faster. Another said that this was not the limit of their speed. He was sure that they could run for another couple of hours without stopping. They were only 12, and they were already at this level. It was scary to think what they would achieve in the future. One assistant pointed to the main character and asked, "Is this child's name Ron?" He was clearly not keeping up, and he was lagging behind for now. Another said that he had heard that he was sick. The fact that he was running was already surprising, but he already looked tired. Rimmer, overhearing their conversation, thought with a smile how interesting it was. He had never seen anyone like this. What was this? He had always known that people whose talents he did not immediately see would become the strongest on the continent. He was not given the opportunity to look deep into their strength. He can see the fate of most children perfectly well, but this boy Ron did not reveal anything to him. He is clearly stronger than him, and therefore he is beyond his vision. It is quite an amusing sight. At this time, the students began to mock the protagonist, saying that he was showing off so much, but he himself was dragging along at the end. Another replied that he deserves it. He will soon be eliminated. Let him look at his face. He will not last even 10 minutes. MC thought, isn't this strange? They are just running, although they were promised hellish training. In his past life, he had to run headlong from enemies and wild animals, and here is ordinary running. Isn't this too easy? After some time, Rimmer, seeing how the protagonist is running, wondered in surprise, what the hell is this? Why is he still running? He has long exhausted his endurance and is already running beyond his capabilities. He should not have any strength left. Is he really moving on pure persistence? He's willing to train until it kills him? The instructor smiled in surprise and noted that he was interested in him. At this time, Buran, seeing the protagonist continue to run, asked irritably why he was still running. He was told that he was too weak to train. He remembered how one instructor reported to his father that, according to the Saint in Rags, the son of Sylvia had very little chance of surviving childhood. Mastering martial arts was out of the question due to the frost curse. Buran thought that he even looked extremely fragile. So why was he still running? How infuriating it all was. He would still show him the difference between them. He would never be able to keep up with him. He activated his aura and ran forward incredibly fast. MC thought that he seemed like a nobleman, but in fact, he was just a child. Even Luna was more mature than him. In any case, this test was not a competition, but a struggle of attrition. There is no reason for him to break his pace just because he wants to show off. After a while, a couple of students started to get tired. One of them asked him in confusion why he was still running. The girl with a dissatisfied face said that she heard that he was weak due to some kind of illness. Does he really not get tired at all? The protagonist, hearing this, thought that he felt like he was about to die because of the cold energy inside him. It seemed like his lungs and heart would fail at any moment, but he used the Ring of Fire to squeeze out the remaining energy. This skill has advanced a lot lately. If he uses it to its full potential, the positive effects will not take long to appear. Suddenly, the spirit of rage appeared and asked, "So this is his condition? And he is still his future vessel? Just let him give him his body. He will easily beat that blue-haired boy. He will simply freeze everything here." The MC worriedly thought about what he needs to endure. Rage takes over his mind, but he has to pretend nothing is happening. He tells him to shut up and be calm with a straight face. It won't work on him. The spirit smirks and says that no one can withstand his anger. They'll see how long it lasts. The protagonist clutches his heart and thinks that he needs to hold on. If he shows even a drop of weakness, this bastard will swallow him whole. The spirit exclaims in displeasure, "What a determined bastard he is. Why doesn't his rage affect him?" The protagonist thinks that he is tired. He feels like he is dying. His body doesn't obey him, and his vision is fading. He can't breathe properly. Is this his limit? Suddenly, Rimmer announces the end of the run. All the students stop and start breathing heavily. Burin, passing by the protagonist, says in displeasure, "What a stubborn bastard he is." MC thought that he really almost died. It seems that he won't be able to rest in this life either. The spirit of fury shouted in displeasure that he was a real monster. How could he do that? The protagonist replied that he said he wouldn't succeed. He thought that it also helped him pump up his Ring of Fire. And thanks to the status window, he sees that he has improved his physical potential. If he continues to train like this, suddenly, a system window appeared saying that the conditions were met. He exceeded his physical capabilities. The experience gained was increased. The strength indicator increased by 2 points, agility by 1 point, and endurance by 1 point. The spirit of fury, seeing this, exclaimed in displeasure, "What is this? He gets additional experience for being in his system. This is just ridiculous." The instructor gathered them all together and said that they were great. This will end the test. So about what he said before, that he would only select a quarter of them, he lied, so let them relax. The students exclaimed in displeasure that they ran like crazy for his test. Rimmer explained that he couldn't expel so many people on the first day, but that was only for today. If they kept up their performance, most of them would definitely be eliminated. He was sure that he had told them to run as hard as they could, but none of the 160 people had done so, except for one person. Some had given up, and some had sneakily used their aura. Honestly, he didn't care what they had done to pass the test. After all, they were just taking the test. But from now on, they should try to do as he said, and then they wouldn't fail. They shouldn't think that it would be that easy. For now, they could consider themselves students on probation. In 6 months, they would take the final test, and then he would look at them. He was only going to keep the best students, although he wouldn't even be the one ranking them. And now, they could go to the comfortable dormitories provided by the Ziggart family. And one more thing, on the left, they could see their training center. After a while, Rimmer came out into the forest and noticed Glenn and noticed that someone had taken his resting place. He asked how he was doing. The instructor asked with a smile. Why was he asking him? Since he was here, he could see everything perfectly well. He could probably see that Burin and Luna were very talented newcomers, and the other children had the potential to become a pillar of support for the family. However, he saw nothing in Ron. He was sure that he was completely exhausted. So how did he manage to run so much? For the first time since they met, he could not see anything in someone. Since the damage to the core, his life had become so boring. But now, it seemed that a lot would change. Glenn jumped off the rock and remarked that he himself wanted to become an instructor for the newcomers. Let him not get distracted and focus on his duties. Rimmer, smiling as the leader left, agreed, and added that he felt that there were students this year who deserved his closest attention. Glenn replied that it was just a coincidence. Rayon would not be able to become a martial artist. The instructor smiled and noted that he knew perfectly well that it was no coincidence. After a while, MC said that since the training was over, he would go to the training center. The spirit of fury asked in bewilderment, was he going to train again? Did he have no breaks at all? The students, hearing his words, exclaimed in displeasure that this was impossible. After some time, they sat in the room. One of them said in displeasure that there was no way he could have lasted so long on his own. He must have cheated somehow. The other agreed, and added that everyone knew about his illness. Krine Ziggart, a representative of the side branch, said that he thought he had used some kind of remedy. He had heard that a saint in rags personally mixed the medicine for him. They exclaimed, what does this mean, that he ran for so long with the help of medicine? He has the nerve to use the advantage. Krine asked with a smirk. Well then, don't they think they should teach this bastard a lesson? After a while, they caught the protagonist and pushed him against a tree. He asked in confusion what they were doing. Krine smirked and asked, was he even asking? One of them furiously shouted that he used a magic potion to show off. Now I understand why he was so self-confident. Another exclaimed that if he didn't have a cure for holiness, he wouldn't have run for a minute. He uses dirty tricks and thinks that no one will find out? MC was perplexed by how they were losing their minds even over such a stupid reason. They began to warm up their hands and say with grins that they would teach him. It would be a private lesson. Crine with a sly smile noted that this was a common practice, nothing personal. He heard the instructor, right? Learning is the light of the future. He made a sharp jerk to make a punch. The Spirit of Fury asked discontentedly, how long will he sit and listen to their annoying whining? He is also called his vessel. They are not such a big problem. MC instantly seized the initiative and struck him in the face, and then asked, do they want to learn? Well, okay, now they will learn. One of those present also decided to attack him, but the protagonist deftly struck him with his knee to the body and neutralized him. The latter asked fearfully, what are they doing? They do not think to lose to someone like him, do they? The protagonist instantly hit him and began to finish off the rest. The Spirit of Fury, watching what was happening, admiringly noted that it was surprising that he was doing so well. After some time, Crine, kneeling, began to apologize and say that they were wrong. MC pinned his arm with his foot and said with a smile that if he wanted to finish the lesson, he should answer one question correctly. Who put them up to it? Maybe it was Burin? He excitedly replied that it was not so. He did not know anything, they wanted to do it themselves. He had nothing to do with it. The protagonist thought that this was unexpected. He thought that this guy hated him. Most likely, all was not lost yet. Protagonist said that he proposed to keep the contents of their lesson a secret. How did he like that idea? Crine responded fearfully that he could do as he wished. MC grabbed him by the hair and said that they had better stay away from him, or they would have extra lessons. The last lesson, if he touched the shadow again, he would disappear. If he got it, then they should go away from his sight. At this time, Rimmer, who was behind a tree and peeping, thought that this was a tense scene. It felt like their leader had returned to his childhood. It seems he is gifted in martial arts after all. However, he is Ziggart, nothing surprising. It is a talent growing in the shadows, hidden among gifted children. It never ceases to amaze him. After some time, the protagonist returned to his room. A system window appeared, which said that the conditions were met. Rage is pleased with his actions. Dexterity increased by 1 point. The spirit himself exclaimed with displeasure that he was given bonus points for this. What kind of nonsense is this? MC, with a calm face, noted that he himself created the system. So what are these questions? He irritably replied that of course he does not understand anything, because he has never had a system taken away from him. He stole the power intended for his original form, and he is not even a little grateful. He has a proposition for him. How about betting him on something? If he wins, he will give him a bonus. If he loses, he will stop resisting Rage. System windows appeared, notifying that Rage was offering a bet. The conditions were to pass a training test with the best result. If successful, he would receive 2 points to all statistics, as well as a stat of his choice. If defeated, he would receive a 10-day Rage penalty. MC asked what he meant by the test that Rimmer had mentioned. The spirit agreed, and added that he had said that he would choose the best students. The protagonist asked what the stat of his choice meant. He explained that he would receive one of the stats he had. Naturally, his level would be reduced, because he was ignorant. The protagonist asked what the Rage penalty meant. The spirit replied that he would succumb to the emotion of rage, and would be a little more in its power. It was just a little, but it would be enough for him. He would no longer be able to control himself so well. MC wondered, so that was what he was trying to achieve. Considering his usual behavior, he didn't think he was lying. He had always answered all his questions honestly. Besides, the bonuses for winning were much more attractive. It was like being tempted by a poisoned apple. It would be hard to get into the top list if he were just a sick kid, but he was reincarnated. The protagonist remarked that it didn't sound bad. Okay, he accepted his challenge. The spirit said with a sly grin that it was a wise choice. A system window appeared, saying that he had accepted the conditions of rage. The protagonist thought that he wouldn't lose if he used his past life experience. Sometime later, after another training session, all the students fell to the ground to catch their breath. A little earlier, Rimmer announced that he was asking them all to take a horse-riding pose. It sounds stupid, but in reality, it's different. This is the basis of their martial arts course. They all need to learn to endure it. Let them stand in this stance until he allows them to relax, and he will take a nap for now. Naturally, he is not forcing anyone. As he said, they should take the test, not him. At this moment, one of the students furiously shouted that he can't stand it anymore. When will he teach them how to fight with swords? The girl noted that all they did was run around and stand in silly poses. Burin asked with a calm face, what was there to complain about? They could practice with swords themselves. If they only spent time on the basics, they would lose what they had learned. The Spirit of Fury, watching this, said that they were leaving. They were going to practice their sword skills themselves. And wasn't he coming? MC replied that there was no need for that. Why learn combat techniques if he hasn't properly strengthened his body with basic training? He thought that he didn't need a sword at all right now. He needed to develop basic physical strength and endurance. His body was weaker than others due to the frost curse. The basics were most important, both for growth and for training. For now, he had no hurry, so he would focus on training his body. The protagonist entered the gym and began doing various exercises. At this time, Luna, standing behind the wall and peeping, thought that the boy was Ron. He was getting stronger quite quickly, and was lifting much more weight than yesterday. They said that he was sick, but he still increased the weight of the projectile every day. It was normal for a person to become stronger by training every day, but at the same time, it was almost impossible to increase the weight of the projectile every time. He was already able to lift 10 kilograms more than at the beginning of the week. Maybe this was all due to a different approach to training. How can he be so strong while suffering from illness? There is definitely something about him. The girl came up to him and stood in front of him. MC asked in confusion, did she want something? Without answering, she continued to look at his face and thought, why is he progressing so quickly? After that, she sat down next to him and began to lift the barbell. They continued to do the exercise, but looking at him, she thought that she was sure that she was not imagining it. From the moment she smelled that cool, pleasant aroma, her body began to feel lighter. Thanks to this, she was able to lift much more weight than usual. After some time, she was sitting on the bench and looking at her hand. Ron approached her and asked, are you sure you don't want to say anything? She answered negatively, and he, scratching the back of his head, walked on. She looked after him and thought that she should watch him a little longer. After some time, Byrne looked after them, and his friends indignantly asked why she was hanging around with a guy like him? What's so special about a moron who doesn't even belong to the main family? He said that even his methods are crap. Endless strength training is useless. Ron is weak, so this kind of training is necessary for him, but even if he pumps up, he will never be on par with them. He doesn't know what awaits them all in the test, but to prepare, it would be better to train swordsmanship, at least in terms of self-defense. He doesn't care about this outcast from the side family. They have to go. The test results will say everything for them. After some time, the protagonist was training again, lifting dumbbells. Dorian approached him and awkwardly introduced himself, asking if he could introduce himself. He put his hand to his chest and asked if he could show him how to do it correctly. He was a student by recommendation. MC replied that he didn't mind. Dorian happily opened his bag and thanked him, saying that he had some cookies here, he should try them. They were delicious. The protagonist took the cookie in his hand and then, looking at Luna, said that he didn't want it. She could take it. He was then surprised to notice Luna's intent gaze, fixated on the cookie. After that, he gave her the treat and thought, what a miracle. The training continued day after day. The days on the calendar changed. The autumn leaves began to fall. 6 months passed. Every day, the protagonist ran to the point of exhaustion, as if his life depended on it. The backs of the guys running in front of him on the test on the first day no longer blocked his view. After a hard, exhausting struggle, only 2 people remained in front of him. Time went on and on. Only 2 people remained in front of him. After some time, the teacher said that he was glad to see them all. He asked the parents and guardians of the students to take their seats. At that moment, Wrath flew up to the protagonist and asked if he had forgotten about the bet. Did he hope? It was unlikely that he would be able to overtake that couple. He smiled maliciously and added that he should prepare to surrender to his rage. The protagonist waved his hand, driving him away, and said, who knows what the conditions of this test are? They don't know yet. Then he turned to Dorian and asked what he was doing. He was doing a plank on the ground and said that he was just really nervous about today's test. He couldn't sleep last night. Such a weakling. How will he cope at all? MC remained silent, and Luna called him and asked if he wanted a cookie. She held out a treat to him, but he put his hand in front of him and said, no need. And then he saw Burin and thought, why don't these weirdos leave him alone? Meanwhile, Sylvia, taking her place, happily told Helen to take a look. She found Ron. He stands so proudly and confidently. She also smiled happily and replied that she could see it. He had endured 6 months of grueling training, and it seemed like he had made some friends. She was not surprised at all, considering how friendly he was. Young Master Round had been considerate since he was a child. He had never even been capricious. He had already made friends. She was so proud of him. Then Rimmer told everyone to greet the head of the family. Glenn came out onto the stage, and those present were surprised. The head was here? Was he going to watch too? He had never come to watch before. After that, the head of the family took his place, and the teacher asked in surprise, why him? He replied that the future of the family depended on these children. Why not watch? Or was he not happy to see him? Rimmer, putting his hand to the back of his head, smiled and said that it was not so at all. He was always welcome here, head. Then he raised his hand and happily announced, so since the head of the family himself had honored them with his presence, then they would not hesitate. They would begin. Okay, he'll explain the details of their test in a nutshell. The next second, he released his powerful aura. The kids covered themselves with their hands, trying to protect themselves, and he explained that they had to break through his aura. That was the condition for passing the test. Aura is an integral part of a martial artist. The test will determine whether they are worthy of becoming one. One of the people present, folding his arms over his chest, objected, wait, he has a complaint. The kids haven't really studied aura. Why is this suddenly on the test? Another agreed with him. That's right, some haven't even started practicing with it. So unfair. They say he sleeps during training. And what does that mean? Rimmer sighed, closing his eyes, and said that aura is not some kind of muscles for them. It is the original component, originating from the strength of the master's spirit. It is the spirit that serves as proof that he is a martial artist. The aura is only secondary. The man objected. What the hell is he talking about? The next second, Glenn said that he was not lying. Even if they did not train to control the aura, each person has a will that responds to it. This test can be passed with only the strength of the spirit. The instructor, smiling, confirmed this, and then, spreading his arms to the sides, asked, "So, are there any more objections? Then they will begin the test. Luna, she is first. He asks everyone else to step aside." She approached him, and he said that now, Luna, for the test he will use a burst of aura, which she should be able to withstand if she put in all her effort in training. She can handle it if she can break through it and touch him. He begins. The next second, a powerful aura burst out of his body. Luna covered herself with her hands and closed her eyes. Rimmer, smiling, said, "Oh yes, deliberately strengthening your aura is forbidden. She must use the willpower that she should have trained until this day." Gritting her teeth, she walked forward in small steps, putting her hand forward, and after a few moments she grabbed his hand. The instructor put his hand on her head, and with a smile and said she did it. It showed how hard she had been training. She should continue in the same spirit. Luna tried to catch her breath, and then Rimmer said that Dorian was next. He exclaimed in fear, "Him? Who decides the order?" He answered that he decides by his own will. He must come forward. His face began to sweat. He approached the instructor. Rimmer asked, did he see what Luna did? He also had to break through his aura surge. He had to use his willpower. He asked uncertainly, "Will it work?" He is a rather weak-willed person. The instructor answered, "No, so no, but then he will not pass." After that, he released his aura. Dorian, with his eyes closed, tried to cover himself with his hands. He was sitting on one knee on the ground, and the protagonist, looking at what was happening, thought, the intensity of his aura burst varies depending on the examinee. The instructor controls this, taking into account the child's level and his progress in training. It seems that he really was watching every single one of them. This Rimmer. A few moments later, the instructor leaned over to Dorian, who was holding his hand, and said with a smile that he did it. He passed. His self-esteem is too low, but in fact he is capable. He should try to believe in himself a little more. The next second, the child vomited, and he said that he hoped he understood him. Next, Burr and Ziggart. He answered decisively, "Yes." When he approached the instructor, he said that he would start right away. He looked at him seriously, and then, folding his arms over his chest, released his aura. Burin, trying to cover himself with his hands, wondered, did the others go through this too? It looked simpler from the outside. How did Luna do it? He dropped to one knee, his body trembling with tension. He knew he couldn't move. Rimmer said his talent was special. He was more gifted than the others, and out of 160 students, only a couple could compete with him. But both he and his henchmen, they had wasted their time. What was the point of training in fencing if he couldn't control the willpower process? He should have strengthened his physical and mental components instead of playing with a sword. Every time he got hard, he used aura, but that wouldn't work here. The child knew he couldn't fail. His father's gaze on his brother on the day of his expulsion was too fresh in his memory, a cruel and cold gaze. If he couldn't withstand even that, he would be abandoned too. He brought his arm forward and pushed off decisively, grabbing the instructor by the leg, and he put his hands in his pockets and said that he passed. He is only 12, he should stop acting like an adult and should practice what was said. If he keeps looking up, he will definitely trip. He should remember his words. Then he looked to the side and said, "Okay, and the last Raon." Raon agreed and stepped forward. The instructor, smiling, said, "He is the last. Is he ready?" He answered, "Of course." Rimmer said that in that case they will begin. He released his aura, but this time more powerful than before. Even those present in the stands watched this happening in fear. His mother called him anxiously and shouted, "What is this incredible surge of aura?" MC, without even covering himself with his hands, asked, "Is this his test?" Rimmer smiled and asked, "So what? He is no worse than Burin and Luna. He should try to hold out." The protagonist covered his face with his hands and thought that it was the strength of spirit that was important here, not the body. And his spirit was formed not only by Raon Ziggart, but also by Raon the killer. He moved forward little by little, and the instructor, perplexed, thought, did he hold out? The head of the family also tensed up, watching what was happening, and Rimmer said in shock, "How is he?" He thought, how is this possible? This should not have happened. The next second, the protagonist touched his stomach with his hand. Those present froze in surprise, and the protagonist asked, he passed, right? The children discussed in bewilderment. He was able to pass through such an aura? This is some kind of nonsense. He really did it? How could a sick child who does not even know how to use an aura do it? The instructor frowned, looked at him and asked, "Who is he?" He replied that they have known him for 6 months. He is Raon. Rimmer raised his voice. He asks, because what he did is impossible. He created an aura explosion that should be beyond his level. He just wanted to make fun of him. With his level, there is no way he could overcome it. Raon calmly shrugged his shoulders, and then Rimmer sighed in surprise, then scratched the back of his head, laughed and said, something carried away, he apologizes. Raon was the last test subject for today. The test is over. Now he will announce the best newcomer. The best student of the 5th training hall is Raon. Sylvia said happily with tears in her eyes, their Raon is the best student. The maid, turning to her, happily exclaimed, young Master Raon did it. The others were chatting among themselves. What? Raon became the best in the test results. But he just broke through the aura explosion. How could he be ranked higher than young Master Burin? The next second, Burin shouted, he protests. This can't be. Unfair, the instructor asked. Why would it be unfair? He replied, Raon's stamina, strength, and intelligence were clearly inferior to his. He couldn't admit that someone like that was the top student. He pressed his hand to his chest and shouted that he was sure he had cheated somehow. The others present began to mutter among themselves. It sounded plausible. How could he do that if he was under the frost curse? He heard that he didn't even have an aura. Could it be that he and the instructor were just cheating them? Considering the rumors surrounding him, it sounded plausible. Burin pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that they were the martial arts masters of the Ziggart family. He believed that the best student should be determined through a duel, not a stupid test. Rimmer smiled, looked at him, and said, so his test results weren't satisfactory? He wanted to be the best? He exclaimed embarrassedly that it wasn't like that. The instructor then looked at the head of the family and said that the exam was already over. Head, what do you think? What should we do? He replied. Raon, it seems like the others are unhappy with his result. Does he want to fight Burin for the title of the best? MC firmly replied that he refuses and thanked him. The test is over, the results are obvious. Why should he get into a fight if it costs nothing? After that, he looked at Burin and added, he always talked about the honor of the main branch. You also need to be able to accept defeat with honor. He shouted indignantly, what an idiot. Glenn said, then they will do this. There will be a reward for the place of the best student. He will give a bronze emblem to the winner. The protagonist was surprised. A bronze emblem. Gold, silver, and bronze emblems are given to those who are able to achieve something. The rewards that can be obtained depend on the material of the emblem. Although this is bronze, it is from the head of the family himself. He is sure that he will be able to get valuable things for this. It seems that no one here is satisfied with the fact that he took first place in the ranking. After that, he said, okay. The head of the family leaned his face on his fist and said, okay. Then they will begin immediately. Now, the real top student will be determined. It will be decided in one round. If they use aura or weapons, they will be disqualified immediately. They must only use their own strength. Rimmer raised his hand and said, then they will begin. With that, he waved his hand. Burin, swinging his fist, quickly ran forward and hit, but the protagonist dodged to the side. After that, his opponent swung his leg trying to hit, but the protagonist put out his hand, blocking his attack with his foot. Burin concentrated energy in his fist and shouted that he must bite off the fist of the righteous tiger, his father's technique. It is not forbidden to use fist-fighting techniques, which means he is not cheating. After that, he punched Raon in the stomach. Those watching the battle shouted, Lord Burin, as expected. This Raon can't answer him back. Burin gritted his teeth and kept punching, thinking that he was just a mutt and a side character. He was weaker than him. He thought that he would just give up his place as the best student. He remembered his father telling him that there was no point in worrying about him. He didn't need such weaklings in the family. He couldn't disappoint him. Burin thought that his father was watching him. He needed to prove himself. He wouldn't let someone like him get ahead of him. He punched again and again, and the protagonist kept dodging. At one point, he thought that he could see his fist, the trajectory of his swing. He could clearly see all his attacks. Burin concentrated his energy in his fist again, and shouted that he should give up. Raon, he resolutely ran forward to attack and shouted that he was finished. He pushed off the ground, jumped up, and MC, turning his gaze to him, asked, really? He concentrated his energy into his fist, and their hands met during the strike. After that, his opponent pulled his hand back and, looking at this, asked in bewilderment, what? After that, the protagonist delivered another blow and Burin coughed. The audience shouted that this was impossible. Wasn't that the righteous tiger fist? How did he? Burin on all fours tried to catch his breath and, looking at Raon, was indignant. How did he use the righteous tiger fist? He replied that he himself showed it to him. He just repeated after him. The audience was surprised. This is impossible. How did he do it? Maybe he secretly practiced it? Otherwise, how? This can't be. Rimmer covered his mouth with his hand in shock and thought that he was no slouch. First, Burin reflected the righteous tiger fist, twisting the energy in another direction. The ability to see the mana flow of other masters already makes him outstanding, and he also used the flow to reproduce the technique himself. Such talent can make a person the most powerful on the continent. This talent that Ziggart has been waiting for so long, the heavens themselves have gifted him. After that, he smiled and said that they have a winner. This is an unconditional victory in front of witnesses. Victory for Raon. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and, raising his hand, said that this is the end of the test. The next moment, Sylvia ran to her son and hugged him. Wrath appeared behind her and said that he was hungry. They should go home. And the parents also ran to their children, congratulating them on passing the test. Rowan put his hands on Burn's shoulders, seeing him off. In the crowd he noticed his displeased father. After a while he was standing in his father's office, looking down at his desk. His father called him, and he cried out in surprise, "Right?" He asked if he remembered what he told him. He replied that he told him to become the best student and not to lose to anyone. Karun turned around and confirmed it. He hadn't asked for much, in his opinion, just to defeat the idiot from Slyon and take the place of the best student, and he lost to the son of a bug who had lost her right to be a member of the main branch. He decided to trample their honor right in front of everyone? He wanted to end up like his brother? He tried to answer awkwardly, but his father said that he had already missed the first opportunity. But he was lucky that the best student would be chosen again at the end of the first semester. He should definitely become it. And now he had to leave. With these words, he turned around, and his son agreed with him. As he walked down the street, he repeated his father's words in his head. He couldn't let this last chance slip away. If he wanted to be considered a member of the Ziggart main branch, he had no choice. He punched the wall in anger and shouted, "Damn it! It's all because of that damn idiot!" He was in complete despair because of that idiot Rayon. Damn it, but why? He tried so hard to be the best. He covered his face with his hands, and then looked at the building as he walked forward, and wondered how he ended up here. He thought that his feet had brought him here out of habit. After that, he entered the building, looking around, and wondered if it was because the test ended today that it was so empty. He took the dumbbells in his hands and then looked to the side, looking at the lockers. He walked up to the locker with Ron's name and opened it. Looking inside, he said that he was just gonna look, right? He wasn't stealing, he was just looking. Then his eyes widened in surprise and he asked in confusion, "Where did all these shoes come from?" He picked up one shoe and thought there were at least 10 pairs. Did he wear them all out in 6 months? He had barely changed his own shoes twice. After that, he turned around and imagined the protagonist sweating his brows and working out. He thought that he had been working out all the time. While he was acting tough, swinging his sword, and ignoring basic training, while he was relaxing in the bedroom, this is the true path of strength for Ziggart. He realized that he had lost his way. After that, he turned his attention back to the dumbbells on the floor. He put his shoes back in the locker, and then walked out of the building. Meanwhile, MC was looking at the system window, and Wrath was flying next to him and said that he just can't believe it. He has been living in this world for hundreds of years, but he has never seen anything like this. What is he really? The protagonist replied that he does not know. He can make it up if he wants to. It seems that he should not. He owes him a stat. He looked at the system window, which said that he won the bet with Wrath. He has rewards available, plus 2 points to all stats. A stat of his choice. One of Wrath's stats will be transferred to him. He received a random stat legendary sense of the first stage. Wrath said, "Legendary sense. What a great characteristic. He doesn't even deserve it. It expands the range of his feelings." True, while it is at the first stage, it will improve his sense by about 10%, but before he could increase his sense by about 10 times. The protagonist asked, "Really? Not bad. But why is it called legendary sense?" Wrath replied that he just called it that. "Doesn't it sound cool?" He replied that he has some kind of lousy taste. Wrath was indignant. "What? He has no sense of beauty at all, okay?" After some time, MC was standing in the yard and Roan approached him and said that the head of the family was calling the young master. Sylvia, putting her hand to her chest, was surprised. Calling him? Did he do something wrong? Roan put his hand to his chest and, smiling, told her not to worry. The head just wants to personally hand him the bronze emblem. After a while, the protagonist bowed and said that he greeted the head of the family. Glenn sat on his throne and said, although he did not want to, but he must keep his word. Roan agreed with him, holding an emblem on a tray. He walked up to Rayon and said that he was handing him the promised emblem. He could exchange it for any item equal in value. He said, then he would like something right now. Sylvia Ziggart. What should he do to return her to her former position? The head of the family said that he believed he meant her belonging to the main branch. The protagonist confirmed this and thought, why did it seem like his energy had become softer? He answered, achievements. If he had enough achievements, his wish would come true, but it was not as easy as it sounded. Gaining recognition in this family was as difficult as picking a star from the sky. That is, almost impossible, especially for a child like him. The protagonist smiled and looked at him and said, but it is still possible. After that, he extended his hand to the emblem and said, okay. He thanked the head for the answer. After that, he headed for the exit, and Glenn told him to wait. Raon turned around and he said that he did not ask for a reward. He asked a question. He would have answered him even without the emblem. He thought in surprise, what? He did not think that the Northern King of Destruction would say something like that. Glenn said he should say what kind of reward he wants. He clenched his fist and thought. Then he just has something in mind. The thing that he needs the most at the moment. He said that he wants a growth technique. The head of the family replied that the instructors in the basic course will teach him this. He put his hand to his chest and said that he needs a more powerful aura technique than the one in the basic course, worthy of the bronze emblem. He thought the shadow growth technique he used in his previous life is not enough to return Sylvia's family title and kill Darius. He needs the most powerful technique. The head of the family said, growth technique, huh. After that, he snapped his fingers, and the doors leading to a library with very tall bookshelves opened in front of the protagonist. He looked around in surprise. Glenn, looking at him from behind the door, said, some books belonging to Ziggart, he just needs to stretch his palm to the center, and he will receive the book he needs most now. He said, okay. He raised his hand up and thought, he just needs something more powerful for aura development. He hopes that there is something good here. The next second, one of the books moved out of the row and flew towards the protagonist in an unfolded form. He wondered in surprise, what kind of old book was this? The head of the family looked at this in bewilderment. Rowan was also shocked. They shouted in surprise, what? Why this book? The protagonist noticed the title, The Thousand Lights Technique. He asked, what kind of technique is this? He touched one of the pages. The next second, a bright flash of light illuminated the space. The pages flew around and the book fell to the floor, after which it was covered in fire. At that moment, Glenn remembered how the servant, kneeling on one knee, asked, did he really think that the family had turned away from Sylvia? He replied that he did not care. Right now, his priority is the prosperity of the family. He must take care of everything else. The servant asked, Sylvia ran away because of some man? He replied that he should stop bothering him with small things. In the distant past, when he believed that emotions were useless, and his only concern was the power of the family, he reached the heights of martial skill. He won the family's position in society, but he missed something important. He was informed that his daughter and son-in-law were ambushed. Eden noticed Lady Sylvia and took action. She is fine. But the other two were killed, and if he understood correctly, the ambush was too sudden. It was not easy to fight back. He is pathetic. His emotions have overwhelmed him. It is too late to change anything, but he must know, Ron, even if he and Sylvia hate him, this time he will definitely protect them. The protagonist looked at his hands in surprise and thought, what was that? His body, something flowed into his mind. The next second, the head of the family called him, standing up from his seat, and asked what he just did. He replied that he himself did not understand. It was just that the content of the technique suddenly appeared in his head. He asked, do you remember the name? He looked at his hands again and answered, the Thousand Fire Technique. The system reported, the Thousand Fire Technique sends him along the path of the ancient flame. The Thousand Fire Technique was saved in his memory. Glenn asked, is he saying that the content of the book just appeared in his head? He confirmed, that was it. He said, is that so? Good. He had received the bronze emblem reward. He could leave. Raon thanked him, and then headed for the exit. As the doors closed behind him, Roan asked if it was possible that the technique the young master had received. Before he could finish speaking, the head of the family confirmed it. He nodded and said that he had received the technique of the very first head of the Ziggart family. In the entire history of the family, no one had been able to obtain or read this book. To think that it had chosen him. Roan said that if the information leaked out, both he and Miss Sylvia might be in danger. The head of the family said that he shouldn't worry. No one knew about the Thousand Lights technique. He asked what to do about the fact that the book was now gone. He replied that it was fine, someone carried the knowledge. He said that no one else had been given it anyway. If it weren't for that child, he was sure that the book would have continued to slowly rot on the shelf. It seemed like things were about to change a lot. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat on his bed and, looking at his hands, thought, strange, why did he let him choose the book? Even for a silver emblem, no, even for a gold one, no one would give such knowledge. The technique is not inferior to the Ring of Fire, which is also legendary level. It is worth mastering, that's for sure. However, he moved his hand forward, trying to concentrate, and then thought, again a failure. He can't accumulate aura, no matter how hard he tries. However, no one said that it would be easy to learn a technique of this level. Wrath, who was flying next to him, said, it seems that not everything is going according to plan for him. He must continue. If someone tries to touch him while he is in a state of concentration, it will be bad, so he must be careful. He got a really powerful technique. It would be a shame if he becomes disabled. The protagonist wondered what he was up to. He was right. The Thousand Flames technique required the absorption of natural mana to create an aura in the very center of the stream. If it was not disturbed in time, the mana streams and energy core could be irreparably damaged. And for him, it was even more dangerous, because his mana streams were already under the frost curse. And then he said, if he knew about it, he shouldn't interfere with him. Wrath simply smiled and said, oh well, oh well. And then the protagonist said in surprise, he didn't. He replied, just once he would interfere with his training. Raon, smiling, told him to wait. He could also get hurt. It was not to his advantage. He replied that he didn't care. He himself couldn't stand it, because he was only a human. But even if his limbs were cut off or his energy core exploded, he could bring him back to life. But for that, he would have to give in and beg for his help. So this is a good chance for him, don't you think? He replied. Well, he said just this once? Well, he'll see what he can do. Wrath flew forward and told him not to act tough. He should be shaking in fear. He doesn't even know when exactly he'll attack him. Protagonist understood that he was his enemy. A creature from the demon world that was eager to take over his body as soon as the chance presented itself. The embodiment of rage. He had been quiet as a mouse lately, so he had relaxed, but it seemed like he needed to be on guard again. Then he put his hand on the bed and said, well, he'll think about it later. For now, there are more important things to do. He got up from his seat and went to the window. Wrath asked, is he going now? He confirmed it. She comes every night? It's not a coincidence. He looked out the window and added, we need to take care of it. He thought that he should do some old work. It had been a long time since he had done it. Judiel was sitting on the bank of the pond, writing on a sheet. She said that she had never been able to convey anything other than empty talk before, but today she had something more. She was a servant in the annex, and then she thought, could he really get such a valuable technique for just a bronze emblem? In addition, the flow of mana that she felt while he was training his aura was extremely unusual. This kind of information is definitely worth conveying. It will come in handy even in the martial arts hall. Keeping an eye on a child, yes, it is quite a pleasure. She folded the note several times and, looking at it, thought, how long should she continue to do this? After that, she released it into the water and sighed. Then she said, okay, it's time to go back. But before she could finish speaking, the blade of a knife was near her neck. The protagonist stood behind her and said that if she made a sound, she would be finished. If she moved, he would slit her throat. She had to look down at the lake. She looked down and thought, who was this? Who could have such a thirst for blood? Then she saw a reflection and thought in surprise, Ron? How did this child sneak up on her? He leaned towards her ear and said that he felt like he was being watched ever since the day he returned to the annex. So? Did she get the information she wanted? She thought that was impossible. Did he know from the beginning? She felt like she was hiding her presence and covering her tracks perfectly. He was just pretending not to notice her? Why? The MC told her to open her mouth, after which she followed his order. And he put an object in her mouth. She frowned and immediately tried to empty her stomach. But the protagonist picked up the wet note and taking it in his hands, turned around and said that he could not see the contents of the letter. It seemed that some special method was needed to make the contents visible. Water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, sunlight. Yeah, moonlight. The maid frowned, surprised. How did he know? He continued. Alice Ziggart, Karun Ziggart, Daniel. He assumes that Karun is behind all this. She clenched her teeth, perplexed, looked at him and thought that this was impossible. Her face definitely did not change. She had been trained for years to become a good spy. He would never be able to decipher the information from her face. But wait, the pain that burns through her body, his ability to easily read other people's thoughts. There is only one explanation for everything. She trembled all over and thought, did he just feed her a frenzied worm? She remembered Karun telling her to sneak into the annex and report every single detail about Ron and Sylvia's lives to him. If she did well on the mission, he would make her dream come true. She asked indignantly, did he feed her a frenzied worm? He looked surprised. Did she know about it? To think she guessed, unexpectedly. She covered her mouth with her hand in horror and tried to empty the contents of her stomach. She thought that the worst thing about worms is not that it allows the host to know how the victim feels, where he is, but that the worm can torture and kill the host at the host's will. Judging by his reaction, he definitely fed her his worm. He said, the letter sent to Karun reveals her as a spy of the average martial arts hall. He thinks she was sent about 7 months ago, after the selection ceremony. A detailed report, not only about him, but also about his mother, Helen, even about the other maids. She looked at him and thought that she thought the mission would be easy. He was just a child, and Sylvia had no power core. Plus the mana flows were disrupted. She thought she would figure it out quickly. But this was not a child, a real monster. She screamed. She would change the content of the letter right now. She would write some lie. He said there was no point. Even if she changed the text now, sooner or later, the information would still fall into the hands of Karun, and then her letter would become proof of her betrayal. She trembled with fear, and he crouched in front of her, looking her straight in the eyes, said that from now on, she would become a double agent. She could pass on information that would soon become public knowledge anyway, but nothing important. In return, she would tell him everything he needed to know. She replied that she understood, and he nodded in response and walking on, said that he hoped that the next time they met, she would bring valuable news. At that moment, Wrath flew up to him and asked where he got the frenzied worm. He replied that he would never use such a nasty thing. He just needed an imitation that would cause unbearable pain for a short time. He told him to wait, and how did he read her emotions without the help of the frenzied worm? He replied that information is reflected in small things. Others will not notice it, but he, Wrath, noticed that he really is a monster. After all the events, Ron focused on training his aura. It was soon time to return to the training hall. Although he spent a lot of effort on cultivating his aura for the day of departure, he still could not activate it. After some time, everyone gathered in the right place. The protagonist looked around and thought it seemed like about 42 people had passed. Rimmer ended up leaving only a quarter of the trainees. His prediction came true. At that moment, Luna called him. He was surprised, turning to her. He continued to look at her in surprise. A couple of days ago, at the main residence of the Slyon family, Luna's mother asked, "So young Master Ron helped her train?" She bit into a cookie and confirmed it. She asked, "Did she thank him?" She answered that she gave him a cookie. Mother asked, "Did she thank him in words?" She answered no, and she was surprised. But why? Luna, smiling, explained that Dad said not to talk to guys first. Mother smiled and said, "Is that so?" Luna, gender doesn't matter when you need to say thank you. If you helped her, you should definitely say it. That's good manners, okay? She should definitely thank him next time. In the present tense, she thanked the protagonist. He was surprised and said, "Okay." Wrath, confused, asked what was wrong with her. The protagonist whispered that he had no idea. How should he know? At that moment, Dorian, sweating profusely, came up to him and asked, "Is he here yet? How is he doing?" He thought that he wouldn't even survive the probationary period. And now he's a real student. It's so indescribably difficult that he keeps having nightmares. Last night, he couldn't sleep again, because he was worried about not falling flat on his face today. Seriously. Does he know? He's glad that he was the one who became the best student, even if it was young Master Burin. The next second, he turned around in horror and saw Burin behind him. Out of fear, he fell to the ground and Burin stood in front of Raon. An awkward silence hung. The next second, he bowed and asked for forgiveness. He demonstrated unworthy behavior last week. He admits his defeat, but next time he will not give in. He will try his best to get around him, and he will not give up until he does. With that, he turned around in the opposite direction. The protagonist said the 13-year-old kid admitted his mistakes. Perhaps it is not for nothing that he is from the main branch. Wrath screamed. He was beaten like a punching bag, and he still stuck his nose up. For that, his eyes should be scratched out. The protagonist grabbed him by the tail and said that it was normal. He was a child. He should calm down. In response, he shouted that he didn't care. There was no need to show off so much pathos. At that moment, Rimmer approached the children and awkwardly scratched the back of his head and apologized for being a little late. He drank a little last night, so he slept for a long time. Well, how did they rest? By the way, he congratulates them on officially gaining the status of his students. Today, they begin training for real. Some of the exercises will remain the same, but new ones will appear too. They will begin training damage. The next second, the gates opened, and Martha entered the site. She sighed indignantly and shouted, "Damn doors everywhere. It's so annoying." Dorian shouted in fear. This girl, the instructor folded his arms over his chest and smiled and said, "Here is the one lagging behind. She will train with them because she failed the course with another instructor. From now on, she is their classmate. They should say hello, Martha Ziggart, representative of the main branch." He added that they should not look at the appearance. Inside, she is very kind. Before he could finish speaking, she waved her hand and said, "Enough. Who is the best student here?" They should agree. Is it annoying when some weakling outranks them? So she wants to see the strongest with her own eyes. "Come on, we need to fight." Brown asked what was wrong with his luck. Why was he always dragged into various squabbles? Then he introduced himself and explained that he was the best student. She looked at him with interest and leaned over, said that he did not look like him. They should start quickly. At that moment, Burin stood behind her and, folding his arms over his chest, said that she was behaving unworthily. She turned around and asked who was yapping around her. She approached him and said, "Hey, Burin. He must remember to watch his mouth, otherwise he will end up in the gutter. He must think about who he is yapping at." He replied. Raon proved himself worthy of the title of the best in front of the head and instructors. Who was she to dispute that? She was indignant. Well, he disputed it, but who was he? Would he say it or not? He answered, "That is why he speaks. He does not want anyone to repeat his mistakes and behave disgustingly." The protagonist thought that he really had changed. At that moment, Luna came between them and, spreading her arms out to the sides, told Martha to leave him alone. She grinned. Wow, what a strong love between classmates. They protect their own, like faithful dogs. Then she walked in the opposite direction and scratched her head and said, "It looks like she'll be the same barking dog if she keeps pushing. Okay, let her live, but they should know that she hates cowards who hide behind other people's backs even more than worthless upstarts." With these words, she turned around abruptly and jumped towards the protagonist. The others turned around abruptly, surprised despite this. Martha swung her fist and shouted that he should get it, but the protagonist grabbed her hand and threw her down. She managed to slow down and looked in surprise at his fist approaching her. Then they jumped in different directions. Burin, perplexed, shouted, "What?" She stopped and, sighing, asked, "What the hell?" "Hey, he's not coming home today." She swung her hand again, but the instructor grabbed her hand and said, "Enough." She thought, when did he have time? He said that she had completely forgotten about his presence. He could see it. Even if he wasn't scary, it was still a shame that he was being ignored. Ron hadn't even awakened his aura yet. It wouldn't be a completely fair victory, didn't she think so? He wasn't against sparring, but only when he learned how to do it. She waved her hand and said that she was already leaving. Then the instructor approached the protagonist and told him to go back to his place as well. He agreed with him, and Wrath shouted, "What is he doing now? Doesn't he want to let this fool get away with it? She's asking for it." In his place, he would have pulled out her limbs and thrown her carcass out to freeze in a glacier. Raon replied that he had hit her once. Wrath shouted that it wasn't enough, he had to finish her off. He replied that it wasn't time yet. He thought that if he was going to fight her for the best spot, it would be much more profitable to make a bet and take something from her. He said, "Patience, his friend, he will avenge him a little later." After a while, everyone started training. The instructor announced a 10-minute break. Burren took a sip of water, and then, looking at his hand, thought, not easy. Up to level 2 it was not so difficult, because he already knew it, but after level 3 it becomes difficult because of the added variation of exercises. Then he turned his gaze to the side and thought. But on the other hand, Ron, he started from scratch and learned it in less than a month. And it took him a month just to learn the 7-form fist. At this rate, he will move on to sword training at the same time as him. Well, at least he is not the only one who is impatient. Then he looked at Martha, who was swinging her sword at speed, and asked, "Is she in the race too?" She stopped and breathing heavily said, "Damn it." She thought, Ron, he should have been learning fist techniques for the first time. How is he getting better so quickly? And he hadn't studied it before, like Burren or Luna. His body was probably out of order because of the frost curse, so how could he train for days on end? She said she couldn't fall behind. A bright talent, that's what they all said. Ever since she was adopted by Ziggart, she had always been single-minded. She had surpassed all the children, both in the direct and secondary line, who were arrogant, thinking themselves geniuses. She laughed at their despair. She was a genius here. She would do better. That was who she was. That was her place. But right now, she was falling behind, and she couldn't bear it. Sometime later, she was walking down the street and a subordinate bowed and said that she had done a good job today. She agreed and walked on, and he looked after her and said there was no point in driving yourself like that. She turned around and asked what he was talking about. He answered, as he had said, young Master Raon could surpass many, but they would never be able to surpass her. She asked, he will never be able to surpass her? Why? He answered, the young master has a weakness that he will never be able to overcome. Not long before, MC continued training. He was already out of breath. One of the observers asked, "Can I ask about this stance? Could he watch like last time?" His friend said that it was better not to ask him now. He answered, "But he really is a great swordsman." Martha clapped her hands and said, "Great, amazing." She did not think that he would train at her level so soon. He even surpasses a genius. He learns so quickly. However, given his poor sensitivity to mana, his efforts are useless. What a pity that his talent will not play any role. Although he will make an excellent instructor for young swordsmen. The audience silently watched what was happening. She, turning around, noticed that everyone was silent, quite expectedly. She was sure that no one had expected that this was a flaw, and that he would not be able to master the aura even in 4 months. In the present, the subordinate said that young Master Raon would not be able to master the aura. Martha was surprised. What? He replied that it seemed that she did not know since she was accepted into the family not long ago. But at the ceremony to determine the sensitivity to mana, young Master Raon's indicator was at the maximum possible bottom. The only person in the 5th training hall who still has not mastered the aura is none other than young Master Raon. Even if he received the growth technique for the bronze emblem, it is hardly above the average. It may be better than the Linden technique that everyone starts with, but considering that, he still has not mastered the aura. He is sure that the results of the ceremony were fair. He can become the most talented swordsman and fighter, but he cannot master the aura. That means he will not be able to become a martial artist. After a while, Martha, tossing her hair, thought that she was still mad about lagging behind this idiot, but she could already get him out of her head. Then she looked at Luna, who was standing next to her, in surprise and asked if she had anything to tell her. She said that she had to leave. She chuckled. Something else? Luna repeated she had to leave. She answered, no problem. She was leaving. She headed in the opposite direction and, waving her hand, added that she just had to go to the advanced level classes, which were only for the main branch. After a while, the protagonist sat on the bench, sighing heavily, holding a towel in his hand, and said that that was more than enough for today. He looked at his hand and thought that it was fun. On the battlefield, he used more survival tactics and quick elimination methods rather than martial arts. The only thing that was pumped up was his assassin skill. He couldn't even dream that he would be able to study something else. He didn't think it would be so much fun to learn martial arts for himself. At that moment, Wrath flew next to him and shouted, "Did he finally understand everything? He can't believe that he did nothing when that girl pestered him." Idiot. He was surprised? A girl? He replied, "That black-haired girl. She keeps talking nonsense about him." The protagonist asked, right? He didn't hear. He was too focused. Wrath shouted that he should pay more attention. If she said something like that about him, he would have already turned her into an icicle. Round said that he already told her. It was no good for him to fight her now. Even without the Thousand Lights technique, he could easily defeat someone like her. He opened the door and stopped in surprise, looking at Luna. He asked why she came. She opened the box she was holding in her hands and handed him a dessert, telling him to eat it. He took it in his hand and thought that it was cold to the touch. What was it? She repeated that he should eat it. He agreed, then thought that the main rule of the killer is not to eat what others give him, but he does not think that she would give him something bad. After he swallowed the treat, he was surprised. Wrath was surprised. The cold aura only makes it more appetizing. What is this? Luna asked how he liked it. He replied that it was delicious, and she explained that it was scoop ice cream. After that, she closed the box and turned around, walking in the opposite direction. He extended his hand and told her to wait. Wrath shouted for her to give him one too and then leave. What a strange girl. The protagonist looked after her in surprise and thought, was she worried about him? Luna, it turns out, is quite a sweet tooth. She looked like there should have been 4 scoops in the box. Did she leave the last one for him on purpose? It must be hard for her to give up her favorite sweets. He sighed and said that it was nice, he would have to repay her in the future. After a while they went outside, and Wrath said, well then he should at least ask for more delicacies. Then the protagonist went into the building and said that he was back. Judiel exclaimed, Mr. Ron? They haven't seen each other for a long time. Why did it take so long? He replied that he was gone for only a week. She asked if he was hungry. She would cook him something now. He replied that he was fine, and she told him to sit down quickly. She handed him a note and said that she was going to send this report to the middle hall and their arts. He asked if they had ordered anything else. She answered, nothing special. Until recently, they ordered her to keep a close eye on him, since he began to make great progress in swordsmanship and combat techniques. However, now that she feels like they are losing interest in him because he cannot train his aura. Round asked, what about Mom? She replied that she didn't think they were that interested in Miss Sylvia either. She was afraid they might recall her. He thought that was bad. She was quite useful, and then she said, maybe he wasn't showing off his aura skills on purpose? He asked in surprise, who knew? What did she think? She lowered her head and told him to forget it. She apologized for asking such a tactless question. He replied, it was okay, she could go. She said she was listening. And then Wrath said, wow, someone thinks he was hiding his skills on purpose. The protagonist replied, well, using the situation to his advantage is pretty logical. Wrath said, but isn't it really hard for him to train his aura? He can't even imagine why. He replied that he himself didn't know, that's why he needed to train more. He was surprised again. He's a monster. You should go to bed. The protagonist walked up to the door, said that only training can help with aura. But before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw Rimmer sitting on a stump in the yard surrounded by birds. He called him, and the instructor looked at him and asked, had he slept enough? MC was surprised. Why was he here? He replied that he had come to instruct him. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would tell him what attribute he owned. After a while, they headed into the forest, and walking forward, the protagonist said that he thought he was going to tell about attributes. Why do they rise up into the mountains from him? He replied, patience. His friend, Patience. Although he is a little lazy, he is still a great teacher. The protagonist asked how he was going to teach him in such a place. He turned around and thought that he could not forget the day he first saw his technique. His flames were so strong that he felt like he was in the mouth of a volcano. His technique was on a completely different level compared to others. The audacity with which he assimilated the cold in his body, mixing it with the fire inside his mana circulation circle. If Ron could really master this technique perfectly. After that, he turned around and said, well, this seems to be suitable. Ron asked, are they in the middle of the forest? Why here? The instructor pointed his aura at him and said that he once created a sword from the wind to protect his lord. Now he can feel the type of wind he chose. The protagonist silently looked at his hand, and he added, perhaps he should have weakened the sample, but he is not afraid at all. His behavior is not typical of a child. He has felt the winds since birth. After all, he is an elf, but he is a human. Also, his mana flow is blocked by the cold, so it should be even harder for him. There are different types of winds, warm, cold, and even gale force. He wanted a wind sword that could cut through anything, and he achieved it. He shouldn't. He also had to choose what suits him personally. Think about the fire he wants to have. The protagonist looked at his hand again and said, but they are in the north. You can't make a strong flame here. It could burn the whole forest. Rimmer waved his hand near his face and said, yeah, then a disaster will fall on their heads. Although he knows a suitable place for it. After some time, they entered the charcoal workshop, and the instructor said, hey, old man, he came. Velkin answered, and he was still wondering why the flame was flickering. It turns out he was putting it out. The instructor folded his arms and told him to forget it. He won't succeed today either. MC, looking around, asked where they were. He replied that this place was home to the hottest, most passionate fires in the entire north, a charcoal workshop. Velkin turned around and asked what kind of rubbish he had brought this time. He replied, take it easy. He was the master's grandson. He asked, what? He had long since retired, even if he personally showed up here. Rowan looked at the fire and thought, is this really fire? He had seen countless fires in his past life. Fires and fires that he had made himself, as well as magical flames created by wizards. But this was fire. The heat of it, the look, the flashes, this was truly the image of the fire he wanted to possess. He pointed his hand at the fire, then clenched his fist and turned around to notice that he had turned down the flame. Then the master introduced himself and said that if he expected him to bow and scrape, then he was in the wrong place. The protagonist thought in surprise. The craftsman who was famous all over the world for his work, was it really him in front of him? The man who, according to rumors, created the Sword of True Paradise Glen. But he seemed to have disappeared 30 years ago. To think that he had been here all this time. After that, he bowed and said that he liked the acquaintance, after which he introduced himself. The master, turning to the instructor, asked if he had told him anything about him. He shook his head negatively and replied that this was not true at all. Then he looked at the protagonist and said that this old man was the craftsman Ziggart. Velkin shouted, "Retired!" The instructor confirmed. He had retired. For more than 10 years, he had only been doing what he did, stoking the furnace here. All he does is make a fire here all year round. So there's no better place to find where you can feel the true flame. Will he help me with it? The craftsman asked why he did not go to the forges. He replied that there were too many eyes. He didn't think anyone should see the technique before he mastered it. He wondered what he was talking about. He replied, simply, Ron is Sylvia's son. The craftsman turned around, and MC stated that he wouldn't bother him, but he swears. He asks that he just let him try to feel the flames. Velkin said that he makes charcoal. He wants to make golden charcoal, which can create a flame stronger than white or black charcoal. On the contrary, he has already spent 10 years inventing it. He doesn't care what he does, as long as he doesn't interfere. The protagonist happily thanked him. After a while, the adults were standing outside, and the instructor looked at the craftsman and said, "He is so kind." He didn't expect him to agree so easily. He put his hand on his shoulder and added that if he is nice to him, he will get him some decent liquor. He noted that he was not doing this for him. The flames in the stove flared up when the child entered the house. So much so that the coal was destroyed due to the sudden jump in temperature. This boy's aura has the power to control fire. If this is the same child, he will be able to make his dreams come true. All 7 months he visited Velkin. MC thought about the desired image of fire for him. He closed and thought, fire. Now he understands. Many believe that fire is the most terrible and powerful element, but everything is different when he himself can control it. Flame, tempered by years of training, is much more stable than any other element. Besides, the technique of 1,000 flames helps a lot with this. Rimmer said to think about the fire he wants to possess. Raon thought, think about fire, the image of the flame he needs. What he really needs is to deal with Tellus, and return Sylvia to her rightful title. The path to MC's goals lies through the darkness, in which he can't really see where he's stepping. He needs a bright torch that will light the way. Flame that will become his weapon against monsters. Flame that is stronger than rain and snow, unwavering flame. That's what he wants from his fire. Raon feels the burning energy seeping into his body. The heat of this workshop is penetrating him. He needs to concentrate and catch this fire, feel it with his gut. Has he attained the spiritual state through meditation? Now he can actually see the images appearing in his head. If MC concentrates a little more, suddenly a voice interrupts his thoughts. Now it's his turn. Didn't he say right away that he would attack when he's most vulnerable? Let him taste the frosty flame. Ron grinned and thought. He'd let his guard down. Why now? He'd forgotten about him, since he'd been acting too quiet lately. But he'd never been on his side. This is a demon that wants to kill him. A demon lord. It's terrifying. It feels like his body is falling apart. Even breathing is difficult. He'll die right away if he tries to act. But what should he do? Interrupting the 1,000 flames technique is certain death. All he can do is concentrate his aura. He needs to think to survive. But he's losing consciousness. Wrath said how pathetic his attempts to get out look. He thinks he can hold back his power like before? It's all useless. His soul and body belong to him now. MC began to lose consciousness, and Wrath said that his efforts, his struggle, it was all meaningless. He was no different from that man puffing at the furnace, but there was no need to worry. He would avenge him himself. Round thought, furnaces, did he say furnaces? Thank him for the hint. He would have to take a risk. All or nothing. If he didn't try, nothing would change. Instead of absorbing the natural mana heated by the heat of the furnace, he would directly absorb the mana of the flames of this. Fire that is much stronger and hotter, capable of absorbing everything around, he accepts it all. MC activated the fire, and Wrath screamed. What is he doing? Round replied that he was going to win. At that moment the blacksmith was sitting near the furnace, when suddenly a fire broke out around him. Velkin jumped to the side and thought, what is happening? The fire in the furnace suddenly rose like a column. He said that he had never seen such a powerful flame before. The blacksmith looked around and asked, what is happening with the furnace? He saw MC to the side and thought, Raun Ziggart? Is he cold, although the furnace is blazing so strongly? Velkin got up and asked in fear, "How is he? Why is he shaking?" He asked to say something. Suddenly Rimmer appeared in front of him, who asked to leave him. Now he cannot be disturbed. Velkin cried out in displeasure. What is he talking about? He can die. Rimmer blocked his way and said that now he is in a spiritual state of complete dedication. They cannot help him from the outside. His insides will simply burst if they try to interfere. Velkin frowned and asked, "Is it because of the cold in his body that he spoke of? They really can't do anything?" Rimmer turned away and said, "No, it's too dangerous." He frowned and asked Raon to survive. Wrath ordered to stop right now. What made him think he had a chance? MC knows this. He had died in complete hopelessness in his past meaningless life, but even there he did not close his eyes until his very last breath, and he will do everything to not experience this again. At that moment Velkin screamed. The temperature jumped. At this rate, the furnace may not withstand. Rimmer looked at him and thought, all the mana in the area was flowing into one point. Raon, is he absorbing it? MC screamed loudly, and Wrath said, "Damn it!" He opened his eyes and grabbed the fire with his hand, after which a bright explosion occurred. A blast wave burst from the roof of the house, and Rimmer screamed. "Raon, is he okay?" He asked to answer him. Velkin called out to Raon Ziggart. Rimmer looked forward in surprise at MC, who stood up and was enveloped in brilliant flames. He wondered, is that golden flame? The system window reported that he had mastered the Thousand Flames technique. Due to the intense heat, the Thousand Flames technique is awarded the second rank. Fire attribute resistance has been obtained. 2 mana nodes have been freed from the Frost Curse. The negative effect of poor stamina has been removed. The residual ice energy has been converted into Frost Aura. Frost Aura is awarded the second rank due to the intense cold of Wrath. An energy flower appeared in Raon's hands. He placed his palm on his chest and thought, well, this is much better than he expected. He will soon reach full strength. Who would have thought that it would require so much effort? At this moment, a system window appeared and caught MC's attention. It said that he had passed the test of Wrath under extreme conditions. All stats have been increased by 3 as a reward for showing tenacity. Raon thought, is he dreaming? Is this all for him? In just one moment, he got what he had been working on for years. Wrath said discontentedly, "Horror, what is he?" His consciousness was on the edge. How could he withstand such a situation? MC replied, he said that he would not succeed. He should not even try. He turned around and thought, even though he said such things, but this time he almost died. He needs to be more careful. Now it became crystal clear to him. Even if they are getting closer, Wrath is his enemy. He cannot let him know his weaknesses and secrets. Velkin asked fearfully, is he okay? Raon looked at him and replied, yes, everything is fine. Velkin clarified, then did he master the aura? MC replied, yes, it is all thanks to him. He apologized. Because of him, even the furnace was destroyed. Velkin exhaled and said not to worry about it. The main thing is that he was not hurt. He turned around and said, he can always make another one like this. He walked thoughtfully towards the furnace, and MC asked, what's in there? Velkin screamed, it's it. He reached into the fire with a shovel and pulled out a couple of coals, saying, it's golden coal. A while ago, Velkin was walking down the street, and people were talking about him. It seems like he's heading to the workshop again. They say he's working on creating golden coal? Yeah, it's been like that for years. The existence of golden coal is nothing more than a legend. It seems like he retired. People are sure he's just bored. Currently, Velkin said, it seems like they got lucky with him. It's golden coal. It's stronger than white coal and smolders longer than black coal. Thanks to it, he was finally able to create what he'd been trying to create for decades. Thank you. Raon asked, is it really? But it's almost nothing. Velkin looked at him and then said, every time he came here to train, the fire in the furnace became wilder. His breathing technique gave it new life. The heat from it spread throughout the building. Velkin spoke. He is just an old man who has spent his entire life hammering on an anvil, but even so, he can clearly see what he has done. All of this happened thanks to MC, so he will only ask one thing. Raon, what is his goal? MC asked again. His goal? Velkin answered. Yes, what kind of swordsman does he want to become? Raon spoke, that he wants to become a swordsman who never gives up, no matter what enemy or situation he faces. Velkin smiled and said that he did not expect to hear such a thing from a young brat, a swordsman who does not know how to retreat. He will be able to master the sword in 3 or 5 years, and when he feels that he has completely decided on his path in life, then let him come to him. That treasure will be waiting for that day. MC asked in surprise, does he mean that he's going to forge a sword for him? He heard that he is no longer doing that. Velkin said that sometimes people come out of retirement, so Raon, until then, he should try to survive. After a while, he walked him outside and said goodbye. Raon walked forward along the forest path, and Rimmer stood on the cliff and said he was curious about what would happen. He finally mastered his aura. What he is definitely gifted at is the ability to make others worry about him. Isn't he right, boss? Glenn stood behind him, frowning with displeasure. Rimmer asked with a smile on his face, did he come here every day because he was worried about Raon? Well, he feels better now, right? Glenn replied that he didn't come here because he was worried. Rimmer said, maybe it was because of the heat of the forge, but the quality and purity of the aura is incredible. Plus, he was able to stabilize his aura. He is extremely talented. Glenn said, not at all. Rimmer looked at him questioningly, and Glenn said, he even managed to turn his limitations into strength. After a while, Luna was standing in the 5th training hall and thinking, Raon, when will he come back? She remembered the guy's discussions that Raon still hasn't mastered the aura, and it's been 7 months already. Maybe all the rumors about his greatness were a lie? His place will long belong to young Master Bowen or young Lady Martha. In the end, he turned out to be an empty shell. Luna looked at the box and thought that she wanted to help him. Mom says that you need to repay kindness with kindness. Suddenly she looked up and saw Raon in the doorway. He turned around and said, nothing will happen to him. He said it himself. Wrath discontentedly ordered him to stop showing off. One day MC replied, yes, good luck to him. He looked ahead in surprise and asked, Luna? She opened the box containing the sweets and told him to cheer up. Raon took it and said happily, this is the same ice cream as last time, thank you. Luna looked at it in surprise and thought, did the cool air and aroma around him become even stronger and more pleasant? MC said, then thank her. Wrath said in surprise, this is as good as the first time. He needs to eat the other 2 now. Raon whispered, he can't take all of her treats, she's just sharing. He ordered him to stop acting like a child. He needed to calm down. He closed the box and thanked her. It was delicious. Luna asked, does he want more? MC replied that one is enough for him. Luna asked, well, did it get better? Raon looked at her in surprise, and then sighed and said, yeah, it did. Luna smiled and said, okay. She turned around and started to walk away, not removing the smile from her face. MC looked after her and said, he doesn't understand this girl. After a while, Rimmer appeared on the stage and asked if the training had been a bit boring lately. Did they agree? Something special awaits them already next month. Since they had all mastered the basics and training techniques, the most important thing was to move on to their energy core. The guy asked what. The student replied that he didn't understand either. What was he talking about? Rimmer smiled and said that they were going to have duels next month. Martha was very happy to hear that, and Rimmer added that the results of this would affect their rating and status. They should try to prepare well during this month. Suddenly, Martha raised her hand and asked them to stop. She asked, what about those of them who were lagging behind? There were those who hadn't even mastered the aura yet. Everyone turned and looked at the MC, but Rimmer said, actually, all the students had successfully completed this task. Martha widened her eyes in surprise and asked, when is that? She turned around and Rimmer said, yesterday or today, he doesn't remember. Martha said happily, finally, an opportunity has come. She nearly died of boredom while he was there mastering the basics. She went towards MC and said, does he remember? She said that she despises children who are weaker than her. She has put up with it long enough, and it would be better for him to give up his place if he can't handle it. She will show him how it is done. Suddenly, Buren's hand appeared in front of her, ordering Martha to leave him alone. He had only just mastered aura. The duels are promised in a month anyway. She has no honor as a swordsman at all? Martha put her hand on his shoulder and said, their young master Buren, he thinks too much about honor because that is all he has. She is sure that he knows better than anyone that those who are able to stand up for themselves deserve it. Buren frowned and said, Martha? She pointed her thumb at the guys behind her and said that those simpletons mastered the aura in a month and their best student barely managed it in 6 months? Even advanced techniques take less time. This means that this idiot is not talented, and he knows it because they went through the determination ceremony together. Buren remained silent in response and thought, a swordsman without an aura can never be famous. Even if he is gifted in fencing, without an aura he is nothing. Martha turned around and asked, besides, the instructor also offers duels for a reason. He intends to update the rankings, is she right? Rimmer spread his arms in different directions and asked, why? Not even thinking about it. Martha turned to Ron and said that he is undeservedly at the top. It is time to end this. He needs to make room for a worthy one, to do a favor. Martha suggested that he do as she suggested. They will hold a duel, the prize for which will be the top position in the rankings. Ron replied, no way. What kind of prize is that if he already has it? If she wants to play in his place as the best student, then she should offer something equivalent. Martha smiled and asked, she sees he doesn't get the gist of the situation at all? He's an idiot, right? No one here considers him worthy. MC asked, was she scared or something? Martha widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Ron's satisfied face. She asked, is this what he's telling her? She started laughing out loud, clutching her stomach. She screamed, no strength, how hilarious. Martha answered mockingly, and okay, she doesn't mind. He doesn't want to play without a bet, right? This is the elemental sphere, a special medicine that his father gave him. It strengthens the body and spirit. If he wins the duel, then she will give it to him. How does he like it? Not bad, huh? MC whispered. Wrath, he remembers how he said that with Martha, it was important to pick the right moment? Wrath asked, what was he talking about? Rowan replied that it was now to his advantage. He said that this was their chance. A month later, Martha walked up to the calendar and said it had already been a month since the bet. She would finally make him pay. The same age had never been able to defeat her in a fight. For the first time, someone dared to hit her. 8 months later, she had a chance to get revenge on him for humiliating her. This idiot had only mastered aura a month ago, and she already had 3 years of experience. Starting a fight with him was pointless, as well as waiting for such a talentless person, but what can you do? She needs to hurry and get stronger, because there is a person she wants to save. Martha frowned and said, "Round Ziggart, he is finished." After a while, Rimmer shouted, "Guys, pay attention. Watching the fight from the sidelines is just as useful as participating in the sparring itself. They should carefully observe the fights of other students and think about how they would act themselves. There is no need to be nervous, but to show everything they are capable of. The first match will be between Buren and Dorian." Buren said yes. Dorian raised his hand and asked fearfully, "Instructor?" Rimmer asked what is wrong. Dorian told him that he wanted to surrender. Buren turned around and widened his eyes in surprise, and Rimmer said, but in fact they hadn't even started yet. Dorian grabbed his stomach and said, "He doesn't feel well, he's shivering, and his whole body feels so heavy." He started coughing and said that he couldn't sleep last night. "It's true, Instructor." Wrath looked at him with displeasure and said that if he were his subordinate, he would behead him right away. MC said that was expected. Rimmer said, "Dorian, he should at least try to fight him. It will do him good even if he loses." Dorian looked at him and said, "Ah, he gets it." A moment later, he was lying on the ground and saying that he gives up. Rimmer went up to Buren and said that he needed to learn to control his emotions. In all fairness, he should have won in 5 hits. Buren said that he was just a little annoyed by his behavior. He miscalculated. Rimmer asked, "Dorian, why does he keep running away? He can do it, he knows." He said to fight back, he could have held out much longer. Dorian asked him to forgive him, but he was too scared. Rimmer said, "Okay. Next, Luna versus Kane. They need to get going." Kane swung his sword and cried out loudly, and Luna stood still. She quickly grabbed the sword and parried his blow. Rimmer said, "That's enough. Kane, he's too nervous, he should hold the sword more confidently." And Luna, she blocked the blow well, but she didn't finish the aura. Luna replied, "Yes." After a while, Rimmer said, "Next, they must be eager to get there since they are the last ones." The students came out to the center of the arena, their eyes showing great excitement. Rimmer introduced the students, Martha and Raon. Martha swung her sword, and Raon frowned and blocked the blow. He pushed her away and struck, which greatly surprised Martha. She smirked and jumped back. She said that she didn't expect him to block all her attacks. She had to admit he has talent, but his talents are limited to just wielding a sword. A talentless person like him, in controlling aura, will never shine. She raised her sword above herself and rushed towards Raon. MC blocked the blow and cried out slightly. Martha asked in surprise, "He was able to block? But how much longer can he hold on?" Talent is incredibly important when it comes to aura, even more important than swordsmanship. His aura is so tiny that even in 7 months, it has grown no bigger than a pea. There is no way he can become a swordmaster with that. Martha frowned and said that if he didn't give up now, the next time she would attack, he would break his bones. Raon swung his sword and said, "Talent, talent." She says that every time. How it irritates him that everyone in this house is so obsessed with talent. Martha smirked and said, "Well, of course, a clumsy person like him gets irritated by someone else's talent, but she only enjoys it to show what real talent is capable of, so that people like him would understand the already obvious truth." MC replied, "In that case he would prove her wrong, that talent is not the most important thing." Martha looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" Raon activated the 1,000 Flames technique. The first flame. Martha froze in surprise and asked, "What kind of fire is this?" She thought, "It's dangerous. It's definitely not a simple flame. So small and calm, but there's something behind it. It's so mesmerizing that she has goosebumps. What kind of flame is this?" Martha remained silent and then grabbed the hilt of the sword and said, "Perhaps the games are over." She used the hardstone pose. Single point. MC looked at her carefully and thought, single point, it's a special technique that involves gathering aura into one point. That Martha can use it at her age. Surely she's very talented. Her next hit will be critical. Martha spoke. She admits he's strong. However, he won't be able to withstand this hit with his aura. Martha pushed off the ground and rushed towards Raon, who swung his sword and dispelled the fire right in front of her. The student screamed in fear. The ground itself split. Who will win? The entire arena was covered in smoke, which began to dissolve little by little. Martha was lying on the ground with a broken sword in her hand. The students screamed. Raon won? This is impossible. Even Lady Martha lost to him? What's up with his aura anyway? MC stretched his arms and remained silent. He spoke. Her fist was still clenched, even though she was passed out. This quality is even better than her skills or talent. She has an amazing willpower, Martha Ziggart. After a while, Glenn asked, "So Raon defeated Martha?" Rimmer spread his arms out to the sides and answered, "Yes, he won hands down." Despite the fact that Martha had been working on her aura for over 4 years. It was just incredible. Glenn looked down and said, "The lights he saw that day were amazing, that's for sure. It was like he was looking at a flower made of flames. And Solo was incomparable to their size too. He's sure the whole family knows about it now. He needs to guide him so he doesn't get too cocky." Rimmer smiled and said, "Yes, of course." Glenn asked a question, "But how is Martha doing?" Rimmer replied that her injuries are not serious, but she doesn't leave the room. Most likely, she has a psychological shock. Glenn hopes that she can handle it. After a while, MC was planting a flower, and Wrath was screaming loudly, "Can he work normally? He'll damage the flower so much. He needs to dig diligently or he'll freeze him to death." Round turned around and said, "Oh no, he's done acting tough." Wrath screamed, "He should thank his terrible elemental resistance." MC said, "He's glad he knows. He might as well not even try now." The night after he defeated Martha, the miracle potion he received as a reward for the bet greatly increased his stats. The system windows reported that a more powerful fire ring had been formed. The fire ring had reached the 4th stage, which strengthens his mind and soul. With the effects of the 4th stage fire ring, strength, agility, and endurance had all been increased. The low endurance effect had dissipated. MC thought, or rather, all the effort he'd put in up until now had finally taken effect because of this medicine. Many things had improved, but the 4th stage water resistance was especially worth mentioning. Thanks to this, he no longer has to be afraid of outbursts of rage. Today is the last day of rest, so he went out to work in the garden. Wrath shouted, "What a fool he is. He needs to dig the roots deeper." He clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, "His hands are growing wrong. What is he doing?" Rayon squeezed the handle of a small shovel and thought, "But why does he have to listen to his lectures, even when he is just digging the beds?" Wrath said to dig with his hands, only this way he will not damage the roots. MC thought, by the way, why is he so good at gardening? Wrath answered, in the demon world, does he know, he was in charge of the ice flower gardens, and all the demons who saw them revered him. Raon asked, "Is that so?" At that moment Martha appeared behind him, who looked at him carefully and said nothing. MC asked, he would assume that she did not come to fight. What does she want then? Martha stood there silently and MC wondered what she was thinking. He thought she was not a child anymore, and yet she was acting like one. It didn't matter though. Martha said, "Raon Ziggart." She wanted to challenge him again. MC turned away and said, well, he knew, it was time she learned to lose gracefully. Martha screamed. She didn't say she didn't admit defeat, she just didn't understand how she could lose, so she came to find out. Raon asked, "What did he get out of it?" Martha screamed loudly, "What?" MC looked at her and asked, did she know there was a custom where the loser had to bring the winner a gift if she wanted to challenge him again? Martha screamed in irritation. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? And why did he always need payment for fighting anyway? Raon replied, "It was a matter of principle, that's all." Martha clenched her jaw and thought, I don't think he's going to just fight. What should she do? She looked at the roses and wondered if she should stomp on the flowers for him. She said, he seemed to like flowers. What a surprise. MC replied, not really. She asked, puzzled, what? Raon patted the dirt next to the flower and said, he didn't like flowers. He didn't even understand why people liked them. He only worked in the garden for his mother. Martha clicked her tongue in displeasure and put her foot next to the flower. She turned around and said, oh my, okay, she's leaving. At that moment, Sylvia appeared in the garden and said, Raon, there he is. MC asked, surprised, Mom? Sylvia smiled and asked, she was wondering, where is he? And who is that girl next to him? Did he make new friends while training? Martha turned around and thought, this woman, is this Sylvia Ziggart? A woman who left her family for a man and came back to save her child. A person who gave up everything for her own child. Sylvia said, black hair and black eyes, she must be Martha. She is glad to meet you. Raon grabbed his mother's hand and said, she is not his friend, just a classmate. He will send her away right now. Sylvia asked, why? She just wants to talk to her son's friend. She went up to Martha and taking her hand asked, did she hear that she had a duel with Raon? Is she hurt? Martha answered that she is okay. Sylvia asked again, are you sure? Because she is worried. She touched her cheek and said, she knew that Daniel brought a talented child but not that much, and she is also cute. She is lucky she is both cute and talented. But what brought her to them? Martha shyly replied that she just had something to say to Raon. She was already finished, so she was going. Sylvia asked, did she want to have lunch with them? Martha asked, puzzled. What? Sylvia replied, she couldn't send Raon's friend home on an empty stomach. Martha said, scared that. After a while, Raon and Martha were sitting at the table opposite each other. He looked at his mother and thought, what the hell? Why is she so hospitable? Sylvia put the dish in front of Martha and said, she knows Raon likes meat stew. That's why she always tries to cook something like that for him. Sylvia asked, she's a year older than Raon, right? Martha answered, yes, she's 15. Sylvia smiled and asked, does she have any difficulties during training? Martha answered, not really. Sylvia continued to say that they have very good cooks, but the meat here is a little lower quality than in the main residence, so it might be a little harder to chew. She touched Martha's shoulder and told her to chew well, otherwise she'll get indigestion. God forbid. Martha remembered her mother telling her the same thing. She lowered her sad gaze and began to chew the meat. After a while, Martha thanked her and said that it was delicious. Sylvia waved her hand and said that she was glad. She hoped that she and Raon would continue to be friends. MC stood behind and whispered, what's wrong with her? Did she come here to fight? Did she eat too much henbane? Wrath replied, who knows? Martha went outside and thought, Rowan probably thinks she's crazy. But those eyes, they are so similar to her mother's. Because of that, she couldn't refuse her. Her face, hair color and voice are all so different, but in that moment she felt like she was next to her mother. After her mother was kidnapped by the white blood cult idiots and adopted by Daniel, she decided that she would never lose until she found her mother again. And she kept that vow until the very end. But that day she lost to Rowan. Ziggart accepted her because of her talent, but she might get kicked out if she keeps disappointing them like this. Father, he is a gentle man. But what if he is just pretending to search? Then she will lose all hope of seeing her mother. She was never supposed to lose. She walked into the room where the servant was waiting for her. He said, Young Lady Martha, she is back. She's a little late today. Martha asked in surprise, was he waiting for her? The servant answered, yes, he was waiting for her to give her a letter from Mr. Daniel. Martha looked closely at the envelope and asked, did her father write her a letter? The servant answered, yes, he thought it was written after the duel. She opened the letter and it said, Martha, let her allow him to congratulate her on her first defeat. One defeat does not make her a loser, so she should not dwell on it. She should just take into account the reasons why she lost. It will help her grow. He wished he could console her in person, but his mission would take longer than he expected. At the end of the letter was a request for forgiveness for not being able to be there for her. He was still looking for her mother. He would never give up, so she should not even think about it. Martha went forward and asked him to tell her father that she understood, and that she was very, very grateful to him. The servant bowed and said that he obeyed the young lady. Martha went to the door and thought that she had lost, and in such a shameful way. And not because she had been inattentive, she had simply lost. She walked into the room, picked up the blade, and thought that what she needed to do now was to admit her defeat and move on. She could not disgrace her father. If she simply pretended that nothing had happened, then she would learn nothing, and then she would be too ashamed to look her father in the eye. Martha cut off her long shoulder-length hair, and then thought that she needed to start over. She would strive forward, she would let go of the foolish and pathetic past. She looked at herself in the mirror and thought that she would become stronger. The next day the students were puzzled, asking, what does all this mean? Is Lady Martha crazy or something? Martha approached MC and said, Rowan Ziggart. She is not going to make a sincere apology for everything she did, however she will keep her word. Rowan asked again, her word? Martha answered it was about their agreement that the loser would retreat, realizing his place. That's all she wanted to say. She leaves. Rowan thought, unexpectedly. He did not think that she would be such a good girl, even considering that agreement. Apparently, Martha has changed in this short period of time. What a great start, and she is still young. Martha hit Dorian and screamed, why is he hanging around in the road? Let him go. Dorian asked for forgiveness in fear. MC looked at her and thought, although it seemed that the changes affected only the attitude towards him, a new school year began. Although little by little, many things were changing. Despite everyone's expectations, Martha calmly followed his instructions as a senior student in the new school year. Buren became calmer, which had a positive effect on his leadership skills, and Luna's sword became even sharper than before. But her emotional spectrum did not undergo any changes. As for Ron, training on the verge of death became routine for him. The students said it was impossible. They had just been taught river steps, and he mastered it perfectly in less than half a day. He must have learned it before. It is impossible to master them so quickly. To remain motionless for so long with his eyes closed, his posture is already better than their instructors. After a while, Rimmer said, this is incredible. He tells him he definitely advanced so quickly thanks to meditation. He is a monster. A real monster. Glenn turned around and asked, is he Rowan's personal butler or what? Every time they meet, he only talks about him. Rimmer said, his lord, no need to be cunning. He can see that he is also interested in hearing about him. He looked at the area around the building in surprise and said, by the way, the staff in the main building seems busy lately. Are they cooking something? Glenn frowned and replied, they're not cooking anything. They're just having guests soon. Rimmer asked, guests? What guests? Glenn said, a delegation from the Kingdom of Owen will be arriving in a few days. The Kingdom of Owen is one of the 6 states located in the center of the continent, one of the few allies of Ziggart who usually rarely interact with others. A kingdom of knights who value the sword and martial arts. Rimmer asked, the Kingdom of Owen, who will lead the delegation? Glenn folded his arms and said, they proclaimed the 3rd prince as their representative, but in fact it could be Duke Tartan. Rimmer asked again, Tartan? That psycho became a duke. Wait, the 3rd prince is still young, right? He should be the same age as Ron and Buren. Glenn replied that he wasn't sure, since he had never been interested in him. In short, Rimmer had to make sure that the students behaved appropriately. Rimmer asked, what? Even the 5th training hall? Glenn replied that the 3rd prince would be accompanied by the young knights of the kingdom, and they expressed an interest in watching their swordsmen and their students train. Like Ziggart, they couldn't let themselves down. Rimmer put his hand to his chin and said, the 3rd prince and the young knights are from the Kingdom of Owen, And they are the same age as Raon. Something interesting might come out. Glenn said that he looked like he was planning something again. After a while, a student cried out, "What, sparring with the young knights of the Kingdom of Owen?" Rimmer smiled and replied, "Yes, they should have heard about the arrival of their delegation by now. It's good news for them that the third prince and his comrades want to practice with them." The boy said scared, but it was still sudden somehow. Rimmer asked why. Did it bother them? He never tired of repeating that a swordsman must be ready to take up arms even if he suddenly woke up from sleep, Martha said, and she heard that they were planning to visit the 6th hall instead of them. So why are they going to the 5th instead? Some time ago, Rimmer entered the tent and said, "Your Highness," he heard that he recently visited the 6th training ground. Judging by his expression, he was not very pleased. He asked to please visit the 5th hall tomorrow if there was time. He would show him something worthwhile. At this time, Rimmer turned around and said that he could understand them guys. After all, the news of all this was really unexpected, but rather than be afraid in advance, wouldn't it be better to try to win first? He said that the guys could come in. These young knights, they are the pride and hope of the Kingdom of Owen. The third prince, Greer de Owen, entered the arena and put his hand on his chest and said that he was glad to meet them. His name is Greer de Owen. MC looked at him carefully and thought, "Is this him, the third prince of the kingdom? His physique is excellent for his age. Just by his appearance, it is immediately clear that he is the strongest among them." Rimmer put his hands on his hips and asked, "Raon? What about him? Does he not want to fight them either?" Raon thought, "This prince, he would be a good opponent to practice the recently learned combination of river steps and the sword connecting the stars." He answered, "No, on the contrary, he would like to take part in a sparring match." Rimmer said, "Well, since the best student wants to train with the guests, he will take it as a general agreement. They will start the competition. He will only need 20 participants. Their best student will choose them himself, so they need to follow his orders." Rimmer said thoughtfully. He forgot to mention something important. He has bet a month's salary on them, so they need to win no matter what it takes. If they lose, he will kill them. The boys asked in confusion, "What?" After a while, the MC said that he had chosen the participants. Before they began, he would ask them to take a closer look at their future opponents. They needed to take a close look at their hands. The students looked and asked in surprise, "What?" They were shaking. Raon said, "They may look confident in their glorious armor, but they were no different from them. They were the same students their age, who could not hide their anxiety about the upcoming sparring. He was sure that they trained no worse than the 6 kings, or even the 5 demons. Their sweat and blood would definitely pay off today. So stop being nervous, they need to go and give it their all. They will show them how good they are." The student shouted back. Check. The MC said that he would decide the order now. The first match is important because it can encourage the rest of the participants. It's better to play a strong card that will definitely win. Martha will go in the first fight. He asked, "Is she ready?" Martha waved her hand and said, "Yeah, she'll deal with them in no time." Rimmer said, "The participants, they need to go to the center when they're ready." Burin asked fearfully, "Wait, is he really their same age? Why is he so big? He looks like he's already become a knight." Tars went to the center and said that he is a fighter of the Kingdom of Owen. Tars, he sees, she's quite pumped up despite her age. He expects a great fight. The students said that the difference in size is too great. Even Lady Martha might have problems against such a big guy. Martha asked again, "A great fight?" "Yes, she'll crush him." Enough chatter, time to attack. Greer watched the fight and thought, "What a rush. She is not inferior to him." The swordsmen of the 2nd training hall are definitely strong. They are worthy of being called Ziggart. This is the level of the Royal Knights, no less. The students of the 6th training hall disappointed him a little. They were well trained, but they were clearly inferior to the students of the Robert family. But now, he thinks that the students of this hall are really talented. After a while, Tartan asked, "He suddenly came yesterday and invited them to visit the 5th training hall. So what's the matter, Rimmer?" Rimmer smiled and replied, "It's not often that you get the chance to participate in a training duel against one of the 6 knights of the Emperor." He thought that this would be a good lesson for them. Tartan replied, "It's hard to believe that he was hearing this from the one who used to be called a magnificent sword." Rimmer asked again, "Well, they can't act like this forever? By the way, why don't they make a bet?" Tartan chuckled and asked if his gambling habit was still there, and what were the terms. Rimmer extended his hand and said they would have 20 duels and award a prize to the winner. It would be even more fun if they bet something. Tartan looked closely at Rimmer and said these guys had elite training at Owen. He thought his students could beat them? Rimmer said he had serious faith in his students. As did he in his. At that moment, Martha struck Tars, breaking his sword. He asked what kind of power. Martha swung her sword and struck Tars in the stomach. He let out a loud cry, and then it was announced that Martha was the winner. MC watched their fight closely and thought he was impressed. He thought she would attack more softly after her recent match with him, but she seemed to have even increased her speed and strength. Martha sheathed her sword and asked why he even needed muscles if he didn't even go all out on his first attack. Idiot. Ran said how interesting. Wrath said with displeasure, interesting? It was like a fight between bugs in a sandbox. He was bored. MC said those bugs were just young. Wrath said if he wanted to know in the demon world, even the youngest of the demons could fight more fun. Rayon squeezed it and said he was having fun so he should shut up. Rimmer said next, the 18th match, Luna versus Idalia. MC looked at her and said, Luna, her turn. She nodded her head and said, yeah. She stepped forward and Idalia asked, she said her name was Luna? Well, why is she looking at her so weird? Idalia's body was covered in fire, and Luna said she just didn't like fire. She grabbed the hilt of her sword and was covered in cold mana. The girls' swords clashed, causing an explosion and smoke to spread across the area. Luna approached Idalia from behind, causing her to quickly turn around and think, is it an illusion? Luna placed her sword on her shoulder, and Rimmer announced that the winner of the 18th match was Luna. Idalia thoughtfully said, she lost. Thank her for the battle. Luna ignored her, and then walked up to MC and asked, did he see how she fought? Rayon replied, her moves were good, she did well. Luna sat down on the ground and said, yeah. Rimmer smiled and said, wow, 9 wins and 9 losses. It's getting hotter and hotter, so here they go, round 19. Burin and Saloon, get ready. Saloon Castle introduced himself and said that he had recently become a knight. Burin also introduced himself and said that he was a local student. MC looked at them carefully and thought, this Saloon, he is quite strong. He is the strongest of the disciples, except for the third prince. Rimmer ordered to begin. Burin swung his sword and rushed towards Saloon. He frowned and thought that their skills were on the same level. If he lets down his defense even for a second, it will be over. He supposes that he thinks the same. The guys screamed loudly, and after a while they froze. The disciples said in surprise, both of their swords broke. Then, Rimmer cried out, the 12th round ends in a draw. Rayon folded his arms and said, well done, Burin. That young knight was the strongest among them. Burin frowned and asked, does it matter? If he went out there to fight, putting the name of Ziggart on the line, then he had to win at all costs. MC put his hand on his shoulder and said that there was no need to worry. He would win the last round and defend the honor of Ziggart. The guys walked to the center and Greer thought, so he was the one chosen as his opponent? He didn't look like much of a martial artist. He asked, was he from the main branch of the Ziggart family? MC replied, no, he was from a side branch. Greer clicked his tongue in displeasure and thought that he didn't expect to be forced into a fight with such an obvious outcome. He would rather fight one of those 3. He turned around and said, Instructor Rimmer, he has a suggestion. Rimmer asked, what is it? Greer pointed at Luna and Martha and said, he doesn't think those 2 are exhausted after their duels. Maybe he could fight them after he wins this one? Rimmer replied that he wouldn't mind. If he wins, of course. Greer said, then let him tell them to get ready for now. He feels like he'll be finished pretty quickly. He thought about it. He won't even use his aura against him. He'll save his strength. Tartan looked at Rimmer and asked what kind of monster it was. He almost missed it because its presence was too subtle. Rimmer replied, he was not that blind. Then, why didn't he warn the third prince if he knew? Tartan replied that the third prince thought Ra'an was a bungler. He would one day be the pillar of the Owen Kingdom's nation, but he had not yet tasted defeat. He just thought it would be a good lesson for him to learn. However, the third prince was no slouch himself. Even his genius swordsman would not be able to defeat him so easily. Rimmer folded his arms and said that he did not think so. How about another bet? Tartan asked with displeasure again. He liked gambling after all. Rimmer replied, it was simple. They would bet drinks. Tartan asked, okay, who was he betting on? Rimmer smiled and said that Ron would defeat his prince in 5 attacks. MC grabbed his sword at that moment and rushed towards Greer, directing his fire stream. Greer looked at him in fear, and Tartan asked, what? MC struck his side, causing Greer to scream and fall to his knees. Rayon said, looks like it's over. Rimmer said happily, oh my, it didn't even take 5 attacks. Greer thought he had jumped to conclusions. There was a reason they left him for last. He's just a monster. Tartan asked, is he really just an apprentice? His movements and swordsmanship are top-notch. Rimmer replied, that's why he immediately said Ron would win. He will book a fancy place. Greer ordered Ron to stop and said that he can still fight. Tartan told him, Your Highness, the duel is all ready. Greer screamed, he hasn't shown what he's really capable of yet. If only he had used his power from the start. Suddenly Martha stepped forward and said, stop howling like a beaten dog. If he's called a prince, he should be able to admit defeat, such a whiner, just like one of her friends. Burin frowned in displeasure at these words, and Luna glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Greer asked, she what? Martha folded her arms and replied, a prince. She was really trying to talk to him nicely. He just needed to get out of here. He lost. At this point, Idalia entered the conversation and ordered her to watch her language. She's talking to royalty. Martha said mockingly, well, he's royal, and she's got the blood of the main branch of Ziggart. It's all fair? Why yell? Rimmer clapped his hands and said, that's enough. They should hear Raon's opinion. Raon, he is free to do as he wishes. Raon replied that he had no reason to fight. The duel was over. He is not ready to fight for someone's ego. Greer screamed. He admits that he lost, but he failed to properly assess his strength. He underestimated him before the fight even started. He is so embarrassed and ashamed that he can't even look up. He put his sword on the floor and said he asks to fight him again. If he leaves things like this, he will regret it forever. Please, Ziggart. MC looked at him in surprise and thought he didn't expect him to apologize, much less lower his sword, and he thought that this was just another upstart. Raon replied, okay, but this is their last fight. Greer replied, of course. He reached for his sword, and Greer looked at his pendant, thought that he was arrogant, so he failed to recognize that there was talent in front of him. That's why he lost. So this time, he will give it his all. He activated his mana, surprising everyone around. Tartan shouted, Third Prince, this technique. Greer said that now is not the time to hide your strength. He wants to fight him at full power. Wrath smiled and said, what a fool he is, he doesn't even hide his power. MC replied that he can defeat him again. Wrath happily said that his aura is much bigger than him, he is actually stronger. Raon asked, does he want to bet? Wrath said, idiot, of course. The system window reported that Wrath is offering a bet. The conditions are to defeat the third prince of the Owen Kingdom. If successful, plus 4 points to all stats. If defeated, he will receive a 10-point Wrath penalty. MC took a stance and Greer said, then he will begin. He pushed off the ground and rushed towards Raon, who blocked his blow. Everyone looked ahead in confusion, and the boys continued to fight. Greer thought he gave it his all. But it is not hard for him at all? Ziggart, is he a genius? Although, the word monster suits him much better. Okay, now he will definitely show his best. Raon looked at him carefully and thought, it seems to be the Perez sword technique, which is passed down from generation to generation only among the heirs of the Owen Kingdom. Considering the energy he emits, he seems to be going to put everything into the next attack. He said, okay, let him attack. Greer replied, this is all he has. Here he goes, Ziggart. MC thought that he had already memorized all the techniques that the third prince used. He used the Thousand Flames technique, the first flame, Cyclotorzia. Greer looked at him puzzled and thought, the Golden Flame aura? No, you can't give up early. He still has that technique in reserve. Greer shouted loudly and rushed towards Raon, who sent fire mana towards him. Their energies clashed, and Greer frowned and thought that he had repelled his aura. He can do it! MC was able to stand firm, which surprised Greer. He thought, his aura. Raon activated his mana, and thought, can he repel this too? Greer fell to his knees for the second time, and Rimmer announced that Ziggart was the winner. Greer looked at his broken sword and thought, he definitely had the advantage in speed and strength, but he just went and pierced his aura? He said, the world is really that big. He extended his hand and thanked MC. He had learned a lot from this duel. He admitted his unconditional defeat. Raon smiled and said that he had learned a lot too. Greer apologized for underestimating him. He lacked insight, he had to admit. MC said that it was okay. Greer asked if he could ask how old he was. Raon replied that he had turned 14 this year. Greer exhaled and said that he had lost to a swordsman who was younger than him and less experienced as well. He extended his hand and told him to take it. MC asked in surprise, what was this? Greer opened his palm and replied, this was proof that the third prince of Owen, Greer D. Owen, swears to fulfill any request he might have. Raon asked why he was giving him something so valuable. Greer smiled and replied, he had lost the duel, but in reality, it was like an eye-opener for him. It feels like he's reached enlightenment. He thinks he's really lucky to lose to someone like him. He starts to walk away and says he's sure they'll meet again. He hopes he'll still be better than him by then. He thinks it'll be fun trying to keep up with him. Greer says, Instructor Rimmer, they've lost. He wins the bet. Rimmer says, well done. He goes up to Duke Tartan and says it's time for them to go back. Tartan says, yes, your highness. Greer says he just decided he had something urgent to do. MC starts to walk down and thinks, in his past life they were always told that there's no price to pay for fulfilling one's true destiny. Is this what it feels like to finally get the reward for winning? It's such a strange feeling. This life keeps giving him surprises. Sometime later at the palace, Glenn asks, so that's the lesson he learned from that duel? Greer replied, yes. He naively thought that he was the best, but MC helped him rethink a lot of things, and he was also like an accomplished swordmaster. He participated in so many duels throughout the 6 kingdoms, but it was the first time he met a swordsman like Raon. He was younger than him, but he had a lot to learn from him. Glenn replied, I understand. Greer said that was why he wanted to return as soon as possible after this meeting, and he was extremely motivated to train and teach his body what he had learned from watching Raon. Glenn replied, okay, then he needed to convey his gratitude to his king from him. Greer thanked him for everything. After a while, the squad set out on horseback. Tartan said, your highness? Greer asked, what is it, Duke? Does he want to say something? Tartan said that he revealed all his trump cards, even used the Paris sword technique during the fight with Raon. Doesn't he think that was too much? Hiding your strength is important. Greer replied, he knew he had overdone it a bit. Glenn said, giving him that medal was also a good thing. Greer interrupted him and said, no, Duke. Ziggart had actually shown true mercy back then. He could have been angry that he had seriously underestimated him, but he had still given in to his self-centered request, so he had given him the same. Besides, Rayon had shown him his secret technique too. Tartan said that was true, but... Greer interrupted him again and said that the tablet was an enclosure. Tartan asked what he meant by that. Greer replied, he had such outstanding skills, character, and wisdom at such a young age. He was sure that he would become a significant figure one day, despite coming from a collateral branch of the family. Building relationships with him could be of great use to him, didn't he? Tartan replied, he had thought it all through well in advance. Ron smiled and said that he grew up in a royal family. If he can't even think through such moments, what is he good for? He thought. Roan Ziggart, he wondered how far he would have progressed by the time they met again. At that moment, Roan asked, he must be proud that his grandson was recognized by the prince of the neighboring country himself? Glenn asked again. What was he talking about? Roan said that he was just thinking out loud, but he hadn't seen such a wide smile on his face for a long time. Glenn touched his face with his hand and asked, smiling? Roan answered, yes, he had been smiling ever since the third prince mentioned Lord Raon's name. Glenn replied, Roan, he must just be getting old. That's why he sees things. Rowan said, by the way, the leader, he is still worried about the words of the Duke of Tartan. What does he intend to do about it? He remembered Tartan standing in front of him and saying that he had a private conversation, unrelated to what was mentioned in the prince's letter. It was a message from the ruler of the kingdom of Owen, Lekros Albercian de Owen II. The 5 demons began to act again. After a while, Rimmer said that they had all worked hard in the battle against the Knights of Owen. It seemed that they were ready to move on, so he was going to give them a special training next week. The guy asked again, a special training? Dorian asked fearfully, what kind of special training? Rimmer answered, well, perhaps training was not the most appropriate name. They were going to a real battle. They had better be prepared, because there would be bloodshed. Just south of the lands of Ziggart, hordes of various tribute collectors had settled. In addition to the well-known mountain bandits who call themselves the Claws of the Snow Tiger, there were a lot of different rabble there, profiting from permission to pass along the mountain path. Apparently, their cruelty has been on the rise lately. They've started attacking merchants, killing people. The student asked, so their mission is to scare them? Rimmer said, well yeah, that was it at first. The guy asked, why in the past tense? Have the goals changed? Why not just raid them? Rimmer interrupted him and said that they couldn't. Recently, these bandits laid siege to a village south of the mountains and killed all the inhabitants. Then they set everything on fire and fled. The students screamed in fear, and Rimmer said, so their mission is to completely eradicate them. Although they are mostly rabble, many of them know how to control aura, so you don't need to let your guard down. You need to get ready. They're leaving tomorrow evening. After a while, Luna was training, chopping tree leaves with her sword. She thought that she decided to practice her stance before tomorrow's mission. But something is not going well. Here are Raon's lunges. They are flexible and smooth, and hers. She can't figure out what she's doing wrong. Luna looked at the high mountain and thought, she's arguing. Raon himself is training now too. Maybe she should ask him for advice? She turned away and thought, no, she doesn't want to disturb him. She needs to cope on her own. After a while, she climbed the slope and lay down, thinking that they were weaker than before, but her movements were definitely smoother. Okay, that should be enough for today. I wonder if Raon is still training there? Maybe she should stop by and say goodbye before going home. She remembered the words that she would bring ice cream, so she should go home early on the weekend. Luna turned around and thought, right, she wanted to go home early. They would talk tomorrow. She would share the ice cream at the same time. She turned the corner and heard someone call her. Luna turned around and her eyes widened in fear. Syria smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Luna screamed, Syria? He came closer and said that somehow she was not happy to see her own brother. To be honest, it was a little upsetting. Luna started shaking and Syria said he was sure he had told her not to make that face before. He knelt down and said, by the way, it looks like Rimmer's training was doing her good. She had gotten a lot stronger than he thought. Syria said he was proud of her, Luna. But she wasn't really going to go to war and risk her life, was she? Luna jumped back and screamed loudly in fear. Syria asked, oh my god, she forgot everything he taught her so quickly, it seemed like she needed reminding again. What was the name of her pet chipmunk, Ruby? Luna said fearfully, brother. Syria took out the chipmunk and smiled, saying he was sure she would remember everything now. Let Ruby's death serve as a reminder of what would happen if she didn't listen to him. Luna screamed in fear, brother, stop. Luna remembered the chipmunk's bodies and her brother's face, then she fell to her knees and screamed loudly. She covered her ears with her hands and screamed loudly, and Syria leaned over to her and said that her life was his, Luna. Until a special occasion came, she shouldn't even think about risking it. All she had to do was stay alive until he decided otherwise. Suddenly, there was an explosion and MC appeared in front of Luna, looking at Syria with displeasure. He asked, who is he? He smiled back and asked if it wasn't customary to introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name. He had acted rudely, abruptly interrupting someone else's conversation with his questions. He said it was rude to loom over a girl in a narrow alley. Was he a thief? Or was he planning to do something to her? The man thought for a moment and said that he could understand that it looked strange from the outside, but in fact, he was her older brother. Ron glanced at the girl, who was shaking with fear and clutching her head, and noticed that she looked scared. Was he really her older brother? He raised his hands and said that perhaps he had overdone the joke a little, since he was so happy to see her after so long. He asked if he was saying that the rodent crushed in front of her was a joke. Her brother laughed nervously, realizing that he had seen it, and said that it was not a real chipmunk, just a toy. He showed him his clean gloves and said that there was no mark left on his hands. He would never kill a living chipmunk. MC immediately realized that he evaporated the blood and flesh with his aura. After which the man placed a small box on the ground and said that he just came to give his sister some goodies, since he was leaving soon for a long mission. He looked at Luna and said that she really had a wonderful friend. They better continue to be good friends. He waved goodbye and apologized if his joke went too far, and then left. Ryan knew this guy. He's a genius swordsman of the Slyan house and one of the 12 monsters who can very well become the emperors of the next generation of the continent. The Azure Sword, Sirius Slyan. He only heard of it once before his reincarnation, and this is the first time he has seen it. He is a psycho who only pretends to be a merciful hero. He gives off the same disgusting smell as Darius. After that, he offered his hand to Luna and offered to see her off. They reached the carriage and the girl thanked him for coming to say goodbye, and he advised her to go to bed early, since they were leaving tomorrow. She silently got into the carriage and set off, thinking about what had happened, and these thoughts did not leave her even at home. She opened the box that her brother brought and thought that he had appeared again, but he had not changed at all since then. As a child, she came to him with scratches on her arms from her pet and tried to convince her brother that everything was fine. Ruby was just nervous because she was pregnant. But he did it because it was not right for his beloved sister to be wounded by some beast or to do anything at all except breathe. And in general, to do anything except breathe. He even threatened her that if she told her parents about this, he would kill them. He doesn't even need a house. He'll destroy everything and burn everyone except her. Then she realized that if she keeps quiet, no one will get hurt. Everything will be fine if she keeps quiet. When she arrived in this place, she thought that there would be no outcasts here except her and that no one else even suffers. But then a person appeared with whom she could share her pain. She met Raoul Ziggart. She learned what a kind guy he was, how much effort he put in, and how much suffering he had to endure. After she saw how he changed through perseverance, how he inspired respect in other people, she thought that she could change too. She worked side by side with him to make it a reality, but apparently it was simply impossible. Everything was fine as long as she could endure everything. The next day, they set off for the southernmost lands in Ziggart's domain, the village of Jartan. Rumor said that they would be staying there for the night and congratulated them on making it through the dimensional door. They must be tired, so they should try to get some rest, since this would be their last chance to relax before the mission. They were kindly greeted by a village representative who offered to lead them to their rooms. Once MC had settled into his temporary quarters, he thanked Wrath. He wouldn't have even noticed yesterday if he hadn't given him a hint. He didn't know he was hiding his presence. He told him that he wanted to help out his ice cream source a little, and he was lost in thought. That guy definitely wouldn't be back for a while since he was going on a long mission, but Luna was clearly uneasy with him. Wrath told him to give him his body and he would go kill that dumb idiot and come back in no time. A true warrior demands twice as much and takes vengeance tenfold. That girl had opened up a world called Scoop Ice Cream to him, and he would do anything for her. Thinking he was joking, Ron refused and Wrath pointed out that he was actually completely serious. He said that even if he was telling the truth, he still objected. He had clearly traumatized Luna deeply. Even if he killed him, it wouldn't change what she had already been through. He thought that Luna was the first child he had ever had to take care of, in his past or this life. If anything happened to her, he would kill whoever harmed her himself. A few days after leaving the lands of Ziggart, they arrived at a village that had been destroyed by snow tiger claws. As soon as they set foot on the village, some of them were overcome with nausea from the horrible sight. There were destroyed houses and burnt bodies piled up all around. Burin looked at the body they were passing, slightly nervously, and MC thought it was so cruel. He looked at Martha, and judging by her reaction, she didn't care. She must have seen a lot of bodies in the past, or killed a lot. Noticing that one of the group members was missing, he stopped and looked around. Where was Luna? She had meanwhile approached a house and was looking at a burned man who had apparently tried to escape from the house before he died. She was horrified and felt sick to her stomach. After that, rumor gathered everyone together and said that the Snow Tiger Claws gang was to blame for all this disgrace they were witnessing. Let them remember this scene and never forget it. He showed them a silent whistle and said that it would not make a noise even if they blew into it. Only people who were trained in a special way could hear it. If something dangerous happens, let them use it. They will come to their aid. He gave everyone a whistle and reminded them that their opponent's swords know no mercy. But before they resort to the whistle, let them first try to do everything in their power. They must learn to fight without outside help. If the chance comes, let them kill them without hesitation. Luna shuddered, and the others answered in chorus that they understood everything. After which the man asked them to divide into groups under the command of the best students. Martha will be in Group A, Burin in Group B. Let them take 3 or 4 people. Luna, meanwhile, looked at her sword and remembered her brother's words. He told her to remember that she is his. She must not do anything that can harm her. And if she gets hurt, he will kill those responsible for it. Round pulled her out of unpleasant memories. He suggested that she join a group. She hesitated at first, but then she agreed. They went out together to search for the enemy. He looked at the top of Mount Rutan and thought that from above it would be easier to assess the situation from below, and also easier to hide and run, since the enemy would be at a disadvantage. It was the perfect place for cover, and since it was the perfect place, they would not hide there. They would never choose such an obvious solution when they knew that they were being hunted. They probably should have taken into account that they would predict this outcome. This meant that that hill was their only choice. The hill looked quite open, but there might be space underneath it. He told Luna that they would go there to check everything out and leave the forest to the other squads. She agreed and headed towards the hill, and he looked after her sadly, and Wrath noted that he was very worried about her condition. Maybe he should talk to her? He told him that he did not even know what he should tell her. Besides, it was a family matter. He followed her and thought that even he didn't understand his own feelings for Sylvia, so he was a mediocre family advisor. But he knew what Syria had done to Luna. As soon as he had a chance, he had to solve this problem. They approached the edge of the cliff, and he looked down and found that everything was as he thought. There was a thicket here that wasn't visible from the outside. It was quite extensive, and it also looked like human tracks had been carefully swept away. But that would only work on beginners. Their presence was especially noticeable by the broken tree branches. He crouched down and looked at the snow, thinking that it was impossible to become the best assassin by simply killing each of his targets. Tracking, investigating, and gathering information, you had to be a professional in all of these areas. These guys could fool an ordinary hunter, but such tricks were useless against him. He stood up and shared his thoughts with the girl that the bandits' hideout was somewhere nearby. Let her follow him, so that even her breathing could not be heard. They carefully moved forward and began to look around. MC noticed some traps near the trees, and they successfully avoided them. They soon approached the bandits' camp and hid behind the bushes. As he expected, they didn't prepare anything special except for the traps at the entrance. They most likely thought that no one would go that far despite the large number of tracks. It seems that they underestimated them. As he suspected, their camp was in a cave under the hill. He carefully walked out of his hiding place and looked at the emaciated boy at the entrance, thinking, is he a hostage? The bandits guarding the entrance to the hideout have pretty strong bodies, but they don't give off any aura. They are just ordinary warriors. That big guy lying near the hostage is good enough to feed himself with a sword. The rest of the bandits should be inside. There's no way they would leave a hostage with a simple guard squad. There could very well be a whole horde of bandits waiting for them inside. Should he use the whistle? He could retreat for now and join the main squad before attacking, but the hostage was in extremely bad shape. At this rate, he could freeze to death and simply not live to see the main squad win. Since their presence had not yet been noticed, the best solution was to get the hostage out before they were discovered, and then try to deal with them quietly. Luna, meanwhile, was keeping an eye on the boy and was very worried about his condition, and then Raun drew her attention to himself. He told her not to worry so much. They could save him, but he would need her help. As soon as he gave the signal she should block the sound, he would take care of the rest himself. Can she handle it? Since she wanted to change as much as he did, she became determined and agreed to help him. At this time, one of the bandits yawned and said that he was so sleepy. How long were they going to stand here? Unexpectedly for them, a girl came out of the forest and they became alarmed. She silently used her aura and put up an ultrasonic block in the form of a barrier, because of which the bandits inside stopped hearing even their own voice. It was MC's turn. He ran out of hiding with the thought that before he dealt with the strongest, he would first kill these two. He ran between them and swung his sword at the level of their necks, after which he stopped. Luna raised her head and was horrified. The head of one of the bandits flew right above her, which served as a trigger for her, and she remembered the small animals that died at the hands of her brother. Because of this, she grabbed her head in panic and screamed loudly. Raun became nervous as the barrier began to disappear and the entire plan was in jeopardy. Did she really remember something related to her injury? But at this rate, they will be discovered. Noticing that one of the bandits decided to take advantage of her weakness, he nervously rushed towards them. She did not pay attention to the sword approaching her at all, and moments before the strike, MC knocked the bandit down and pinned him to the ground, telling him to be quiet. If he opens his mouth, he will immediately slit his throat. Now let him just answer the questions. If he remains silent, he will cut off one phalanx of his fingers. He nervously clenched his teeth, and Raun looked at the girl. She calmed down a little. After all, she managed to hold the mana barrier, despite the fact that she was shaking with fear. They survived thanks to her. She did well. although she panicked. After that, Luna went to get the hostage, and MC began to interrogate the bandit. He is a member of Snow Tiger Claws. There are about 39 of them in the forest, and there is also one more hostage. Raon assumed all this, and the boy said that their hostage is his younger sister. He asked them to save her, and Luna promised him that, telling him not to worry so much. MC told her that she shouldn't make such promises, but she insisted on her own, and he couldn't do anything about it, and started to make a plan. They could get rid of the bandits, but they'd better call for backup if they wanted to get the hostages out alive. There were about 40 of them after all, plus the leader. Even for them, it might be difficult. Luna suggested using the whistle and blew it with all her might, while he mentally noted that he was very close to her, but could not hear anything. There must have been a reason why Rimmer gave them that. Suddenly, the bandit leader's voice came from the direction of the cave. He heard their whistle and raised the alarm, which surprised Raon greatly. Does anyone really have a sense developed enough to hear a whistle? Even he can't hear it at all. Luna quickly pulled the boy aside, and MC grabbed the bandit and walked out to confront the enemies, holding his blade to his throat. The gang leader asked how such a young child could get here and cause chaos. Who was he trying to call with his whistle? He told him that it was none of his business. He wanted to exchange hostages. If they handed him that girl, he would give him back. The old man laughed loudly and said that he didn't care if that idiot died or not. He was worthless, unlike the hostage. He should lower his sword. One of the bandits threateningly pointed his blade at the girl, causing her to scream in fear and Raon to become furious. He ordered Luna to turn away and wait there until he gave the signal. After that, he killed the hostage and his comrades moved forward. But it was too late. They got angry, of course, and then MC threw the sword towards them, and it flew straight at the guy who was holding the girl. He got hit and screamed in pain, and Raon gave Luna a signal, telling her to create a frost fog with her aura. She immediately got to work and touched the snow, after which a white cloud flashed around. The fog significantly limited the bandit's visibility, and MC took advantage of this. He ran into the cave and grabbed the girl, after which he escaped with Luna. As soon as the frost fog cleared, they discovered the loss and set off in pursuit. Apparently, this girl was very important to them. After a while, they found a safe place, and because the children were frozen and asleep, they could not go further. Raon said that they did not know what these bandits would do to the village, and offered the girl to deal with them here and now, despite their numbers. He told her to protect the children, but she didn't want to let him go alone, since his arm was injured, and she objected. He assured her that he was fine, he would get rid of them as quickly as he could, and come back in a second. But she still didn't want to let him go. It was too dangerous to fight in his condition, and besides, their instructors would be here soon. They just needed to wait until they got there. He cut her off and crouched down to match her face, and said that a real fight was scary. He understood. Even experienced swordsmen could be scared, let alone them. But there was something scarier than that, and that was being unable to do anything because of that fear. They had done terrible, unforgivable things. He was sure that among the dead, there were those who were simply trying to protect the village, and there were those who fought until the very end to protect the ones they loved. They couldn't let their deaths be in vain. They are the swordsmen of House Ziggart, and they must fulfill their duty until the very end. For the sake of those who sacrifice themselves and to protect those who remain. He does not know what her brother did to her, but the more afraid she is, the more his shadow looms over her. The fear will suck her deeper and deeper. She must not let it drag her down. Only she can protect herself and the people dear to her. He took something from under his clothes and put it in her hand, saying that their next steps depend on her decision. After that, he took the sword and headed towards the bandit camp, telling her to stop standing in his shadow. His words brought tears to her eyes. She wants to change. She wants to break free from his pressure. She does not want to live in the shackles of the past. She wants to protect what is important to her. She looked at the wooden chipmunk figurine and thought that she no longer wants to live in the dark shadows. She wants to step forward into the bright light. Meanwhile, MC was mercilessly chopping up the bandits, which made the others uneasy. They couldn't stop him even though he was just a little kid. The bandit leader didn't understand why they couldn't defeat him. And then one of the bandits pounced on Raon from above and attacked, but he quickly jumped aside and avoided the blow. The bandit leader took advantage of this and attacked him from behind, but when he struck, he felt that something was wrong. He looked ahead in surprise. The boy was nowhere to be found. MC was behind him. He asked, is he going to continue waiting for the right moment like a coward for much longer? He finished him off without delay and headed towards the others. They were shocked and began to call him a monster, not understanding how such strength can be at such a young age. Raon ordered them to surrender since their leader was already dead, and then something sharp flew at him, but he managed to deflect it with his sword. The real leader of the bandits named Vukun appeared. He let out a chuckle and said that this was so ridiculous. How do they even manage to die at the hands of this boy? If they tried to join the North and South Alliance after this, they would only be laughed at. In any case, he looked rich. He must be from a wealthy family, That would be even better. He pounced on him and exclaimed that he was worried that their gifts might not be enough. But it turns out the heavens had not abandoned him. He threw a punch and shouted that they would make great hostages. His punch pushed Rayon against the wall, and he was convinced that this man was indeed the leader of Snow Tiger Claws. He was hardly a rookie, but rather a swordmaster. A bandit's voice was heard from the entrance, telling his boss that they had found them, the girl and the hostages here. MC turned his gaze towards them. Luna was currently barely holding back her opponent's sword. He was worried for her and thought that she was most likely not ready to fight yet, but he needed to help her. His opponent threw a punch and asked, did he dare to be distracted when he was right in front of him? Is he worried about them? But he will dance with him for now. Raon cursed in his mind as he continued to block his attacks, and the bandit walked away from Luna and exclaimed that she was using some strange skills. It seemed like she had never killed before. He rushed towards her and ordered her to quickly hand over all the hostages, and she looked at the children and thought that she must protect them at all costs. But in order to do this, she would have to kill the opponent in front of her. Luckily, he was not the most powerful opponent. She pointed her blade at him and tried to convince herself that she could kill him. She needed to remember what Raon said, but she couldn't overcome her fear so easily, and her brother's silhouette appeared in front of her. He was holding her sword. As soon as she saw him, her vision immediately dimmed, and she thought that she was seeing him again. She needed to throw him out of her mind. But she couldn't throw away this fear. Can she even protect anything like Raon? She can't even swing her sword properly in this situation, and she's really scared. She couldn't protect anything until this very moment. What should she do? At that moment, MC's voice rang out. He pulled her out of her anxious thoughts and made her turn around. Noticing her gaze, he said with a smile that everything was fine. She could do anything. Because of this, she started crying. He pulled her out of the pitch darkness and led her along, helping her overcome her fear. She realized that she would have to thank him for giving her courage and for helping her move forward, for believing in her. She gripped the sword tighter and swung it, dissolving her brother's silhouette, and rushed towards the bandit. She froze his legs and dealt a fatal blow, after which she resolutely looked at Raon. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits sighed in displeasure, asking, are they still losing to these kids? How useless they are. MC said that they are not just children. That girl overcame her dark past on her own. Her heart is kinder and stronger than anyone he knows. She's a swordswoman who breaks barriers. While he was saying all this, his sword burst into flames. It turns out that he used the Thousand Flames technique. The first flame is the fall of a flower. Lunging forward, he struck, and the flames took the form of petals and swirled around his opponent. So just after the bandits were finished, he decided to check if there were any more traps left before the instructors got here. After that, he found a two-colored bud in the chest, a rather rare medicinal plant. Did they really kill an entire village just for this? Someone's voice was heard from behind them. The leader of the Eternal Bandits of the North and South Alliance appeared. He was slightly disappointed that it was already over and noticed the bud in the boy's hands, noting that it was the same two-colored flower that Vukan had. Did they kill them all? Raon wondered what he would do even if that was true, and the boy remarked that he was quite bold and also quite good at assessing the situation. He guessed that he was so confident because of his skills. MC asked if he was from the North-South Alliance. He confirmed it and told him to call him Rictor, which made Raon wary since he had heard that name before. He was a genius swordsman who was able to join the North-South Alliance with only a single sword. He became the leader of a huge group of mountain bandits in 10 years, so the Snow Tiger Claws bandits were no match for him. He was a fighter with outstanding combat skills. Rictor realized that he was from a noble family and clarified, was he from the main branch of Ziggart? Considering the lack of engraving on the sword, they must be just apprentices. But what should he do? Should he finish them off? After his words, MC was immediately hit by a cold wind. He didn't even hide his intention to kill them. For him, a professional assassin in his past life, this is nothing. He reached for his sword and Rictor asked with a smile, can he withstand this? He's not that simple, right? Raon remained silent and thought that he could kill him if he attacked from behind. In his current form, attacking head-on might be a problem. But for some reason, he doesn't want to retreat. He took out his sword from its sheath and ordered him to draw his weapon and attack. Rictor reached for the sword and said with a little surprise that he would die then. He told him that if he was weak, then so be it, and then the guy chuckled and said that children shouldn't throw around such words. He chatted with him and he wanted to fight even less. It would be a shame to kill him here and now. MC confidently told him that a warrior does not choose where he dies, and the bandit asked, is he really a child? Where did he hear such phrases? He does not want to kill him for another reason. The fierce wind has been watching them for some time. MC did not understand who he was talking about, and he jumped on the rock and said that if he were part of the alliance of the North and South, it would be good. At last he asked his name, and when he said it, he broke into a smile and left, saying that he hoped to hear more about him beyond the Terukun Mountains and the Rabble River. Raon lingered his gaze on the rock and then told the girl that it was time for them to leave too. She agreed and asked, "Did she do well?" He was slightly surprised by her question, and then with a smile told her that she was incredible. She smiled, and then they took the children and headed to the others. Thus, the short, but at the same time drawn-out mission came to an end. When they returned with the head of the leader of the Snow Tiger Claws bandits, Burin and Martha were annoyed that they lost to him again. Rimmer calmed down the rest of the students who had not had time to prove themselves, and seemed to give them instructions, which smoothly flowed into a boastful story about how smoothly his own first mission went. Wrath also did not miss the chance and decided to brag about how he froze the entire castle during his first battle. He wanted to cover his ears from the stories of these arrogant idiots. The rescued children lost their families, so the Slyon family decided to take them in. It seems that they were satisfied with this because they liked Luna. After returning from the mission, Luna and he were summoned to the head of the family. They were awarded bronze medals for their achievements. He was quite surprised by such praise from the leader, but he was even more impressed by the fact that he gave him a two-colored bud. He said that it was his prey and he was free to dispose of it himself, although the plant was an extremely rare miracle cure. When he returned home and opened the door, he was very surprised to see Dorian coming out to meet him and asked why he was there. He scratched his head with an awkward smile and said that Madam asked him to come in and tell her how the mission went. Because of this, MC tensed up and asked, "Did he tell her everything?" He wiped away the tears that were coming and said that he told her his whole touching story. Ron became very nervous and his worried mother appeared at the entrance. He understood that Sylvia would go crazy if she found out that he got into a fight against the bandits, and he already started looking for excuses, but they were not needed. She hugged him tightly and stroked his cheek, praising him, which stunned him. He clearly did not expect that. Noticing his reaction, she asked if he thought she would be angry. He responded by saying that she had always told him to be careful, and she said that the founder of the family always raised his sword in the name of protecting the weak. They say that he always extended a hand to those in need. The Ziggart family continues his work and protects the disadvantaged. She herself dreamed of becoming such a swordsman, so why would she scold him for saving the hostages? On the contrary, she was very proud of him. The maids said with smiles that they were so touched by his story. They would definitely go to the main mansion tomorrow to tell the news to everyone around. Sylvia hugged her son again, saying that he had grown up to be a wonderful person, and he thought in confusion that he could not understand her. Emotions were so complicated. He wanted to throw an angry glance at Dorian, but he disappeared. Wrath said that he didn't have to look back. That coward had long since run away. He decided not to dwell on it and thought that the evening hadn't been that bad. While Luna was getting ready for bed, she put the chipmunk on the nightstand and, remembering Ron's words, thought that she would definitely have to tell him words of gratitude next time. Meanwhile, Rimmer was resting in his hammock and recalling how he had followed the conversation between Ron and that bandit, who had then told him to draw his weapon and attack. This made him smile. It had been a long time since he had heard the founder's words exactly. It seemed that the seeds had begun to sprout. Meanwhile, in the building of the main residence of the Robert family, Darius was sitting in the study and taking some notes. Noticing something, he froze. The page of the book was stained red because of the wound on his palm. He raised his hand and thought that this wound had still not healed. How much time had passed since that day? 17 years? He continued to try various high-quality miracle cures, hired professional doctors and famous priests, but no one could cure him of the ailment. It is a wound that simply cannot be cured, which is always with him. It looks the same as the day he received it, as if it wants to serve as a reminder to him. The dead man tells him not to forget about what happened, but to his regret, he does not live in the past. There is still very little time left until the day when he will make his dreams come true. A new day has come. MC went for a walk, and the system informed him that the frost curse has been weakened. He has reached the third stage of the Thousand Flames technique, Frost Aura, Legendary Sense. He has also reached the third stage of Fire Attribute Resistance. He is now able to train at the expert level of swordsmanship. His aura control speed has increased, his swordsmanship has grown, the accuracy of his movements has improved. He looked at this with a smile and thought that he has finally reached the expert level. Although even this is just the beginning, he worked hard to achieve such progress. Wrath said irritably that even a swordmaster looks like an insect in his eyes. He is simply ridiculous. What is so special about him advancing to the expert stage? He answered him that not every 15-year-old teenager can become one. Even if you search the entire continent, you will hardly find anyone his age who is at the same level. Wrath exclaimed that only idiots think about age on the battlefield. Age is just a number. If you are weak, then you are weak in any skin. Round agreed with him. No one would give an opponent slack in a real fight just because they are younger. Wrath called him a fool. In his current state, he would not be able to scratch his finger. He would not even be able to touch him. He admitted with a smile that he was right, and he exclaimed in annoyance, "Why is he smirking then?" He told him that he is just happy. In his past life, he did not even come close to comprehending this. Even he admits that he has grown a little. Wrath was surprised and then shouted in rage. He thinks that he would praise a person, especially one like him? MC asked why he pretends otherwise. He heard his voice waver, so he must be right. He had been around him long enough to know what he was thinking. This only made him more angry, and he exclaimed, "How can a human see his true feelings?" He felt like killing him. He screamed loudly from the excess of emotions, and Ron said that his rage was nothing to him. If he didn't get his power back, it would soon consume him, wouldn't it? Wrath's mood changed dramatically, and he said with a smile that his delirium reminded him of the good old days. MC understood where he was going with this, and shuddered, and he continued. Back then, there were enough people in the demon world who challenged him. Not wanting to listen to him anymore, Rayon decided to go to training, and he was indignant that he was ignoring him. After a while, Rimmer clapped his hands, announcing the end of today's training, and the students thanked him for the classes. But that wasn't enough for Buran. He asked the elf if he was 20 minutes late, so shouldn't they stay a little longer? He quickly ran away, telling them at the end that they could always make up for it tomorrow. And he thought he was being so irresponsible. MC suggested that everyone finish up and let the people on duty start cleaning. After that, everyone headed to their lockers, including Dorian. He was carefreely packing his things, and when he closed his locker, he found Martha standing next to him, staring at him. He screamed loudly in fear, and she grabbed his shoulder, asking if cleaning with her was that terrible. He nervously told her that it wasn't at all, and in fact it was an honor for him. She took the mop from his hands and muttered discontentedly that she already had a tight training schedule, after which she glanced at the guys wandering around and ordered them to get out of here, since she needed to clean. They immediately ran away, and Ron thought that she was really meek, only with him. Rimmer came up to him from behind and said with a smile that she hadn't changed at all. He thought she only acted differently around him. He turned around in surprise and said that he thought he had already left, but in fact he came back because he forgot something. This made everyone present nervous. Rimmer rose higher and drew attention to himself by saying that he had one more announcement to make. It was really important. After a pause, he smiled awkwardly and announced that they had a second mission. Their faces immediately darkened, and the training hall was plunged into silence from such sudden news. The elf awkwardly laughed and apologized to them, and they were shocked, thinking how could he have forgotten something so important? MC thought that half a year had passed since the first mission, and the second one, in his opinion, was late. Compared to his previous life, the Ziggart clan has fewer responsibilities. Rimmer said that the southern part of the Ziggart territory was invaded by orcs. Their mission is to destroy them because they are a threat to the safety of the villagers, and they also need to protect the people of the village. In other words, their mission is to protect the village and clear out the monsters. They were very happy. Everyone was waiting for this kind of mission because they could finally try out their sword skills. Rimmer said that there was nothing to be happy about. On this mission, they would not be accompanied by instructors. They would go to the village on their own, and they would need to somehow work together on their own to complete the mission. Buran asked what if they encountered a situation they could not handle. He told him that it was their problem. If this mission was beyond their capabilities, then they themselves should decide for themselves whether to go there or not. The leader's ability to correctly assess the situation would be important here. Their leader should be able to figure out the best way to solve this problem. Dorian asked nervously, wouldn't it be bad if they ran away from the mission? The elf told him that in normal times, yes, but it all depended on the situation. If they ran into one of the 5 demons, then running away was not shameful, but even commendable. The guy was glad that nothing would happen to him for running away. And then another unexpected news was announced. They were leaving for the mission the day after tomorrow at dawn. Of course, this angered them, because they had very little time to prepare, and Rimmer said that compared to the liquidation mission, the monster cleansing mission required much more preparation. If they did not plan everything in advance, the village would suffer, so they should be more careful. Buran displeasedly said that he could have told them this earlier, so that they could have prepared better. Round told them not to panic so much. The instructor had already told them that they would not always know in advance about the upcoming mission. Instead of wasting time on unnecessary arguments, they needed to start preparing. The more they whine, the less chance they have. They couldn't argue with him. After all, there was no guarantee that danger would always catch them fully armed. Seeing that Rowan had taken the lead, the instructor smiled and said that orcs were much more aggressive and stronger than they thought. They couldn't compare with their previous opponents, especially in terms of size, and they always moved in groups, so they would most likely have a numerical advantage. In their current state, it would be very difficult for them to resist these monsters. So let them keep in mind that in battle they should concentrate on dodging, not blocking, and let them take as little things with them as possible. They were meeting here in 2 days at dawn. After that, they all dispersed. Time passed. MC had already managed to pack his things. He specially chose a bag with a lightweight effect. The instructor made it clear that extra weight would only hinder them. Apparently, he meant that this time everything depends only on themselves. But he is satisfied with everything. Wrath appeared, and he immediately started the conversation with insults. Does he think that everything will be as he imagines it to be? Something unplanned can happen at any moment. He answered him that anything can happen. It also happens that demons give up their stat points without resisting at all. Wrath got angry and shared his desire to sew his mouth shut, and then there was a knock on the door. Wondering who could come at such a late hour, he opened the door and was very surprised. His displeased mother was on the threshold. She said that he should at least warn her that he was going on a mission. He became curious how she found out about this and asked if Dorian told her everything again. She told him that Rimmer had told her about it, and it made him want to rip his ears off. He apologized to his mother, and her face softened slightly, after which she took his hands and told him that being a leader on a mission requires much more than just being the best student. He has to figure out the right path and lead the others along it. It's not that easy alone. He is also responsible for choosing a formation in order to minimize damage and successfully bring everyone back home. The lives of his friends will depend on the decisions he makes. He was a little confused. He thought she would be angry, but instead she gives him advice. Sylvia told him that clearing out the monsters is only simple in words. In reality, it is quite a difficult task. They will need to make sure that they kill every single one of the creatures to ensure complete safety of the inhabitants. Let him remember that he is no longer a rookie on this mission, but a full-fledged representative of Ziggart. She wants him to show everyone that he is a swordsman who can defend the ideals of the family. He said in confusion that he thought she would scold him, and she exclaimed that of course she was angry. She was also offended and worried about him a lot. However, now was not the time to scold him. She hugged him and told him with a smile to prepare for the mission. When he returned, that was when she would scold him. She was very happy that he was shining after all his training, but she would never stop worrying about him. He hugged her back and it was time to leave. Before they set off, Rimmer told them one last thing, that anything could happen there, so they should always be on guard, no matter the situation. They should retreat if something was beyond their strength. They answered him in unison that they understood everything, after which he wished them a safe journey. The usual route there takes a month, but they had already paved it for them, so they should get there in a couple of weeks. He wished everyone good luck, and Ron, as the leader of the squad, began to restore order. He ordered everyone to group into 4 squads. They will move, taking into account the formation that was discussed this morning. Looking at him, the elf smiled. He was sure that they will do well under his leadership. He is talented not only in swordsmanship and releasing aura, he also has excellent intellectual abilities. He is sure that he will easily complete this mission and return, and he is only 15. Each time his expectations grow. He watched the students leave, and one of the instructors approached him and asked if it was time for them to move out after them. With such a distance between them, they will not notice them if they leave now. He said that it was too early. One of them had too keen a sense. He yawned loudly and went to take a nap, and the instructors became nervous because it was already time for them to leave. Rimmer said that it would have been better if they had worried about the orcs so much. Time passed. Somewhere in the forest, in the middle of a pile of bones, there was a cave that served as someone's lair. Their leader was informed about a village to which a squad of students was now heading, and they decided to go there too. Their leader gave the order to kill those who would get in their way, after which they set off. Time passed. The squad was already in the forest near the village, and they encountered something unexpected. Another squad appeared on their way, led by Cain Ziggart, a child of the main branch of the family, who is the best student of the 6th training hall. The squad leaders were confused and did not understand how they could meet. MC thought that he heard Cain joined the 6th training hall late due to some injuries, but he is apparently fine now. It seems that he is quite good with a sword. Cain told him that they had a mission related to the orc raid. What are they doing here? He told him that his group had the same mission, which confused Cain and wondered if they were assigned the same mission. He had not been told about that. The night before leaving, the instructors gathered in a nearby tavern. One of them told Rimmer that he had heard rumors that his students did an excellent job on the last mission. They were so young, but they were able to deal with those mountain bandits. He smiled proudly and said that even though he was training them, he himself was incredibly impressed. Maybe he should send them to deal with the orc raid since they were doing so well? He was sure they would deal with them quickly. Maybe the leader would at least thank him. Methan, the instructor of the 6th training hall, appeared behind him. He said that his students would take on this mission. Teamwork is more important when it comes to monster raids. Training Hall 5 is just not cut out for it. They are individualists, and Training Hall 6 is more suited for this mission. His students recently completed Hell Week training without a single failure, so they will be going on this mission. Rimmer sighed and said that he was just jealous that his children were getting a lot of attention lately. Why don't they send them on the mission together? They still need to get rid of those orcs, so they will just send 2 squads at once. The competition will make them do everything much faster and better, right? He agreed, but first they needed permission from the leader, and they were already excited about how this will all end. Currently, Buran stepped forward and said that they will have problems with communication, so they can go back, and they will take this mission on themselves. His words slightly angered Cain, and he threatened him that he will not repeat it. Wasn't the 5th training hall taking on too much? Their squad was better suited for this kind of mission, where teamwork was important. He was sure that they would do much worse, since they had little experience working as a team. Burin said that he was aware of his skill level, but he shouldn't underestimate the 5th training hall. Ron watched them and didn't interfere. He was sure that Rimmer knew perfectly well that 2 squads were sent here at once. But why didn't he tell him about this beforehand? He closed his eyes and realized that the instructor thought it was important for them to gain real-life experience. Their mission was as close to reality as possible. Teamwork and tactics were the most important skills when raiding monsters, and they were sorely lacking in that. Maybe he wanted them to start competing with the 6th training hall and work on the things they needed to improve themselves? Realizing that this was the case, he began to curse that elf. But this is a good opportunity for everyone. Besides, before leaving, his mother told him to show everyone that he is a swordsman who can become an ideal for the family. Since then, he has not stopped thinking about it. He intervened in the conversation and told them to calm down. Why waste time on a useless argument? They themselves understand that at this rate they will not come to an agreement. Maybe they should arrange a competition? Burin asked what he meant. They do not know what exactly awaits them, and he suggests wasting their efforts on some kind of competition. MC noted that they do not want to give up on this mission, and neither does he. He thinks there are enough orcs there for everyone. Since it is a raid, there will definitely be elite monsters. They will arrange a competition to decide who will be the commander of the mission. Then, they will destroy the elite orcs to sow chaos among their ranks and carry out a purge. That sounds reasonable enough. If the dominant team encounters difficulties, then it will only become an opportunity for the other. Will that suit everyone? Kane agreed since it sounded fair, and then Rayan suggested that they move to the mountains first. The competition began. A small group of Burin, Martha, and a few other students enthusiastically ran up the mountain. The conditions of the competition were quite simple. Defeat the enemy team or capture their flag, which was easier than endlessly arguing. MC suggested that they come up with a plan, but they were so confident that they refused. Especially Martha, she was very confident and was already looking forward to beating everyone. She finally found her opponents and thought that there was no need to use tactics against losers like them. She pounced on them with a smile and began the fight. Meanwhile, Ron used his legendary senses and began to observe. Thanks to his heightened senses, he does not need to see to assess the situation of the battle. They had already started fighting. Luna distracted him by asking if it was okay to let them fight without a plan. He told her that some people were just too confident. They wouldn't listen to him anyway. She wondered if they could beat their opponents, but MC was sure that they would lose, and in a rather miserable way. Meanwhile, Burin and Martha were being pushed back by their opponents. They kept attacking, but they couldn't figure out why they couldn't handle them. They were all weaklings, but there was no gap in their combined defense. Some guys shouted that they weren't the center of the universe, so they shouldn't look down on them, and Martha was very confused by this. When the sun was already starting to hide behind the mountains, they joined the main squad and looked very dejected and dissatisfied. Raun asked if everything was as easy as they imagined. It seemed like they were the ones who had to retreat. It was their mistake. The world doesn't stand still while they were improving. Did they look down on them because the Owen Kingdom ignored them back then? They will definitely win because they were better than them last time. Is that what they think? So that's the result of a battle without any tactics and with no information about the enemy. Their overconfidence was their undoing. They wasted their strength, aura, and even showed them their techniques. These students also train every day. Even if they show higher results, it does not mean that they can look down on them. Luna asked, does that mean they lost? He said that is not true. In fact, they had another chance. They immediately perked up, and Martha said that she will do everything to defeat these idiots. And MC noted with a smile that at least they are willing to try again. After that, he told them his plan for victory. Meanwhile, the students of the 6th training hall began to discuss their opponents. The 5th training hall is somehow weak, but he was interested in watching them fight. His friend told them not to let down their guard. The 5th training hall successfully defeated the Snow Tiger Claws bandits, one of the largest gangs in the Alliance. He is sure that they will not give up so easily. He noticed Martha approaching them and grabbed his sword, saying that he had expected this. It was time to put an end to it. The girl called him a fool with displeasure and threatened that if he said anything nasty about them again, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After these words, she rushed into the attack with a concentrated look, and the guy told his group that this was a direct attack, so let them move to the 4th formation and concentrate towards the front. He took a step forward to parry the blows, but to his surprise, she attacked him from the side, which made him confused. Burin, meanwhile, ran into another group. Since they had already seen his initial stance, they knew how to act and rushed into battle. But contrary to their expectations, he ran past, deceiving them, and then struck several blows, disarming 2 at once. The leader of this group turned around in surprise and thought, did he change his trajectory so quickly? Their fighting style had changed. How did it happen that they started fighting differently? Martha, meanwhile, was pushing back the 3 guys on her own. and she was doing it. She smiled and thought that he was right. When he was explaining his plan, he asked them why they thought they lost if they were stronger than them individually. Burren suggested that it was all about information and tactics, and Ron confirmed it. The 6th training hall already knew each of their abilities and skills. They planned their tactics based on this information. They, on the other hand, hadn't prepared for the fight at all, thinking that they would win anyway. In the end, they failed miserably in a fight that they should have won. Dorian asked worriedly, "Does that mean they're going to lose?" Martha got angry and grabbed his clothes, telling him to shut up. And MC said that it was too early to call it a loss, but they had lost a lot of strength and aura. They are currently at a disadvantage, but they are not the only ones with information and tactics. Burren asked if he had an idea. He told them that Kane has a keen eye and a well-developed intuition, so he noticed them from afar and sent out disciples who are especially good against their abilities. Martha's strengths are power and endurance, but her attacks are rather primitive, so he sent swordsmen who can withstand her onslaught, forcing her to waste aura. Burren is fast, but his attacks are too direct, so they sent swordsmen who specialize in evasion against him. And so the easiest way to win in this situation would be to simply change the people they send, but he doesn't think they will agree to that. Martha firmly stated that she wants to defeat them herself, and Burren was of the same opinion. Rayon said that they need to fight differently then. These guys are certainly tough, but they have a greater weakness when it comes to using aura. Martha's job is to find an opening in the defense and attack there. Burren is weak against opponents who rely heavily on their instincts in combat, but they are usually powerless against feints. So he needs to abandon his usual fighting style and use more feints. Martha noted that this sounded logical and they wondered how he figured all this out. Hadn't he been sitting there while they were fighting? He told them that Kane did have a keen eye. In fact, his was slightly better than the average student's, but his sense of smell was just as good. He was currently watching the fight with his sense of smell. They were all doing well. Even Luna was not losing. He heard footsteps behind him and turned around. He realized that it was his turn now. His opponent was Kane Ziggart. Since the situation was different now, he had no choice but to go and find the flag. Kane said that he was wondering why they were suddenly losing, and it turns out that he ordered his people to fight differently. The rumors that he had changed were not false, but he would put an end to this competition. He heard that he had a fire aura, but he was not the only one. He took the sword with both hands and demonstrated how the fire enveloped his blade, and MC was surprised that he also had a fire aura. Kane said that unfortunately for him, his aura is the highest level among the students, even more than many graduates. So he cannot defeat him. Raon asked with irritation why everyone in this family talked so much before a fight, then activated his aura and challenged him to start the fight. He would show him that his fire is much stronger than his. After saying these words, he rushed forward and Kane was surprised to notice that he was quite fast. He heard that he defeated not only Martha, but also Prince Owen. He jumped back, dodging his attack, and thought that his aura can't be as powerful as his, but he is strong. However, he is definitely stronger than him. Someone else's sword flashed in front of his face and he blocked his opponent's strike, but to his surprise, his flames burned brighter and a cut appeared on his cheek. He panicked and thought, how did he do that? Are his flames weaker? But that's impossible. MC started to push him back. He threw a downward strike, which he blocked, but it was getting harder and harder to hold his sword back. He screamed, putting in more effort, and then an explosion occurred, thundering throughout the area. In the end, Kane lost and Rayon asked, did he say that his fire is stronger? Compared to him, he is just a weakling. Soon, his squad returned and they were all very surprised to see Kane not far from their leader, lost in his thoughts. They asked him what he was doing there, and MC said that the easiest way to turn the tables when they were losing was to eliminate the enemy commander. They were surprised that he knew this would happen in advance, and Burren said that he was right. It was easy for him to deceive them. But he couldn't have done it on his own. If it weren't for his orders, they would have lost to the 6th training hall. Martha, although she didn't want to admit it, said that he was right. If his advice hadn't worked, he would have expected help from her. However, they won thanks to him. They recognize his abilities as the leader of the 5th training hall and are ready to follow his orders without question. He was slightly surprised and thought that it seemed like they had matured a little after such an experience. He was pleased to hear this from the students of the 5th training hall. He told everyone that they had done a good job, and he was sure that from this fight, they had learned the dangers of being overconfident and arrogant, and what could happen when they rushed into battle without tactics. If this had not been a competition but a real fight, they would have all died. May they always remember what they had learned today. As he gave instructions to his squad, Kane looked at him and thought that he had exceeded all his expectations. He had proven himself to be good at both planning and actual combat. He had thought that the 5th training hall was just a bunch of upstarts, but it seemed that he was the one who had proven himself to be like that. He walked up to Ron and extended his hand, telling him that he had learned his lesson. He had taught him that he should never let his guard down until the very end, and that he should always have a backup plan in case the main one failed. He thought that they would win one way or another. After all, they had known about them all along. But not only did they lose in the group competition, he also lost to him in a one-on-one duel. He thought he was stronger, but it turned out that he was just overconfident. It was a very important lesson for him. He is grateful to him. He is a great teacher. MC smiled and realized that he was much better than the rest of the main branch representatives, after which he shook his hand and said that it was a good experience for him too. Kane said that as they promised, they will support them in this mission. 2 weeks have passed since this competition. Passing through the snowy forest, they came to a cliff from which their destination was visible. A small village, which has no value in terms of exclusive goods or tourism. It is just a place where several farmers have settled down, who live off their farming. This mission is not something special, another clearing of the territory from monsters. However, he has a feeling that someone is watching him all this time. It is not like the feeling when they had mentors with them. This spectator has a sinister look, as if he is analyzing how to deal with them. He looked around and thought that the best thing they could do now was to be careful to deceive the enemy. He called out to Burin and said that he wanted to ask him for something. Let him take the role of the commander of the next mission. The guy was stunned by his request, and Raon explained to him that on the first mission, only he and Luna fought the Snow Tiger Claws bandits. So it would be better if they led the mission this time. Wasn't he the one who said on the first day of official training that he would definitely surpass him? Wasn't this a good chance? Let him show him what he had learned during all this time. He hesitantly agreed and added that he would prove to him that he had changed, after which he told the others that he would lead this mission. They were not at all against it and were already ready to follow his further instructions. Meanwhile, MC approached Martha and said that he would tell her the reason later, so she should not be indignant. She said that she did not need separate explanations. After all, she promised that she would follow his order. This is what she was going to do. She approached Burin and started talking to him about something. And Raon asked Wrath, "Does he not feel that someone is watching them?" He asked, so he noticed it too? He smiled and noted that it was obvious. After all, he adopted his abilities. MC asked where they were and how many of them, and Wrath chuckled, saying that he would not tell him where he was, he himself could figure it out. From his words, Raon found out that there was only one enemy, and Wrath was surprised, not understanding how he knew this. MC noted that he said he, not they, and thanked him for the information. Realizing that he had let it slip so easily, Wrath began to curse, and Raon did not listen to him at all, and thought that they could not be sure that he was the only one. It was clear that he was the only one watching them, but perhaps there were others somewhere. He could not let his guard down. Because of this, he sighed heavily and realized that this mission would not be easy. After a while, the man who was watching them returned to his commander and reported to him that they were the scions of Ziggart. He asked, "One of the 6 emperors? Although they are not that tough together." The man said that he thought they were just students. They did not have a mentor with them, so most likely this was their second mission. His commander asked, "No one noticed him, right?" He told him that he was sure. They did not even realize that he was nearby. Then the man smiled and said that he did not think that simple students could see through his disguise. His subordinate pointed out that they had taken control of the orcs, so he didn't understand why they had sent the disciples here. The commander said that he was sure that the villagers had told them everything. They weren't happy about the change and asked for help, saying that the number of orcs had increased. He thought that they would quickly find the mana stone, but it seemed that they were very wrong. His subordinate looked towards the village and said that the thing was nowhere to be found. Maybe it was in the village? Did that mean that they would start the attack now? The commander disagreed. He wanted to wait a little longer, but his subordinate countered that this was a good opportunity to deal with the children. He said that killing the disciples wasn't that difficult. The problem was that they might find out about the mana stone if they acted rashly. That would be a huge mistake. They would just let them kill a few monsters and let them think that they had done a great job of their mission. He put on his helmet, and his appearance immediately changed. His muscles grew, and his skin turned green. That's how he turned into an orc. He said that right after they left, they would attack the village and wipe it off the face of the earth, sometime later in one of the buildings in the village. Raon looked at Burin and thought that he was a little worried about him at first, but he is a much better leader than he expected. He does not use his title to assert himself. His mission comes first. He calmed the village chief and the villagers down first. He sees how hard he is trying, so there is no need to worry about him. He and the others will be able to take care of these monsters, even without him. He looked out the window and thought that the main problem was the person who was following them on the outskirts of the village. He is not really sure, but he felt that the surveillance disappeared when they stopped at the village. Maybe it is the Ziggart house checking on them? Maybe it is someone completely different? It seems that they will find out everything tomorrow. The next morning, Burin found tracks in the snow, looked to the side, and said that there are definitely monsters roaming around here. Earlier, the village chief said that monsters appear every year, but now there are 3 times more than usual. They themselves will not be able to cope with such a large number. To be precise, they spotted more than 100, which means the total number could be over 200. However, he felt that the number was only part of the problem. It seemed like they didn't know this forest. So they would send a man with them so they wouldn't get lost in the mountains. He was the fastest guy in their village. It seemed like he would help them a lot. Mount Cebu's guide, Kanbar, looked a little worried, thinking that he had figured out something was up when the village chief had visited them last night. However, he decided to ask him to be the guide for the Ziggart members. The protagonist noticed his worry and told him that he didn't have to be afraid. They would do everything to make sure he returned home safe and sound. Buran said loudly that they should all listen to him carefully. The most formidable opponents there were the orcs. However, the goblins and kobolds could also be troublesome. They liked to use poison and other tricks. Even a small injury could be critical, so they had to be on guard. He called the 6th training hall and said that they should cordon off the area to keep an eye on the monsters that would try to escape. Kane agreed and said that they would do it. Buran started to leave with the others and said that then they would start the cleanup. They would get rid of the monsters that threatened these lands. He ran forward with the others and said loudly that they should show them the full power of the Ziggart family. At the same time, Wrath called them idiots and said that he had never seen anything more stupid. At first, they were preparing for an ambush, and now they started screaming, thereby giving away their location. In the end, all efforts were useless. MC watched this with a calm expression on his face and said that they were screaming to get rid of their nerves. This is natural on their first cleanup mission. He looked at him and thought that it was as if he himself was not on his first such mission, but he was not nervous and saw the whole picture. He was just like an experienced war veteran. The Buran squad attacked some orcs they met on the way. Martha said with a smile that she would destroy them all. He attacked with his sword with a calm expression and said that they should get rid of the goblins and kobolds first, and only then attack the orcs. One of them looked at the monsters and said loudly that they broke through the formation and 2 large orcs were advancing. Kambar looked at this with a very scared expression on his face and asked loudly, "Are the orcs coming here?" He knew it. He shouldn't have come here. Ron, with a calm expression on his face, stood between him and the monsters and dealt a very strong blow to one of them. Immediately after that, he ran very quickly to the second monster and dealt another very strong blow with his sword. After that, he sheathed his sword, and the monsters were badly wounded. The shocked guide fell to the ground and asked, "Are they already dead?" He turned to him, called his name and asked, "He's not wounded, is he?" He looked at him and said in a worried voice that he was okay. He calmly said that he wanted to ask something. "Are there any village stories about these mountains? Like some great treasure or monster?" Kanbar remembered it, agreed, and said that there was one such story. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place here between the Goblin King who came from the west and the knights. He heard that the Goblin King's reign was still here somewhere. This caught the protagonist's attention, and he thought that now he understood everything. The surveillance he had been feeling all this time was Eden. They are worshippers of one of the 5 demon kings, who are infamous for their madness. Eden's goal is to return to the times when monsters ruled the world. They want to return to the times when people worshipped monsters. However, if everything were that simple, they would have been destroyed long ago. They have the ability to tame and control monsters. Moreover, they can use the abilities of monsters. Despite being humans, they are as strong as the Ziggart family. This strange power they possess is a secret that even the most famous families of the continent do not know. However, he knows this secret thanks to Darius. One day, on another mission from him, they came across these people. The entire Shadow Squad was then killed, and in that hell, only he survived. He did not realize it then, but it is definitely strange. He originally knew that Eden used mana stones. How could he, one of the 6 emperors, know about this? Then why did not he tell the whole world about it? Raph looked at him and asked what he was thinking about. He feels a deep and dark rage inside him. He thought that he was starting to get angry when he remembered Darius. He needs to calm down, because now the most important thing is Eden. He assumes that their goal is to find the Goblin King's mana stone. Hundreds of years have passed since the Goblin King was defeated. He is sure that his mana stone of incredible power is hidden somewhere here. They must be being tricked into checking that the mission is completed. However, once they leave, they will continue searching for the stone. At the same time, Buran ran towards the monster with a sword in his hand and loudly said that this is their master. He will kill him with one decisive attack. Suddenly, something happened in front of him, causing the snow to fly up. Martha killed the monster that was standing in front of him and said with a smile that this is her opponent. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that it was very unsportsmanlike. He turned to the others and said that the leader of the monsters is dead, and now they must kill the rest. MC called Kanbar, who was standing next to him, and asked about this story about the Goblin King. Has anyone found treasure or jewelry in the mountains since then? He thought about it and said that when he was a child, their chief went to the mountains and came back with a red gem that he found on the top of the mountain. This caught his attention and asked where the gem was now. He said that most people don't know, but it was buried under the chief's house. Since then, the village has actually become warmer. He was surprised by what he heard and thought that the situation was even worse than he imagined. If Eden didn't find the mana stone in the mountains, then their target was the village. After some time, the party members said that all the orcs in the area had been destroyed. They had also already finished clearing out the area. After that, they returned to the village. The village chief shook Burin's hand and said that he was grateful to them for their work. The Ziggart family are truly experienced warriors, as they are said to be. He was very grateful to them for that. He said with a calm expression that they were glad that they could help them. Rollin stood nearby and looked at them from the side. He was brought out of his thoughts by Martha asking if everything had gone according to plan. Looking at him, she wouldn't have said so. He turned around and saw her sitting on a tree branch and eating an apple. He said that he didn't know yet, but he would tell her when the time came. She jumped off the branch and said that he didn't have to worry. Whatever the case, she would follow his orders until the mission was completed. Luna also came up to him, called his name, and asked what he was doing here. He seemed worried. She didn't see any joy in his victory. He said that everything was fine. They needed to go, because the village chief had said that he would throw a feast. He thought that Eden wouldn't take a step here until they left. Everything important would happen tomorrow. The next day, on the outskirts of Cebu village, Burin walked with the others and thought with a small smile that everything had gone well. They took down all the monsters in the mountains of Cebu, and they themselves only got away with minor scratches. Despite it being their first mission, they did a great job. It seems that's why he decided to hand over the leadership role to him. There were no flaws in his leadership. He doesn't understand why he decided to give him such authority at all. However, he hopes that he has proven that his leadership skills are no worse than his. He said with a small smile that it was time for them to leave from here. They walked a short distance, but the protagonist stopped and said that they should stop. They turned to him and asked what happened. Why should they stop? It was too early for a break. He said with a serious expression that the real mission began here and now. Burin looked at him and asked what he meant. He said with a calm expression that he said that the mission was not over yet. He was embarrassed by this and said that they killed all the orcs and even removed the corpses. Is there really something else? He said that their mission was to protect the village. He still didn't understand him and asked then, what's the problem? MC said that someone had been watching them all this time. They were watching them an hour ago, but then they suddenly disappeared. Many might have thought that it was the instructor, but he definitely felt hostility. It was too hostile a look for an instructor. The surveillance had started before they had even arrived at the village, and had only stopped now that they had gotten far enough away. He was surprised by what he had heard, and asked if he was being serious. Martha came up to them and asked if he had said that they had been followed before they had arrived. He said that, to be precise, it had started when they had climbed the hill near the village. She said that now it was clear why he had given him his authority. He agreed, and said that he had decided to hide his presence in order to gain time to analyze the enemy. Kane thought that he had also felt something was wrong during the battle. This feeling was different from the usual observation of an instructor. However, he still had not realized that they were being followed. Burin asked if that was why he had given him the role of leader. He agreed, and said that he had figured that if he gave him this authority, he would be able to keep an eye on the others. He had done an excellent job of this task. He is sure that because of this, the enemies thought that he was the leader of the party at first, and did not notice him. He is a real Ziggart. For this, he will recommend him as a deputy when they return. He felt sad about what happened and thought that he was not inferior to him. However, it turned out that he was just trying to learn more about the enemy that no one even noticed. He was happy with his success, but did not even suspect anything. Raun said that they need to start with the fact that orcs are creatures that rarely group with other species. However, here they see that orcs and goblins are working together. This suggests that their enemies are able to control the monsters. Their task is to protect the village, and it is not finished. Since the village is still under threat, they need to return to Cebu. However, they need to act stealthily so that their enemies do not suspect anything. Camouflage would come in handy now, but since they do not have it, a squad member came up to him, took out his equipment, and asked if this would work. He was a little surprised by this and asked where he got it from. He said that he took it just in case. The protagonist asked, with a little surprise, does he carry so much with him just in case? Then they need to act the same way as when they were preparing for a stealth mission. He called Crane and said that since he was the fastest among them, he gave him the responsibility to report this situation to the instructor. He agreed to this and immediately left, and he turned to the others and said that they should follow his orders no matter what happened. 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary shelter near Mount Cebu, the spy returned and said that they had left. They checked the other side just in case. It was also clean. Their leader said that they should get down to business then. He used the recovery skill, and many orcs crawled out from underground. He stood next to them and said that they must kill everyone. No one should be spared. Burin saw a crowd of monsters running towards the village and said with surprise that there really were orcs left there. They would definitely finish them off this time. MC said with a calm expression that now was not the right time. He did say that they were being closely watched. These were not monsters at all, but people. They did not even know who exactly their enemy was. He said loudly with a worried look that, however, there were too many orcs. The village could not handle such a large number of monsters. He looked at him calmly and asked. He did understand that they would all die if they made a mistake, didn't he? He said with a worried look that then they had better intervene now to save the village. He asked. He remembered how the instructor told them how important it was to understand the real essence of the mission, didn't he? The time had not come yet. They needed to be extremely careful. Since their enemy was Eden, they were all surprised by what they heard, and Martha asked if he meant the same Eden led by the 5 demons. He said that if they were able to control the monsters, then it was either Eden or the Monster Lord. They had to be careful. Burin looked a little worried and said that he knew how strong Eden was, and he was right. However, if they didn't move now, then half the village would die. Are they just going to hide here and watch people die? He felt like the Ziggart family wasn't the type to stand by. That was very naive of him. He demanded that they fight them immediately, because that was how true family members should act. He jumped off the cliff to catch up with the monsters and said loudly that he didn't care if anyone came with him or not. However, if they considered themselves true Ziggart family members, then they should follow him. They weren't very happy with what had happened, and Luna said that she would go too. Immediately after saying this, she jumped off the cliff after him. The rest of the squad said that he was right. As family, they shouldn't retreat just because their opponent was one of the 5 demons. They were new recruits, the forces of the 6 emperors. They would go too. They needed to hurry to protect the village and the villagers. Cain called the members of the 6th training hall and said that they were going there too. They would help the 5th training hall and attack the Eden members. They agreed and immediately followed him. Raon and a few other squad members remained standing on the cliff, and he thought that everything was going as he expected. Based on his observations of Burin and the newcomers, they wouldn't tolerate injustice, so they would immediately rush into battle to stop Eden and the monsters. That's why he had sent a message to Luna with her aura in advance to follow them. The 3 of them, even Eden wouldn't be able to handle them unless there were unforeseen circumstances. He called Martha, who was standing by the tree next to him, and asked why she didn't go. He was sure that she would be the first to run into battle. She said with a calm expression that she had said that she would follow his orders to the very end. He chuckled at this and said that in that case, they would also head towards the village. However, they should try to hide their presence. He was sure that some of the Eden members were lying in ambush as reinforcements. He thought that he clearly felt a strong thirst for blood coming from the mountains, not from the village. The 5th and 6th training halls would easily handle all the monsters, but if they encountered their leader face to face, it would be dangerous. However, this only applies to a direct confrontation. For an assassin, things are a little different. The party members who ran ahead began to fight the monsters, and Burin said that they should try not to meet the orcs' direct attacks, dodge, and then counterattack. Those who find it difficult to fight alone should form teams. They should remember that if they don't stop them here, the village will be in danger. He fought with them and thought that these orcs were stronger than the ones he fought yesterday. However, they would have no problem defending the village if that was all. The main problem is that as long as Eden is here, they will never stop. He said with a slightly worried look that he was right after all. They should be vigilant and not allow a sudden attack from the forest. The squad members turned around, saw people in the trees, and said loudly that this was Eden's squad of green phantoms. Burin also saw them and thought that judging by the goblin masks and their headdresses, it was definitely them. He knew they were here, but he didn't even think there were so many of them. From his inner feelings, there were definitely more than 40 of them. They needed a smart strategy to fight such a large number of opponents. He called Cain and said that his task was to command the troops. They must not allow the enemies to enter the village. Luna must use the icy wind to freeze the feet of the orcs and green phantoms. He will take care of the rest. She swung her sword with a calm expression and said that she understood him. She swung her sword and released magical energy using frost spikes from her aura. The orcs stood firm against this attack and looked at them. Burin swung his sword and started using the continuous flow technique. He ran forward very quickly and killed 2 monsters with the autumn wind sword technique. A member of the enemy party, who was standing on a tree, took out a pipe and shot a dart at him. He sensed it and managed to dodge the attack. The other party members also noticed the poison darts, and one of them said loudly that they should block it with their aura or dodge it. They noticed a small bag that fell on the ground and said that they released poison gas. Burin looked at it with a surprised expression and thought that this poison was much stronger than what monsters usually use. He said loudly that they should quickly cover their noses. The party members inhaled the poison and fell to their knees and said that he couldn't lift his sword, let alone use his aura. He thought with a dissatisfied look that it wasn't just them who had this problem. Even he sensed it. His body didn't want to obey him. Luna also turned pale, but the orcs and green phantoms were not harmed in any way. At this rate, they would simply be destroyed. He felt a powerful energy and destructive force, looked to the side and saw Martha. She, along with 3 other squad members, ran to the monsters and said that since their idiot idealists failed, it was time for them to take on these freaks from Eden. They cannot let them escape. They began to fight against the monsters, which made the people who were trapped happy. And they said that if they were late, they would have died because of this poison. They need to get up and help them. Buran thought with a small smile that for some reason he did not see Raon among them. But the situation turned around thanks to her appearance. They can definitely cope if they put in more effort. Several members of the Eden squad ran away and loudly asked why these newbies are so strong. They need to escape from here, otherwise they will definitely die. They stopped and were surprised when their leader asked angrily, were they going to flee the battlefield? The squad members saw a huge monster in front of them, and Buran thought that this creature was far superior to the Green Phantoms. The winner's headdress and the ability to speak human language. This is the battle Green Phantom Eden. He said loudly that even if he is not of high rank, what is Commander Eden doing here? He said that news of their return reached him. Why did they return after learning of their intention to ambush? She's pretty good for a newbie. Judging by her strength, the black-haired girl, it seems that she already understands that if she wants to save her life, she better run from here as quickly as possible. Most of them will die today. This is because they do not know their place. Went on the attack and defeated all of them very quickly, and they could not even leave a scratch on his body. The others looked at this in surprise and asked, did he defeat 3 at once with 1 blow? Where is Sir Kane now? He is at the barricade and fighting the orcs. Then where did Raon go? There is no way he would come to their aid after seeing something like this. The leader Eden looked at Martha and asked if she could still get up. As he could see, she was the most resilient of all these idiots. Of course, she was the only one who could sense their presence. Then she would be another sprout that he would crush. Insects that have no skill, will, or discipline. Their luck had turned against them. He swung his weapon and said loudly that they would all die today. The protagonist ran up to him very quickly from behind, swung his sword, and said that would not happen. He was about to attack with a sword that was burning because of his aura, and said that this was his fate. He used the cyclotorsion skill, the 1000 fire technique, the first flame, and cut off the monster's arm. His arm fell to the ground, but he just laughed and said that it was a good ambush. It seemed like he didn't even expect him to dodge his blow. He said with a slightly dissatisfied look that the freak got away with just his arm cut off. That's why he wanted to finish it off quickly, with 1 blow to the back. The monster said that, although it was a surprise attack, he still cut off his arm skillfully. He was a very promising member of the Ziggart family, but this was all he could do. Judging by his condition, it was obvious that he had used up most of his stamina with that blow. His hands were shaking, and he thought that he had really used up all his stamina, hoping to finish him off with 1 surprise attack. Now he couldn't even move normally. He asked, wasn't he the one in charge here? The monster laughed and asked, did he really think the leaders would go crazy on some village? He calmly stood in front of him and said that their crazy idiots were hard to understand. He looked at him and said that he was quite a sharp-tongued man, despite his appearance. He will see how much longer he can talk. MC swung his sword and thought with a serious expression that he still hasn't fully recovered, but that applies to him too. He blocked the monster's strike, and he asked with a little surprise how he was able to resist. He turned out to be stronger than he thought. He looked at him and asked if he would have become a swordsman if he couldn't resist even such a strike. He got a little angry because of this, and they started to make many fast strikes with their weapons at each other. Buran stood aside looking at this in surprise and wondered what was going on. This green battle phantom defeated them with a couple of swings, but he can fight with him on equal terms. He also uses the same continuous flow technique as him. He felt like he was catching up to him, but his true skill level is already beyond the understanding of any rookie. Martha also looked at this and said that this is his real strength. What he had shown so far was just the tip of the iceberg. She thought that it was still not enough, however. They may seem to be on the same level, but Raon had not had time to recover from the power and aura he had used during the surprise attack. Would he be able to defeat that green battle phantom with the amount of power he had left? Luna said that they needed to help him. She looked at her and asked if she could not see that she was barely holding back herself. She was weaker than them, but she was still going to help him. If she made even 1 mistake in the fight, she would die immediately. She said with a calm expression that it did not matter. Martha looked at her and thought she would be scared, but she was even calmer than usual. Had she changed that much since she started following him? Buran stood up and said that he was ashamed that he had hesitated in the first place. She was right. They needed to help him. She turned to him and asked, has the instigator of this madness started talking? Does he really think that anything will change if they break in? He said with a calm expression that he still can't just turn a blind eye to this and abandon the team to their fate. They are swordsmen of the Ziggart family. Martha thought it over, agreed to their plan, and said that, however, they must take responsibility if something goes wrong. They need to organize a formation and go to battle. The commander said with a serious look that it was surprising that such a pathetic recruit could fight against him for so long. He was so talented that he wouldn't mind recruiting him into Eden. "What is his name?" The protagonist looked at him with a tired look and said his name. He asked with a serious look, "So he is a descendant of the main branch?" The color of his hair and eyes confirmed it. "It seems that the blood of the Northern King of Destruction boils in him. He will have to take back his offer. On the contrary, now he will do everything in his power to kill him, no matter what it takes." Immediately after that, he slashed incredibly fast with his weapon. MC looked at him with a surprised expression and thought that this madman had sped up. Is he using his life force to draw even more power? He was barely holding on using the Ring of Fire, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. His attention was drawn to Martha, who attacked the monster from behind. She slashed at his back, and he turned around with a displeased expression and asked how this pathetic insect dared to hit him. He felt something else and turned back abruptly. He saw Luna running towards him. She stopped in front of him and started using the ice aura, the skill Breath of Winter. Immediately after that, Burin ran next to them and jumped at the monster, swinging his sword. He used the skill Continuous Flow Technique, Starlight Radiance. Suddenly, the orc grabbed his body with his hand. He raised him above his head and asked, did he really think he could defeat him with such a pathetic attack? It seems he greatly underestimated him. If he was at least on the level of this dumb blonde, he would be able to hit him. But unfortunately, he did not have time to finish because he agreed with a small smile and said that he was right. With such attacks, it would be difficult to defeat him. However, at least it would buy him some time. The orc's attention was drawn to Martha, who was standing nearby and began to emit powerful energy. She used Titanic Aura, Ultimate Meteorite. She swung her sword and said loudly that she would see if he could withstand something like that. She struck hard with her sword and stopped behind him. He stood up to the attack, turned around abruptly, and threw Burin at her. This sent them both flying backwards and hit their backs hard against a tree. He looked at them calmly, called them little insects, and said that they should know their place. Don't they understand that all their attacks are pointless? MC stood behind him, concentrated strong energy, and said that he was wrong. He thanked them and said that thanks to them, he had enough time to recover. He would do everything to ensure that this opportunity, for which they had risked their lives, was not in vain. The orc looked at him and asked where he got so much strength from and who he even was. Ron raised his sword above his head and told this green fighting phantom that he was greatly honored. For the first time in his entire practice, he uses this technique against a living enemy. It seemed to him that he was not yet ready to use this technique, but during the battle, he realized that he could handle it. Thousand Flames Technique, Winds of Blazing Domination. He directed a very powerful fire into his sword and looked at his opponent with a serious expression. He looked at it with a slightly worried look and wondered what was happening to this flame. It was different from what it was before. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. He needed to kill him now at any cost. He ran to attack and loudly wished him death. The protagonist was faster and was the first to strike a very strong blow with his sword, into which he put a lot of energy. His opponent could not withstand such an attack and fell to the ground with a loud sound. He was very tired after this attack and looked at his body, trying to catch his breath. Everyone else looked at him in surprise, and Burin said that he was able to defeat this green battle phantom. He raised his sword above his head and said loudly that this is not the end. The green phantoms from Eden are still here. They must destroy them all for the sake of peace and prosperity of this village. All the party members who stood around him resolutely and loudly said that they were waiting for his instructions. After that, they all killed the monsters and Eden members they could find together. Burin approached him, called him by name, and said that he was right. If he had not come to help, they would have definitely died. The villagers they were supposed to protect would have died as well. He is grateful to him for saving them and apologizes for disobeying, although he would have gone to the village anyway. The swordsmen of the Ziggart family should not turn a blind eye to injustice because of their weakness. Unexpectedly for him, MC turned away from him and said that he was good. Thanks to their dedication, he was able to take advantage of the green battle phantom's weakness. They all contributed to this victory. If any of them hadn't been here, he didn't know how things would have turned out. So he wanted to thank them all with all his heart. Burin turned away from him and said that he didn't understand the point of saying all this. In any case, he would try to become even stronger so that this wouldn't happen again. Then he would finally be able to stop depending on him. He called Martha and said that she had done well too. He was able to recover because she had distracted that freak. He was grateful to her for following his orders. She smiled because of this and asked if she couldn't even follow orders. What good was she then? She would go to the villagers. They needed to help them repair the damage. There was no need to rush. Ron began to rest after this battle and wondered if this mission was finally over. He began to lose consciousness and thought that he was getting weak and his legs were giving out. He started to fall, but Luna caught him, calling his name and asking if he was okay. He looked at her and asked if she noticed that he was unwell. She said that it reminded her of the situation, like back then, in the training hall. It seemed to her that all the strength left his body. He thought with a small smile that it was not only him who was looking after them, they were also paying attention to him. He thanked her for this, and something caught his attention. The system notified that he had demonstrated his abilities by surpassing himself in this extreme battle. He managed to ambush an opponent who was stronger than him. He received an invisible blow. He defeated an opponent who was superior to him in strength and rank. The title Unshakable was obtained. A status window appeared in front of him, in which his name, the title Unshakable, the status Frost Curse, 5 knotted were written. Stats, Rage, Ring of Fire, and Legendary Sense of the 4th stage, Technique of 1,000 Flames, Resistance to Flame, Frost Aura of the 3rd stage, Resistance to Water, and Invisible Strike of the 1st stage, Strength 57 points, Agility 58 points, Endurance 59 points, Energy 42 points, Sense 64 points. He looked at it and thought that it seemed to be a reward for defeating the Green Battle Phantom. All his stats increased. Moreover, he received a new title and skill. The protagonist stood up, called her by name, and said that he was fine. She should return to the village. He will check for now if he missed anything. He thought that this title was unshakable, much better than he thought. The system announced that the title was unshakable, awarded to those who do not flinch in a fight even with a stronger opponent. Properties: when fighting an enemy stronger than him, all stats increase by 3%. He read this and thought, 3%, it doesn't seem like much, but at least as he gets stronger, the amount of stat points he gets will increase. There are still many enemies ahead of him who are stronger, so this effect will definitely come in handy. The system notified that the first stage of Invisible Strike, when attacking from an ambush, his presence will be harder to detect, and the chances of dealing a fatal blow to the enemy will increase. He read this and thought, Invisible Strike looks like a skill designed for killing. If he had received this before attacking the Phantom, would he have been able to kill it from an ambush? Wrath appeared next to him and asked, did he get such a reward by defeating such a weak enemy? Even though he created this system, where is the common sense? He thanked him with a small smile and said that thanks to him, he is getting stronger every day. He got angry about this and said loudly that he would do everything to make his death long and painful. He would bite and tear his flesh, making every cell of his body beg for mercy. MC didn't pay attention to this, went further and said that he could try if he could, of course. His calm reaction made him even more angry and he screamed loudly. After some time, the squad members were helping to rebuild the houses and said that someone should bring some timber here. Where did he throw the construction waste? The wooden barricade was finished. He came to his senses, lying in bed, and said that he wanted to rest for a while, but it seemed like he passed out. He went outside and thought that while he was sleeping, they finished repairing the barricades. Luna noticed him, called his name and asked if he was up yet. Was he feeling okay? Raon agreed and said that he felt better after taking a nap. She said that they should go then. Everyone was already waiting for him. He was a little surprised by this and asked who was waiting for him. He walked to the center of the village, where the elders said that all the villagers had come to greet their savior, the swordsman Ziggart. They were grateful that they saved their village. They risked their lives to save them. If it weren't for them, this place would have been razed to the ground. Their noble appearance and what they did today, they would never forget it. He looked at his comrades and thought that he could feel it. It was the respect of his comrades, the desire, gratitude, awe, and sincerity of the villagers. This was the first time he felt it. When he was an assassin, he rarely encountered gratitude. There was only life and death. Everything he did was in the name of Darius. No matter how much he killed for it, no matter how many dirty deeds he committed, all the recognition went to him alone. However, now, for the first time, his merits were recognized. Has he ever felt anything like this before? He feels his greed growing, the desire to gain even more recognition, the desire to feel even more admiring glances. From now on, he will not live as a murderer, but as a respectable swordsman, and he will see this scene many more times. This is how it will be, from now on and forever. After that, the protagonist asked the village chief if he had some time. He had a question for him. He turned to him and said that of course he had time for him. They went not far from the village, and the village chief asked, so what kind of question did he have? He asked with a calm expression if he knew who ordered the orcs to attack the village. He agreed and said that the blue-haired swordsman told him that it was one of the 5 demons, Eden. However, he had no idea why they needed them. It was just an ordinary small village after all. He said with a calm expression that during the battle, Kanbar told him that they found a red gem on Mount Cebu. The village chief agreed and said that when he was young, he found it on the mountain and brought it to this village. He guessed what he was trying to convey and said loudly that it couldn't be. He said with a calm expression that it was exactly Eden who came for the gem. He asked with a worried expression if he thought all of this really happened just because of the gem. His village was almost reduced to ruins. MC said that they were able to fight off the attack this time, but Eden will continue to attack the village as long as the gem is here. The village chief couldn't believe it and said that after they buried it underground, the harvest became richer and the village became warmer. It was like a patron god for them. He had no idea that it was the mana stone that Eden was hunting for. What should they do then? Should they dig it up and throw it away? He refused and said that he would take the stone. He was surprised by this and asked, would he, their savior, take it? He said that Eden believed that this treasure could revive the dead. They would find the stone if he just threw it away, so he would better take it with him. The chief said with a worried voice that however, if he did that, they would come for them too. He couldn't expose the savior to such danger. He said with a calm expression that everything was fine. After all, this was the way of the Ziggart family. The village chief nodded and said that it seemed like their family was once again doing him a favor that he had no way to repay. This confused him a little, and he asked what he meant. He said that many years ago, when he was a little older than him, Glenn Ziggart, the head of the family, saved their village. He still remembered everything clearly. Just like him, Glenn saved the village from the invasion of monsters. This guy was incredibly kind and smiling. Rowan was a little surprised by this and thought, kind and also smiling? Are they really talking about the same person? The village chief turned around and said that they were talking too much. He should go after him. He would take him to the precious stone. They came to the right place. He took out the stone and said that here it was buried. He brought this stone with the aim of making their lives better, but on the contrary, it almost destroyed them. He looked at it and asked what kind of cloth was this. He said it was a cloth that was passed down in his family. He wrapped the stone in it to hide the light that came from it. He looked at the stone with a serious expression and thought that this is what the Goblin King's mana stone looked like. If it fell into Eden's clutches, then a monster with the Goblin King's powers would be reborn. He said that he had to wrap the stone in cloth. He didn't have time to finish speaking because someone next to them said that he now understood. A man stood next to them and said with a thoughtful look that since this cloth hid the energy of the mana stone, he could not find it, no matter how much he combed these mountains. They would have wiped this village off the face of the earth long ago if it weren't for this. The protagonist turned to him with a worried look and asked loudly who he was. He wondered why he didn't notice him until he was so close. The man took out a helmet that looked like an orc's head with a smile and asked angrily, "What does he think?" He looked at it and asked, "So he is a crazy blood demon?" It surprised him a little and he asked, "Did he recognize this helmet?" He is quite smart for an ordinary recruit. His strength can't even be fully measured. "So, he was the one who killed the battle phantom?" MC asked with a serious expression. "So he is the boss he mentioned?" Although he said that he personally will not come here. The demon put on his helmet and said that it was because this was his mission. If he hadn't killed him, he would not have come here. It was his own fault for forcing him. He felt a lot of pressure and thought that he was shaking just from his presence. It was not just him. Even if all the recruits met him face to face, they would lose. Wrath appeared next to him, called him by name and said that frankly speaking, he could not stand against him. He has two options. The first is to die in a useless resistance. The second is to give him control of his body. He only has those two options. At the same time, the squad was building barricades around the village, and Burin with a calm expression asked why she came here. Martha with a small smile said that she heard about him repairing the barricades, so she came to watch. He is quite good at it. Doesn't he think that woodworking suits him a little better than swordsmanship? He, with a slightly displeased look, said that if she had seen enough, she should shut up and leave. She said that elders should be respected, so if he wanted her to leave, he should ask politely. Only one person can give her orders. She looked back, noticed Luna, and asked what she was doing here. She was holding a basket and said that she picked some fruit. She asked why she needed more if the villagers had already fed them. She said it was for Raon. They were juicy, so she decided to collect it. Martha sighed and said it was amazing how loyal she was, just like a caring wife. She didn't react to it and said she'd better go. Suddenly, a strong shockwave with a very loud sound occurred next to them. Luna turned around sharply at this, remembered that the protagonist was in that direction, and immediately ran there very quickly. She said loudly that this is where he went with the elder. General Assembly, they should take their weapons and also call Cain and his troops. They ran in that direction, and Martha said loudly that this is the elder's house. What happened here? Burin loudly called his name and said that if he is alive, he should respond. At that moment, MC flew past them with the village elder. They were very surprised by what happened and loudly called his name. He threw the elder Burin and loudly said that he should catch him. He started to get up and said loudly that they should quickly get out of here. They need to carry the village chief to a safe place. They need to quickly escape from here. They were about to say something, but at that moment they felt a strong tremor. They couldn't breathe because of the heavy aura and said that he couldn't breathe. She felt like her lungs were being squeezed. What was that frantic aura? A demon came to them and said that they had such a good company gathered here. They looked at his appearance and the ogre armor and asked fearfully, "Is this really the commander from Eden?" He saw that they were trembling and asked, "Is it hard for them to withstand his aura, right? They are so weak even though they have the surname Ziggart." Raon asked loudly with a serious expression, "Do they want to die here? They should quickly recover and escape from here. He will kill them if they stay here. They need to focus their aura on resisting his pressure and get out of here. He needs to take as many villagers with him as possible." Burin agreed to this, started to run away, and said that he would come back for him. He called the girls by name and said loudly that they should retreat to the rear and wait for the right moment. They don't even have to think about fighting him now. They just need to monitor the situation. Instructor Rimmer often said that you need to overcome your limits, and now is such a case. Now is the best time to push the boundaries of what is possible for your body and mind. The demon began to laugh with a smile and said that he liked his attitude. However, does he seriously think that it will be enough to just go beyond his limits? The protagonist looked at him with a sword in his hands and thought that behind him there are still young recruits and the villagers of Cebu. If he escapes, then everything will be over for them. He must cut off his head at any cost. He has to do it, but he doesn't see any way to do it. It's like he's standing on a cliff, staring into an endless abyss. Even in his past life, it was extremely difficult. The demon stood still calmly and asked why he was just looking at him. He thought he was going to attack, considering all his talk, but he just froze in place. He started to prepare to run, and asked though, what difference does it make? He ran towards him very quickly, and swung his fist and said loudly that he was just attacking first. He looked at it with a very surprised expression, and thought that he had become faster. He reacted to it, and used the technique of 1,000 flames, 10 vortexes of flame, heavenly tornado. The demon continued his attack and said loudly that however, this blow was worthy. He admits it. MC thought with a shocked expression. Did he break through the flames of the 1,000 fire technique and continue to move forward? He blocked the strike with his sword, and thought that he needed to counterattack. Immediately after that, he jumped to the side, and thought that however, he barely managed to reflect his attack. He would easily die if he couldn't read him with the ring of fire. He needed to run, but it was too early. He had to win at least one opportunity for those who were currently tensely watching the fight. With this, their chances of survival would increase by 10%, or rather, only 1%. He ran to attack, but the monster laughed and said that he should try to do so. He jumped high in the air and said loudly that the flames that go out with one hit were too boring. He swung his fist while flying towards him and said loudly that he had to show him something more. He looked at it with a worried expression and managed to jump to the side. The demon began to get back on his feet after his attack and said that these flames were on a completely different level than normal aura. The green battle phantom was certainly stupid, but he still found it strange that he lost to them. Now everything fell into place. However, this would not change anything for him. After all, fire would not harm him. However, did he know why? Ron looked at him with a tired look and said that, of course he knew. It was all because of the helmet he was wearing. This is where the ogre's strength lies. The kings of the forest, the ogres. Even the blazing fires of the forest will not harm them as long as they fiercely defend their territory. These monsters do not react to the streams of fire arrows piercing them during battles with humans. The Mad Blood Demon can use this feature of the ogres. The demon calmly looked at him and said that then he understood perfectly well that no matter how much he used it, it would still be useless against him. He was very sorry. He said that since fire won't work, then he will use something else. He looked at him with a serious expression, and an ice aura appeared around him. The demon was a little surprised by this and asked. He was surprised by his fire attribute aura. Although it is useless against him, but he is also able to use multiple attribute auras at one level, his different attributes and swordsmanship at such an age. Who the hell is he anyway? He looked at him with a serious expression and asked why he needs to know this. He will die soon anyway. He laughed at this and said that it was very arrogant. He will see how long his confidence lasts. At the same time, Burin, along with the rest of the party, returned from the village to the place where the battle was taking place. He was very surprised because he saw the protagonist fighting against the demon. He looked at it and thought that this was not the fire aura he usually uses, but an ice one. Can he use multiple types of aura? This aura color, and also fencing. When did he even become a sword master? On this continent, knights are divided into two categories depending on their strength level. Every person who wields a weapon is classified by their aura skills. Those who are just beginning to master the aura are called beginners. Those who have already mastered the aura and are able to separate it from the body to apply to weapons are called aura masters. In addition to them, there are those who perfectly master the aura and can easily release it into the surrounding space. Those who are able to use energy instead of a sword are considered recognized aura experts. According to this classification, he has reached the level of an expert, capable of perfectly wielding the aura. In theory, this is impossible. However, he successfully resists the Mad Blood Demon, who is known to be an expert. He was facing such a formidable enemy, and yet the monster hadn't managed to deal any significant damage to him yet. How was he able to ignore the difference in power between them? He noticed MC looking at him and thought it meant he was ready to create an opening for them to strike. They had practiced together long enough to understand each other with just one glance. He looked at the girls standing next to him. They understood him, and both nodded in agreement. He thought that they were members of the Ziggart family after all, and they had a duty to protect the village. With him by their side, they could do anything. Rayon faced the monster in an attack and turned to his allies and said that they should attack now. They both started attacking with their weapons at the same time and thought that they would definitely win and would handle it with their combined power. The demon thought with a calm expression that he had been waiting for this. The moment they attacked, he released a very strong energy and sent them all flying in different directions. Burin was surprised by this and thought that it was a fighting aura. Can he push them away with this, like a blast wave? The level of this freak is just off the charts. He laughed and said in a serious voice that he was already starting to worry that he would have to run after them. He was grateful to them for saving him time and effort. He loved to watch how hope was replaced by complete despair. Did they really think that he would lose to them? They were wrong, and today they will all die because they do not know their place. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, said loudly that he was not the only one here who was happy about this opportunity. He thought that all the assassin instincts accumulated by him in his past life allowed the cold energy to penetrate the Thousand Lights technique and concentrate in one point. He used the Thousand Lights technique, Zenith, and hit this demon in the stomach very hard. He stood in place with a tired look and looked at his opponent. The monster stopped his attack, grabbed the blade of the sword and asked, did he immediately calculate his weak point? But did he direct the aura into the attack? He would have died if he had made a mistake. Immediately after that, he gave a very strong punch and knocked him back. He broke his sword and said that in order to overcome the difference in strength between them, it was still not enough. He looked at him and thought that he could pierce him as long as he concentrated his aura, but he was unable to pierce his muscles. He strengthened his skin and muscle to block his sword. It turns out that this is the master of aura. He gritted his teeth with a dissatisfied look and said that he had no other plans. As a leader, he orders all the newcomers to leave here. Burin was very surprised by this and asked what he was saying. He said loudly that they would not be able to defeat him. They must save their lives and the lives of the residents. He thought that time was short. They needed to evacuate the squad members and the residents to minimize casualties. MC called his name loudly and asked if he really thought that such a death was a worthy fate for the Ziggart family members. If he didn't think so, then he should do as he was ordered. Burin loudly ordered to retreat, and as they all started to run away, he said that they should run faster from the mad blood demon. They needed to save as many people as possible from this monster. Luna looked back with a worried look and loudly called his name and said that he definitely had to survive. Raon looked at them with a small smile and said that he understood her. He reached out to pick up his sword that was lying on the ground, and the demon asked if he thought those insects would be able to escape from him. Although, he was more interested in something else. Was he really going to hold him back while they escaped? He stood still and called out to Wrath and said that he was offering him a deal. He flew next to him with a wide smile and said that it was finally his turn. What kind of deal is he talking about when he can die at any moment? What is he going to bet? He said the bet was on which of them would die first. Wrath laughed at this and asked if he really thought he could defeat him. He said it was nearly impossible. However, for even a ghost of a chance, he must restore his aura and body. And in exchange, he will accept his wrath. He said that if he dies, he won't be able to take his body anyway, so be it, he will restore it. He wonders if he can accept his wrath to the fullest. At that moment, the protagonist felt a very strong pain. The demon looked at him intently and asked what was this. He didn't drink the blood of an ogre or a troll, so how could he recover? It was simply unthinkable. He pointed his sword at him and said that he told him so. There was no point in him knowing. He must go to him and fight until one of them dies. At the same time in the village, Burin said that they had to act in unison, as ordered. They had to help the wounded and those who were unable to move on their own. He knew that they were all tired, but they had to hurry. There was little time, they had to get to a safe place quickly. The squad members asked with a worried look what was going on. Were they sure they would be okay? He knew that there was more to come. Martha said with a serious expression that Raon was fighting that monster for all of them. He was still fighting even with a broken arm and ribs. She asked loudly in a dissatisfied voice, do they have the nerve to complain? They haven't even really done anything. What's going to happen next? Will they just lie down in the coffins and close the lid behind themselves? Burin clenched his hand into a fist and said that she was right. They couldn't lose faith. They had to hurry. Crane was already leading reinforcements to them. Reinforcements would be coming to them soon. He was about to say something else, but the party members noticed the ogre and asked what he was doing here. He turned around and wondered with a worried look, why did this ogre come out to them? They looked the other way and said loudly that there was another monster here. They were surrounded by ogres. They were trapped. Where did they even come from? Martha worriedly thought that this couldn't be. Those freaks from Eden were able to control monsters. It turns out that the crazy blood demon continued to fight him, not paying attention to them, because he sent his monsters in pursuit. The squad member knelt down and said that this is the end. They will all die without having time to really resist. Burin said loudly that they cannot give up. Their comrade is fighting to the death. If they die like this senselessly here, then how will they look him in the eyes in the afterlife? Martha came up to him and said that finally he said something right. Luna also came up to them and said that they should take the civilians out and help him. He thought that she was right. They had to hold out. This is the only thing they can do for him now, while he alone fights for their lives. They ran to attack, and their attention was attracted by the wind that appeared at the same time. The demon calmly stood in place and said that he was very stubborn. He should give up already. The protagonist looked down and thought that his broken left arm was really letting him down. If he cuts it off, he could hold out a little longer. However, why does he need all this? Every cell in his body groans in pain. Why does he endure pain that he has never felt even in his past life and continue to fight this monster? In his past life, he would have run away long ago. An image of Sylvia appeared before him, hugging him, calling him by name and saying that she wants him to show everyone that he is a swordsman who can defend the ideals of the family. He thought that these were the words that she had spoken to him then. He also has comrades with whom he has already managed to become close, keeping him here. Luna, who seems indifferent but is actually kind. Burin, with whom they did not get along at first, but who has recently shown himself to be very worthy. Of course, the rude but principled Martha, a person who can always be relied on. He would be lying if he said that he has not begun to value them. He wants to save this generation of worthy Ziggart swordsmen. Wrath asked if he was buying time for his comrades to get out of range while he fought his rage. MC stood up with his sword in hand, agreed, and said he was grateful for him noticing. He looked at him from behind and said that was very cocky. He was getting pretty tired of him looking down on him. Does he really think he can regain control of his body if he destroys this freak and goes after his comrades? Besides, how is he going to do that if he can barely stand? He fell to his knees and screamed loudly due to the extreme pain. Wrath said that he had already lost the fight when he agreed to his rage. He might be resistant to possession, but once he lost control, he would never get it back. The demon looked at him and said that he seemed to have finally reached his limit. He had a great idea. He will go and kill his friends and deal with him a little later. This sounds quite exciting. He wants to see the look on his face when he cuts off their heads right in front of him. Raon looked at him and thought that ordinary newbies would not be able to stand against a crazy blood demon. He needed to hold him off until everyone was saved. The monster stopped because he said his name and said that he was a descendant of the Northern King of Destruction, Glenn. One day, he would become the strongest swordsman on the continent. As long as his heart beats, he will not let him leave here. The demon looked at him and said that for such a guy, he had incredible fortitude. Calling him weak would be unfair. Perhaps he should show some respect for such a warrior. He will remember his name. He began to deliver a strong punch with his fist, and the protagonist thought that he was not strong enough to dodge this attack. At that moment, a strong wind appeared around him. Rimmer stood in front of him and blocked that punch with his sword. He smiled when he saw him and said that he was a little late. He looked at him with a smile, apologized, and said that he overslept for a bit. He could leave that monster to him. The demon looked at him and called him a magnificent sword. Ziggart. He calmly stood in front of him, called him bald, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He couldn't just stand there and watch some freak kill the young members of the family, could he? He began to channel energy into his fist and asked, who would have thought that such a skilled warrior would be sent to inspect the work of the trainees? It seems that they don't value loyalty at all. Immediately after that, they attacked each other at the same time. He said that he could barely parry such a blow. Even the balance was broken. So the rumors about his energy core being destroyed and becoming helpless were true? Rimmer looked at him with a smile and said that he advised him to change the informant. As usual, he gets information at the wrong time. He's been away from the case for so long, but rumors of this are only just now spreading. The demon said that his efficiency speaks for itself. Previously, one swing of his sword would waft death. However, now he can barely create a small wind. He won't be able to defeat him with this. He went to attack and threw a strong punch but missed. Rimmer jumped aside with a smile and said that that was quite rude. MC watched them fight and thought that the instructor was so agile in the air, like a leaf dancing smoothly in the wind. His maneuvers are so perfect that he gets goosebumps. If he used all his strength, this fight would be over already. Why is he dragging this out? Maybe he wants him to watch? Right, maybe, like that time, he is deliberately demonstrating his swordsmanship. Is he really going to teach even in such conditions? This is simply unbelievable. Rimmer ran towards his opponent and said that he was pretending to be tough, but he couldn't defeat him even when he was weakened. At this rate, he would quickly lose that helmet. The demon became very angry because of this and started to punch very quickly and said loudly that he should shut up. He should stop playing around and start fighting seriously already. He looked at him with a calm expression and thought that it seemed like it was time to stop playing with him. He had already reached his limit while trying to prank him. He called Raon and said that he should watch closely. This is how the Ziggart family fights. He will have to learn this. He raised his sword in front of him and with a serious expression used the sword field, release, Eye of the Storm. Because of this, a very strong wind appeared around him. The demon looked at him and thought, a raging storm, enclosing the enemy in the center? It is a barrier of aura that will kill anyone who tries to pass. He made sure that he couldn't escape. In that case, the only way out was to face the storm head-on. He charged and said loudly that he would kill him. Rimmer also ran towards him and they both started attacking each other at the same time. After that attack, they stood with their backs to each other, and the demon said that the two of them had reduced his power and aura by concentrating all the wind in that calm area into their sword. Of course, that's what a sword field is. However, how could an indirect descendant of Ziggart create a sword field? He said with a small smile that it wasn't a sword field. He created something similar by borrowing the power of nature. Elves are good at that. The demon said that he understood him. Although he was old and weakened, a tiger is still a tiger. He only regretted that he couldn't kill that guy. He simply had to destroy him. That would affect the achievement of his goal. Rimmer said with a calm expression that they would never allow the young king to fall to someone like him. The demon said that he definitely had the qualities of a king. They too had talents that could match that monster. Victory was theirs today. Immediately after that, blood gushed out from his wounds and he began to fall to the ground. He went to the protagonist and asked if he had considered everything. As a member of the Ziggart family, he would have to learn the sword field. Unlike mages who create barriers with mana, this field is formed by emitting aura. The sword field requires experience, skill in wielding aura, and of course, innate aptitude. He is a direct descendant, which means he is quite capable of mastering it. Until that day comes, he must study hard. He looked behind him with a happy smile and asked, "Were they watching too?" MC saw 3 party members standing nearby and asked what they were doing here. They were very happy when they saw him alive, ran to him and loudly called his name. They said that he was very glad that he was okay. How were his wounds? Rimmer watched them from the side and thought that the effects of his delay were taking their toll. In order for a person who is not a direct descendant of Ziggart to be able to use the sword field, a number of conditions must be met. Experience is certainly important, but so are attribute affinity, stamina, and vitality. The price for this is actually vitality. Despite his damaged energy core, he used the sword field at the cost of his life, but it can't pass without leaving a trace on his body. It's not like he regrets anything. What he saw before entering the battle was definitely the birth of a new king. At that moment, he made a decision. He will serve this child as his master. With a damaged energy core, his life faded. However, thanks to these children, everything changed. Life sparkled with new colors. He doesn't regret it at all, even if his life is shortened because of this. Before he retires, he would like to see only how he becomes a king. Sometime later, at the Ziggart family's ancestral home, Glenn demanded that the elf repeat what he had said. He asked, so he was claiming that Rayon had confronted the insane blood demon? Rimmer said with a laugh that he knew he would be surprised. It was not for nothing that he had rushed to report this to see his reaction in person. The head of the Ziggart family shouted that he should stop clowning around. He should report the most important thing. He said that he himself did not believe what he had seen. However, he swears that he was telling the truth and was not deceiving him. It was not only he who saw this, but also the trainees of the 5th and 6th training halls. Even the residents of Cebu village can confirm his words. Raon had fought the insane blood demon alone. Glenn noted that, however, the strength of this monster was comparable to swordmasters. If this is true, then how seriously was the squad injured? Rimmer said that most of them only had minor injuries, but Raon was seriously injured after fighting the demon. However, he managed to hold out until he arrived. The head of the Ziggart family asked if he should believe it. He remarked that it was really hard to believe. However, he would be convinced when he saw with his own eyes that Raon had reached the level of an expert. He had actually survived a fight with a demon comparable to swordmasters. Therefore, he gave him the Elverin potion without hesitation. Glenn remarked that it was a priceless treasure obtained from the sap of the Second World Tree. It could not be bought even for 1,000 gold coins. Rimmer stated that Rayon deserved it. The head of the family said that it seemed like he was going to support him. He exhaled and said that he was simply concerned about his future, as well as all of his trainees. Glenn remarked that he understood his motives. Then, he said to Rowan that he should call the lords. They would hold a meeting once the trainees returned with their report. The butler said that he would carry out his orders. The head of the Ziggart family praised the elf. Rimmer happily asked when was the last time he praised him? It seems like it's been 20 years, right? Glenn noted that if he talked less, he would hear praise much more often. When are the trainees returning? He thoughtfully said that they should be very close by now. After some time, the protagonist thought that they were very late due to Eden's interference, but they still managed to successfully complete the mission in Cebu village. After the attack of the Mad Blood Demon and the new damage that the monster caused, they were delayed a little more, helping to restore the destroyed village. Although he, as the most seriously injured, was recovering in the house of the village elder. After he woke up, he immediately demanded a reward from Wrath. Naturally, Wrath insisted that they cancel the dispute because the demon was killed by Rimmer's instructor. In the end, they agreed that he received the characteristics as a reward. After which Wrath irritably asked, "Why exactly that?" The protagonist asked in confusion, "What was that?" The system window reported that he had received a characteristic as an additional reward for winning the bet with Wrath. He had received Unbending Will. When receiving significant physical or mental damage, his mental fortitude and pain resistance would temporarily increase. MC thought that he had not expected to receive a new characteristic. Now, even if Wrath casts the Wrath effect on him, he would be able to successfully cope with it. Wrath thought, why was he so lucky to receive Unbending Will? The system is stupid, which gives him a big advantage. He specially created the system so that the user would first receive the abilities that he needs most. Without this gift, fate would have already gotten his body. He must calm down, he still has time. Little by little, but he is getting his strength back faster and faster. His anger is steadily growing in this guy. Even if Raon shows unprecedented progress for a human, however, in the end, he will be the winner. Very soon, this body will belong to him. And when that happens, the remains of his soul will rot in the ice for eternity. After a while, Ilyun, the outer commander of the Ziggart family, said that they had returned. Dorian tiredly whispered that he wanted to go home and have a good night's sleep. Luna whispered that she wanted ice cream. Martha said with a sigh that she was very tired. Buran noted that they somehow managed to return. He said that he knew that they were all very tired, but it was too early for them to rest. The protagonist looked at the commander in surprise. Ilyun said that they needed to report to the head of the Ziggart family. After a while in the hall, the protagonist bowed and sullenly greeted the head of the Ziggart family. People whispered, could this really be Roan? He was able to kill the Green Battle Phantom and stood up to the Mad Blood Demon. He looks like a high-ranking swordsman. So this is not just a rumor? MC thought that he was at a loss at first when they were called to report, but then he realized that this was an unexpected opportunity. All the top ranks of the Ziggart clan's fighting force were gathered here. He realized something during this mission. At the current rate of development, he could only hope for a miracle in the upcoming battles with a stronger enemy. This meant that he urgently needed another way to become stronger. Currently, not only the head and his henchmen were gathered in this hall, but also the leaders of the main line of the clan. This meant that Glenn did not underestimate the seriousness of the situation. In addition to his insight, he was also the type to always give what was due. This meant that this was a good opportunity for him. He had to demonstrate his achievements and master new techniques to become stronger. Glenn said to Raon that he heard that he had played an important role in this incident. He had to report the details. The protagonist said that as soon as they arrived at Cebu village, they were warmly welcomed by the locals. However, the village was suddenly attacked by a green battle phantom, who was looking for the Goblin King's mana stone there. And when they thought the mission was over, they were about to go home. However, apparently having lost contact with his subordinate, a mad blood demon appeared at the scene. If they tried to stop him with all the trainees, the damage would be too great, so he decided to act as bait. Karan shouted in irritation, how dare he lie in such a place? Does the boss really believe this? He is only 15 years old, and he is already able to survive a fight with a green phantom? And he also claims that he successfully distracted the mad blood demon. He is clearly lying. The protagonist said, turning to Dorian, that he should show this. Dorian said that he will show this item now. Afterwards, people noticed that these are the slaps of the Green Battle Phantom and the Silent Blood Demon. So everything he said is true? MC said to the leader that this might be offensive, but he was asking for permission to draw his sword. Glenn allowed him to draw his sword. Raon drew his sword from its sheath using his ability. The people shouted in surprise that this was sword energy and that it had very powerful flames. 10 years ago during the determination ceremony, his mana was mediocre. Is this really the same person? With such power, he could actually defeat the Green Battle Phantom. The protagonist asked, is this enough? Karan thought that he was a damn half-breed. If he really reached the expert level and brought the helmets of the scum from Eden, there was no point in arguing further. The leader of the Ziggart clan declared to all the trainees that they had done an amazing job. Glenn's unexpected praise confused everyone present. No matter how difficult the task his subordinates carried out, Glenn would always give them a little praise. For the first time in decades, Glenn said, amazing. It got to the point where several trainees even shed tears. Afterwards, he showed him the Goblin King's Mana Stone and told him about Eden's goal that they had uncovered. In the end, all the trainees received bronze medals, and Raon received a silver medal. Before leaving, the protagonist thought, was it really in vain that he expected a big reward? He hoped that he could get something more than a silver medal for uncovering Eden's plans. So, he would not receive new combat techniques. After which Wrath said that he could not believe that he did not receive anything worthwhile despite such valuable information. The stupidity of the leader is indescribable. MC thought that when he received the Thousand Lights technique, he would admit that he had begun to count on it. However, now it was meaningless. Lowen said, turning to Ron, that he wanted to talk to him. The protagonist thought, did something happen? He asked, would he be able to come to the annex today closer to midnight? The protagonist asked why he would do that. Lowen noted with a smile that the leader had asked to bring him there. He was probably going to give him an extra reward. After a while, Helen reported that the young master had returned. Sylvia called out his name and said that he had been rumored to have encountered Eden. How was his arm? The protagonist said that he was fine, completely healthy. She hugged him and apologized to him for saying too much to him, and for telling him to show everyone the real Ziggart. Sylvia said guiltily that because of her words, he defied the demons of Eden. The protagonist noted, calling her mother, that he was very grateful to her. He honestly admits that when he stood before the mad blood demon, he wanted to run away. He was not sure that he could defeat it. He even thought about using the other trainees as bait. However, at that moment, he remembered her words. She said that she would be happy if he lived his life as a swordsman of Ziggart. These words gave him the determination to stick to his chosen path until the end. The only reason he stood firm then was because of her words. She tried to say something, but suddenly sat down on the ground, sobbing. The maid also cried and noted that he had become a more courageous person. The MC shouted in confusion, "What happened to them?" As night fell, Raon asked what new things had happened while he was on the mission. Judiel said that she had been called back. An order had come from the central hall. She thought that they were going to get rid of her. The protagonist thought, looking at the girl's sad expression, that this was most likely a punishment. She had not told them that he had reached the level of an expert in fencing, and also what had happened in the audience hall. He could not abandon Judiel to her death. This double agent would still be useful to him. The protagonist said, addressing her by name, that if she wanted to live, she must do as he said. She looked at him in surprise. The MC said that she could not return. She needed to send a letter in which she would inform them that she was now Raon's personal lady-in-waiting. She needed to write that his mother, concerned about the state of his body, had appointed her herself. Then they would not do anything to her. Or maybe they will even decide that it will be easier for her to get information for them. If she suddenly feels that they have begun to doubt her, she should tell them that he has almost recovered. Only the current leader and the Rimmer instructor know about this. This way they will think that she is still useful to them. If she agrees, then let her send this letter right now. She should try to act as confident as possible. Judiel said that everything is clear to her. After which, Wrath noted that her every movement betrays fear and indecision. Why does he need such a useless spy? Raon noted that she is not untalented. Judiel can be an excellent bait for Karan. The protagonist thought that he sees himself in her. He can't just do nothing and watch someone being used and then thrown away. The protagonist asked, looking out the window, what were their plans for today? After a while, MC triumphantly said, turning to the head of the clan, that he came on his orders. Glenn pointed out that they could drop the formalities. He wanted to ask him directly. What kind of movement techniques did he use during this mission? Raon wondered, why did he suddenly decide to ask that? The protagonist cautiously said that it was because for a martial artist, movement was a matter of life and death. He used a basic technique, the river step, which was taught to beginners. The clan leader noted that, although such a technique was still useful even at a higher level, it was too simple for a master, and not very useful against strong opponents. This was wonderful. He decided what his reward would be for revealing Eden's motives. Glenn stated that he would personally teach him a more suitable movement technique. The protagonist thought that he couldn't believe it. Glenn was personally going to teach him? He noted that he should watch carefully, he would not repeat himself. MC thought as the clan leader prepared to use his ability, this was the movement technique of the strongest martial artist on the continent. This was a unique opportunity for him. He had never seen the moves Glenn showed him before. Smooth, but fast. Hard, but subtle. Such free and sweeping steps could not be found in the entire continent. He had only watched it for a short time, but those steps were truly mesmerizing. He himself would never have comprehended such a thing, even with the Ring of Fire open to its maximum. Glenn called this technique the Step of Supreme Harmony. The system window reported that the Ring of Fire detected the technique, the Step of Supreme Harmony. The first stage of the technique, True Paradise, has been learned. After which the head of the clan asked, was he able to see the technique? Raon said, apologizing to him that his level of skill did not allow him to see everything completely. He barely understood the first step he took. He asked, is this really true? Then that's it, he can leave. This is his reward for revealing Eden's motives. And then it is up to him whether he can learn it or not. The protagonist bowed and said that he was grateful for this. And now he is leaving. After a while, Rowan noted with a laugh that he did not expect that he would decide to teach him the technique, the Step of Supreme Harmony. Isn't it intriguing? After all, he was the one who created this technique. He wonders if he will be able to master such a complex martial art. Glenn noted that he was sure that Rowan had already mastered at least half of this technique. Namely, the first stage, True Paradise. He intuitively understood everything. The technique, the Step of Supreme Harmony, is built from the first stage. He may not yet realize how important it is, but over time he will understand what he needs to add to this first step. And one day he will definitely master the technique, the Step of Supreme Harmony. Several days have passed since Glenn showed the protagonist the technique, the Step of Supreme Harmony. The protagonist continued to train under the influence of the system, but could not fully master it. After Wrath noted that he had already said that he would not be able to master such a technique, MC thought that he would master it after a few tries, but he still couldn't do it. Sylvia shouted, calling him by name and jumping over the fence. What is he doing here? She told him to rest. Ron thought in surprise. Did her power core really get damaged? She said indignantly. He made a promise. He promised that he would rest until he fully recovered. The protagonist tried to calm her down. The protagonist thought that his own mother was scarier than the Demon Lord. In the end, learning the technique, the Step of Supreme Harmony, had to be put on hold. And even when MC tried to practice this technique in secret, Helen and the other maids kept an eye on him, not letting him practice. Raon thought that this was too much. However, to be honest, sometimes it really is nice to just rest. Suddenly, a maid announced that Ziggart had arrived. The protagonist thought, this is supposedly Baldur's son, who is supposedly Glenn's fourth son, right? The protagonist asked what he was doing in the annex anyway. She said in fear that she didn't know. However, before he could arrive, he began to use violence against the mistress and the maids. MC's face changed as he looked at her. After a while, Raiden stated that they had an important guest, and not only were their servants completely disorganized, and they also claimed that they hadn't received any letter about his arrival. Sylvia noted that, however, they hadn't received any letter. He asked irritably, was she saying that his head butler was lying? Or, even more absurd, that he was the liar? She said that she didn't mean that at all. She asked him to wait a minute. They would get everything ready right away. Sylvia and the maids began to clean up the mess. Raiden thought, grimacing with anger, that this was all pissing him off. He destroyed the base of the White Blood cult, so all the attention of the family should be on him. At least, that's what he was counting on. And what happened? He doesn't even mention him. That scum, Ron, stole all the attention. How dare a half-breed steal his confession? He yelled, spitting on her hand. How long will he have to wait? Helen indignantly yelled that even for a member of the main branch, he was crossing the line. Raiden angrily asked, hitting the maid, who was she to raise her voice at him? He is not just a member of the main branch, he is her master. Even if he kills her, the most he will face is 2 days of house arrest. And she seriously thought that she had the right to interfere? Sylvia yelled that he should not do this. Judiel yelled, turning to Sylvia, that it was too dangerous. She thought that she would not allow anyone to harm Sylvia. At that moment, the protagonist appeared, holding a sword in his hand. Raiden asked if it was Ron himself. He had just come to see him. He was on time. However, what was that in his hand? Did he really want to wave that stick in front of him, a direct descendant of the line? He had to put it away before things got out of hand. He happily declared, introducing himself as Baldur's son, and also the master of the Central Martial Arts Hall. The protagonist asked, rushing at him, did it matter? At the last moment, Raiden's butler blocked his blow, and he said that he was acting like a dog. MC punched him in the face. Raiden shouted, does he even understand who he swung his sword at? Rayon said that of course he understands. He added, getting into a fighting stance, that he was slashing at the insolent intruder. He shouted in fear that this was unthinkable. He is the rightful owner of this territory. The protagonist kicked him in the stomach and declared that he was wrong. Raiden said with difficulty that he had gone crazy. The protagonist noted that nothing here belongs to him, and this extension is not his property. MC declared, raising his sword above his head, that this belongs to him and his family. He screamed in horror, but suddenly Raquel said that he must stop. Ron thought that, judging by this clothing, he is from the Order of the Heavenly Sword? What is a swordsman doing here, under the direct control of the head of the family? Raiden shouted, is he from the Order of the Heavenly Sword? He must immediately execute this scum. This half-breed dared to attack him. A direct descendant of the head of the family. He pointed out that they only obeyed the orders of the head of the clan. He should calm down too. He shouted in surprise. What did he mean? How could he, the guard dog of their family, disobey? The butler whispered that he shouldn't act like that. It would only make things worse if he did so in front of the swordsman from the Order of the Heavenly Sword. Raiden gritted his teeth in anger and said, before leaving, turning to Raon, that he would not forget today. He should wait, and then he would understand that he shouldn't have dared to act like that towards him. He would make him experience humiliation and pain worse than death itself. Then Helen said that she apologized to the mistress. She couldn't fulfill her duty properly. It was her fault. Sylvia pointed out that she was wrong. She stood up for her incredibly bravely. She did nothing wrong. She didn't need to worry about what happened. She would solve this problem. The protagonist said that he would handle this situation himself. He did not think that this was a simple provocation. Therefore, he asked to leave it to him. They could not worry and just believe in him. The next day, Glenn said that they could rise. He heard rumors that a shameful situation had happened yesterday. Raiden noted that it was all true. He sent a letter in which he said that he wanted to meet Raon. However, not only was no one in this annex prepared for his arrival, but they also dared to be impudent to him. And this insane person even attacked him and his butler. He could have easily died there. The protagonist thought that he was a much better actor than a swordsman. He was the complete opposite of what Judiel had said about him. The protagonist said, addressing the head of the family politely, that Raden was lying. His furious screams and humiliating actions still did not leave his head. He angrily shouted, grabbing his collar with his hand, that he was scum. Rowan said that they should stop. He added threateningly, have they completely forgotten where they are now? The head of the clan noted that since their statements did not match, he would have to call a witness to sort this situation out. Rakael said, introducing himself, that he was greeting the head of the clan. He said that he needed to tell what he saw there. He said that young Master Raden claimed that he had sent a letter. However, no letter had actually arrived at the annex. While Lady Sylvia and her maids were tending the garden as usual, Raden suddenly burst into the annex and began to complain. MC thought that he hadn't expected this at all. He thought that he would rather support a direct descendant than the despicable inhabitants of the annex. However, he was telling the truth. Then Glenn said, turning to a frightened Raden, that it seemed that everything was not at all as he said. Had he really ripped him off? Raden shouted that what was more important now was that a representative of a collateral branch attacked a direct descendant. This incident could shake the family hierarchy. He noted that since this was certainly a problem and both parties had acted incorrectly, they would both receive the punishment they deserved. He shouted, is it just punishment? However, if he let him live, then it could still be a problem for their family. Rowan stated to the clan leader that he would accept any punishment with dignity. However, he had one thing to do first. Glenn asked what he was talking about. The protagonist stated that Raden had humiliated his mother in front of everyone and had also used violence against the maids. However, he had not received any compensation from him yet. The clan leader said with displeasure that he had said that both parties would be punished. However, would they continue the conflict? He asked, using his abilities, do they even understand who they were dealing with? The protagonist thought that he felt like the hall would soon collapse under the onslaught of his aura. MC said that he acknowledged it. However, the leader himself had said that they were on the sacred ground of swordsmen. He agrees with his opinion that a swordsman should let his sword speak for him. He asks him to allow them to have a duel. Glenn thoughtfully said that it would be a wonderful spectacle, so he allows the duel. Their duel will take place exactly 1 week from now in the central training hall. They should prepare. After a while, Baldur Ziggart, the master of the Central Martial Arts Hall, said with his arms crossed that he understood everything. So they decided to have a duel after all? Raden said, turning to his father, that it was so. He said that Raon was so arrogant that he dared to challenge him to a fight in front of his grandfather. And if he won the duel, he would be able to destroy his energy core. And if Raon won, he and his butler would have to apologize to the staff in the annex. Also, the masters of the Central Martial Arts Hall would be forbidden to approach the annex. He noted that no matter how talented Raon was, he was still the son of Sylvia and some vagabond. He had to show him what a representative of the main branch of the family was. Raiden said that he didn't have to worry, he was simply unarmed then. Raon was no match for him. He had already reached the intermediate level of an expert. Baldur said with a laugh, which was immediately obvious, this was his son. However, he should not overdo it and not kill him. He needed to leave his miserable life with him. It would be enough to make him an incapacitated swordsman. He had to make him lose all hope for the future. He stated with a smirk that he would do it. Sometime later, the protagonist was training in the garden, while Sylvia and Helen watched him through the window. The maid noted that the young master had decided to challenge Raden to a duel. Would everything be okay with him? Raden was an intermediate level expert, and the young master had only recently become an entry-level expert. It was better to stop him before the worst happened to him. Sylvia thought that Helen was right. This fight was too dangerous. Then Raon caught Raden off guard. But in a coordinated fight, he has little chance of winning. Despite her brother's menacing appearance, he uses an unconventional and maneuverable swordsmanship. Considering that he directly trained Raden, a serious fight is too unpredictable. However, his gaze then changes her mind. She said that they just need to believe in him. Helen shouted, is she sure that it is possible to leave everything like this? Sylvia noted that, to be honest, she herself is hyping herself up and worrying about him. However, she is sure that Raon had a good reason to challenge Raden to a fight. Therefore, she will believe in him. Then Judiel said that she brought lunch for him. She brought a regular sandwich that he can quickly eat. After training, he should not rush, so as not to cause an upset stomach. The protagonist thanked her. MC asked in surprise, what is this? Raon thought that this book contained information about the flexible sword technique that Raden uses. Everything is presented so simply and clearly that it can be easily understood at a glance. Could she really have collected all this information and compiled a reference book in just one day? She even rushed to protect his mother recently. He did not ask her to do this, but she still helps him. He is grateful to her. A week passed, and everyone spent this time in their own way. And then came the day of the duel, which the whole family gathered to watch. Raden thought, smiling smugly, that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Round did not even know how much he wanted to finish him off. He would disfigure his body so that he would never be able to lift his sword again. The referee announced that if they were ready, then they should go up to the arena. He said that he was eager to look at the pathetic expression on the loser's face. The protagonist said that he would not be able to see his face. The referee announced that they could begin the duel. Radin shouted with a smirk as he rushed towards him. Maybe he should stop acting so smug? After he used his ability, he wondered where he disappeared to. The protagonist appeared behind his opponent and stated that this was his first death. Radin thought in shock. When did he manage to appear behind him? MC furiously remarked as he raised his fist. Today he will die as many times as he deserves. Rayon punched him in the face with all his might. He thought, what was that? He couldn't see a single move from him. What did he do? The protagonist asked. How long will he lie down? He should get up already. He told me he was destined to die several times. This is for lying about the letter he sent. Radin shouted furiously, swinging his sword, that he was an arrogant piece of trash. He would regret not finishing the fight when he had the chance. They rushed at each other, and then he wondered in surprise, where did he disappear to again? He was sure that he only hurt him. The protagonist said, hitting him in the face with the hilt of his sword, that he was on the left. This is for ruining the flowers that his mother grew. MC hit him in the face and added that this is for trampling on them. After which, Raon hit him in the face again with his fist and said that this is for hitting Helen. Radin thought, what is going on? This can't be. This trash should be trained in nothing more than the flexible sword technique and river step. He is a low-level expert. He should be weaker than him. Then why is he losing? Helen watched the fight with Sylvia. The maid thought that Lord Raon could have won this fight with just one strike. However, he deliberately gave his opponent a chance to get up. It was as if he was not fighting for the sake of winning, but for them. Helen cried and thought that he was venting his anger for the insults they had suffered, even though she was just a maid who was not considered a human in this place where bloodlines ruled. Raon challenged and crushed a direct descendant. Sylvia thought as she watched her son that her father only cared about strength, and so this family became more and more inhumane day by day. She never felt like a part of them, even though she was a direct descendant. In the end, she couldn't stand the pressure and ran away, refusing to accept reality. However, perhaps it was for the best. Now she sees another way. To use her power to destroy the order of this hopeless place. This was shown to her by Ron, her own son. No matter how weak they are, one must be strong in spirit. Whoever your opponent is, you must fight to the end. After a while, the judge announced that Raiden can no longer move. The winner of the duel is determined. The winner is Rayon. Balder shouted, turning to his son, that he has disgraced their family. Rimmer joyfully shouted that he said Rayon would win. Dorian shouted that this is exactly what he expected from him. Luna shouted his name. Martha and Buran shouted that they knew he would win. At this time, Roan noted that he has served the Ziggart family for a very long time, but for the first time he saw everyone so openly supporting an indirect descendant, regardless of his status. Glenn thought that receiving praise from allies, regardless of status, was amazing. However, what amazed him more was that during the fight, despite his lack of skill, he was able to use the technique, the step of supreme harmony. This is a combat technique for moving, which he developed through long-term asceticism. An ordinary master can spend half a lifetime to master this technique. Raon managed to do it in just a week. In addition, such support that he is given already at such a young age. Their family has always strived only for strength. This is crucial in the society of aristocrats. Even he is no longer able to change this way of life. Raon, being an indirect descendant, felt the injustice of this system from his own experience. However, perhaps he will be the one to change the foundations of this family one day. He noted, rising from his throne, that the result of the fight is known. All that remains is to fulfill the agreed conditions. Afterwards, the head of the family said, turning to Roan, that he must use any excuse to cut the budget of the Central Martial Arts Hall in half. The butler said with a grin that he will carry out his order. After which, the conditions of the duel under Glenn's close supervision were immediately fulfilled. Radin was forced to publicly admit his misdeeds. He kneeled and apologized to Sylvia and the maids, and Glenn, by decree of the head of the family, forbade the representatives of the Central Martial Arts Hall to approach the annex. The maids were able to breathe a sigh of relief, and their tense faces were replaced by joyful ones. When the series of events finally ended, they all returned home together. At the entrance of the main gate, Sylvia asked with a smile, grabbing Raon's hand with her own, "When did he manage to become so strong?" She was pleasantly surprised. The protagonist shouted that she did not need to cling to him so closely. He would explain everything later. At this time, the swordswoman noted that this way he looked more like a child, although just recently he made a completely different impression. The sorceress said that Rimmer said that, thanks to the strength he showed, Rayon survived the fight with the Mad Blood Demon. Most likely this is true. The fighter noted that the movements he demonstrated were close to perfection. The boy had extraordinary talent. She said that it would be a mistake not to recruit him into their squad. He noted that he would also not mind taking him into their squad, Black Tiger, after graduation. The swordswoman said that he should forget about it. It was too early for him to place such responsibility on his shoulders. The sorceress noted that the trainees of the 5th training hall had very little time left before graduation, and then they would decide for themselves which squad to join. They noted that this boy simply stood out from the crowd. However, he was not the only one in the 5th training hall. There were also Martha and Buren, as well as Luna. All three would fit perfectly into any squad they were assigned to. After all, they were all strong and talented trainees. The upcoming selection ceremony promises to be interesting. After some time in the protagonist's room, Judiel asked if he had planned everything in advance when he demanded a duel. MC noted that it was somewhat true. At least, he was confident in his victory. She said with a sigh that he really was a scary person, although he was still much kinder than most here. Raon asked, so he was kinder than the rest? Judiel stated with a smile that she was sincerely grateful for him saving her from Karan back then. With that she left, he needs to rest. The protagonist thought that her expression looked quite natural. It seemed that her attempts to protect Sylvia and her reaction were sincere. Perhaps he should tell her that he lied about the rampaging worm? Sometime later in the hall, Rimmer happily greeted the head of the clan. Glenn asked where he got so much gold from. He noted that he made a bet with this loser, although he wanted to say, with the master of the Central Martial Arts Hall. All this is thanks to Rayon. Moreover, he had obtained a huge amount of enhancing pills for the 5th training hall. He thought that the instructor was profiting off his son. The clan leader said that he was sure that he was not here to show off his wealth. He should say why he came here. Rimmer said that he understood. Then he would get straight to the point. He had a proposal. Glenn asked what he meant. He had completely entrusted him with the training. He pointed out that this proposal was not about training. He was asking for permission to make changes to the procedure for the graduation exam for trainees. The clan leader asked, so he wanted to change the exam? He should explain in more detail. Rimmer said that currently, in order to pass the exam, one must either gain the instructor's recognition or fight other trainees in a duel. However, the current trainees fought the Owen Knights, and on their second mission, they killed, risking their lives in a real fight. They had already achieved incredible heights for trainees. That's why the 5th training hall needs a brand new test. Glenn found this an intriguing proposal. He said that he wanted to make it a survival test. He thought that the great Ziggart lineage wouldn't help them. If they survived without anyone's help, they would prove themselves worthy of becoming great knights. Rimmer asked, "Isn't that a great proposal?" Glenn looked at him thoughtfully and said that he had changed. He asked, puzzled, what was he talking about? The clan leader noted that after the day his energy core was destroyed, he retired and preferred not to show himself for a long time. However, now that he met this year's newcomers, he is no longer so dull. On the contrary, he is full of enthusiasm and energy to teach. Rimmer said that such words embarrassed him too much. Roan noted that he completely agreed with the clan leader. His expression became much brighter. He said that he did not agree with it, but it was as if he had just discovered a new talent for mentoring. Who knows, perhaps the day will soon come when he will seat in the chair of the head of the clan, someone whom he raised with his own hands. The head of the clan asked, did he mean Rayon? Rimmer asked, is it possible to know for sure? It could be Buren, Martha, or even Luna. Glenn noted with a smile that it was funny. He had to prepare the exam program in a week. If he failed, he would consider this conversation invalid. He said with a smile, taking out the documents, that in fact, he had already prepared it. After a while, the trainees of the 5th training hall were discussing that the instructor had told them all to gather and he himself was late. Although it is not surprising, he is never on time. Perhaps their instructor was visiting gambling places and taverns until dawn again? Suddenly, Rimmer burst into the training grounds, kicking the doors open. He happily said that he apologized for being late. He was a little late because he stopped by to see the orphans on the way. Buren shouted in irritation that if he was lying, he should at least come up with a normal reason. Rimmer said that he was not lying and was telling the truth. Anyway, he had an important announcement for them. He had thought about it for a long time, but they gave him the confidence to carry out his plan. The graduation exams were starting soon. They weren't going to be trainees forever, were they? They said that rumor had it that the graduation exam usually involved getting a confession from the instructor or fighting another trainee. He happily stated that this was usually the case, but their exam would be a little different. They asked him in surprise, what did he mean? Rimmer noted that they had already gained enough experience. Sparring with Owen trainees, combat experience with the South-North Union, even though they were just privates. They had even survived Eden's surprise attack during the last mission. That was why, instead of meaningless duels and receiving recognition from the instructor, they would have to explore this world alone to discover many new things. The instructor solemnly announced with a smile that the test of this graduation exam was survival. In a month, they would leave their status as Ziggart's disciples, and they would survive in various places on the continent with only their swords in their hands. Naturally, for those who were afraid, he had an alternative exam. Luna asked, turning to Ryan, would he participate in this test? The protagonist noted that naturally he would. She said that then she would participate in it too. Buren noted that it was unlikely that the instructor was holding this test for no reason, so he would participate in it too. Martha said that she had been doing nothing but surviving since birth, so she was ready for this challenge. Rimmer asked in surprise that not only Ryan, but all of them made the decision so easily. Did they even think about where exactly he was going to send them? Especially Ryan, because he was the best trainee. His decision could influence the others. They would follow him without thinking. The protagonist said that he did not expect it to be easy, but it was unlikely that he, the instructor, would make this decision without thinking. Moreover, he had never set impossible tasks for them. He said that he deserved praise, but he would not be lenient with him because of this. And now he would tell them where they would be going. After which, Rimmer read from the document that the Levin Desert for Buren, the Siam Canyon for Martha, the Kadam Jungle for Luna, and finally, the Habun Castle in the northeast for Ran. MC wondered in surprise, what kind of place was this? The instructor pointed out that this was a battlefield where they would have to fight monsters that rushed from the northern sea and Mount Stalin every day. This place was called Hell on Earth, since there was often no time to sheath a sword. It would be difficult for everyone, but especially for him. They had a month before they were sent out, so they had to prepare well. After a while, in the Garden of the Annex, Helen asked Sylvia if the young master was training too much. He had not slept for several days due to training. Honestly, it would be better for him to give up this exam. This place was too dangerous. Sylvia said that she agreed with her, but this was a good opportunity for him to grow. In addition, she believed that he himself wanted to give it his all during the exam at Habun Castle. They should help him fully concentrate on his training. Afterwards, the protagonist thought as he continued to train hard, that when he heard the conditions for taking the exam, he had increased the intensity of his training this week and was already starting to feel a little exhausted. Even with so much training, he can't help but feel like he's missing something. The monsters of Castle Habun are huge, and their hides are so tough that a sword can barely cut through them. Using the Ziggart family swordsmanship, which is equally balanced in attack and defense, he'll be at a disadvantage. The Thousand Lights technique he wields is deadly, but it requires too much aura, which will affect long-term battles. The Ring of Fire has compensated for this so far, but he can't rely on just these two techniques anymore. He has 3 weeks before leaving. His priority now is to learn more about Castle Habun and find a way to improve the Thousand Lights technique. He needs a more aggressive swordsmanship style, and to develop it, he'll have to give it his all. After a while, Glenn asks, so he wants a new swordsmanship technique in exchange for a silver medal? The protagonist says that's exactly it. The clan leader remarked that it was up to him how he used the silver medal. However, didn't he say that he would use it for something else? MC said that was true. He was planning on using the medal to restore his mother's status as a direct descendant. He asked if he was still going to use the silver medal, even though that was the case. Brown remarked that he had learned something from the Cebu village mission and the previous fight. Glenn said that he would listen to him. The protagonist explained that his achievement during the mission was quite impressive for his age and status, but he only received a silver medal as a reward, not a gold one. He then remembered what he had said about the difficulties. Gold medals were needed to restore her status, instead of collecting silver medals, which would not help his mother in any way. It would be better for him to become stronger by spending the silver medals he had, so that he could then obtain gold medals. The clan leader stated, using his ability, that his thinking was correct. He should take this. He will need it in Castle Habun. If he does not trust it, he can choose something else. The protagonist read the inscription on the book, Fangs of Madness. MC thought that at least Glenn was not stingy with suitable rewards. Since he personally picked it up, he believed that the effectiveness was guaranteed. Ron said respectfully that he would gladly accept it. The head of the clan said that he should put all his efforts to learn it. The protagonist said that he would go then. Glenn said that he should wait. He wanted to ask him a question. Since he came for the book to learn a new sword technique, he barely realized what awaits him there. Is Castle Habun not afraid of him at all? He could have refused. The protagonist noted that he realized this after fighting the demons of Eden. He asked what he realized. MC said that a life-or-death fight gives such growth that can be compared to years of training in a fighting hall. He realized that he needed trials where he would have to push his limits to become stronger. Besides, Rimmer's instructor would never give them a trial they couldn't handle. This path would certainly be hard and painful, but he was sure that it would make him stronger, and he would be grateful for this experience later. The head of the clan said that he understood now. Before he left, he wanted to tell him something. Fencing could be used in many ways, so he needed to expand the boundaries of his thinking. Raon thanked him for this advice. Then Rimmer, who had been hiding all this time, said that this was exactly why he adored Raon. He understood his intentions. There was nothing more pleasant for an instructor than an understanding student. He was so different from the grumpy Buren, or that caring Martha? Glenn asked what kind of instructor he was. He insulted his students. He noted that it was unexpected for him that he decided to show him the technique, the fangs of madness. That was worth a gold medal. Rimmer said happily that his love for his grandson is boundless. The clan leader said that he talks a lot. He noticed that he talks less lately. It is fair to remember that. However, as the name of this technique suggests, it is a truly ferocious style. Will Ron be able to master it? Glenn said that he gave him the book. That is more than enough. Whether he can master this technique or not is up to him. Rimmer said with a smile that even though he says so, it will definitely help him. His love for his grandson is admirable. The clan leader furiously shouted, using his ability, that he has already gotten to him. Since he has become so talkative, it means that he has completely recovered from the effects of his last battle. Rimmer shouted in fear that he is asking him to stop. He has not fully recovered yet. Glenn raised his hand to strike and menacingly declared that he looks like he has recovered a long time ago. Therefore, he wants to teach him a lesson. He dumbfoundedly shouted that he is asking for his forgiveness. After which, Ron heard a terrible scream coming from the hall. After some time in the protagonist's room, the protagonist asked, "So this is the silver medal fencing technique?" However, it definitely does not qualify for a silver medal. MC thought of the sword style as fangs of madness. As the name suggests, it is like the bared fangs of a ferocious beast. One charges forward with the sole intention of mercilessly inflicting critical damage on the opponent using the highest level of intuitive sword style. It cannot be learned by following any theory, only through combat experience. That is why he participated in countless duels with other students to adapt to the aggressive style. He did not let go of his sword until the day of the graduation exam. He must become more skillful and ferocious until he reaches the appropriate level of mastery. He continued to work hard until there were no more students willing to fight him. He managed to grasp the essence of the technique, Fangs of Madness, almost before leaving. His time for training was up, and now the last night before the graduation exam arrived. Judiel noted that he had a lot of bruises lately. He was overworking himself so much because of the final exam tomorrow. The mistress would be very upset if she knew about his condition. The protagonist noted that he admitted that he was carried away. He had to fight every day to master the technique, the Fangs of Madness. He asks to heal him somehow. She asked if she had a choice. The protagonist said that he wanted to tell her something before he left. Judiel said that she was listening to her master. MC said, closing his eyes, that he had lied to her about the furious worm back then. Judging by her reaction, he might suggest that she already knew about it. She said that she had thought about it, although she was not sure about it. Raon asked why she doubted it. Judiel said that although at first she really believed that he had placed the frenzied worm inside her, and then she didn't dare to think that it could be a lie. All she could think about was how to survive this horror. However, thanks to the warmth of the inhabitants of the annex, she gradually got used to it. He also treated her like a human being, without demanding anything in return. And he even helped her not to arouse suspicion in the Central Martial Arts Hall. After everything she had experienced here, she came to a realization. And the face he shows Sylvia, and the look he gave her, all this was for the sake of protecting the annex. And after that, the thought occurred to her that there was no frantic worm. This, of course, was just an assumption without any evidence. But why did he tell her about it anyway? The protagonist said that she had changed. After all, he had also been closely watching her all this time, and he noticed that the mask she wore before was increasingly revealing her true face. The day Rodden came and started to rampage in the annex, she risked herself to stand up for Helen and his mother, and it was a truly sincere act. And then he found information about Rodden's sword style on his bed. Wasn't it her who put the book there? It helped him a lot. He thanks her for it. She said that she has a younger brother. Judiel said that they were separated when she was given to be a servant, and now she doesn't even know where her brother is. She had no choice but to obey orders, because she was told that this was the only way she could see him. She said with tears in her eyes that she was very sorry. The protagonist said that he would save her younger brother. He is sure that Karun will not leave him alone so easily, so they will meet more than once. And in one of these clashes, he will demand the return of her brother. As long as he is alive, he will do it. Judiel asked if she could ask just one question. What will he do if she does report him to Karun? Why did he reveal the truth about the rampaging worm? MC said with a smile that it was because he had confidence in her. She said that it was an unexpected answer. Raon asked what she would do. Judiel said that she would follow him. He could always call her if he needed help. The protagonist said that while he was gone, he would leave the outbuilding to her. She said, kneeling, that she would look after the place. The next day, the protagonist thought that the night had passed and he faced the morning of the graduation exam. Rimmer said that it was finally time to test them. Their task was to last a year and return. If they succeeded, they would achieve great success. How about their representative giving a farewell speech? MC thought that the instructor was constantly forcing him to perform, even though he hated it. Afterwards, Raon said that the people said that what does not kill a fighter makes him stronger. It may have been just a twist of fate, but they still experienced a real fight. and they all escaped from the clutches of mortal danger, fulfilling their duty. And that means they have become stronger. They must continue to become stronger and bring glory to the family and the 5th training hall. The graduates shouted that they will definitely come back. The instructor looked at him and thought with a smile that he knew from the beginning that he was an unusual guy. However, his skill is not the only remarkable thing about him. He is calm and balanced beyond his years. He has a huge potential to influence those around him. At the same time, he is not proud of his successes and always works harder than everyone else. What he showed him during their last fight was very similar to a technique, the Fangs of Madness. He will never get tired of watching him because it always exceeds all his expectations. Rimmer noted that he decided to become his opponent after he knocked down all his peers. And he even managed to injure his mentor. He is a very cheeky guy. He wishes that he would come back alive. He would be sorry if they did not see the birth of the new king with their own eyes. At this time, the protagonist said that now they should bow together to the instructor. They shouted with respect that they were grateful to their instructor. Rimmer said with a smile that he would wait for their success. They must return, safe and sound. Buren said, turning to Ron, that he would work until exhaustion to become stronger this year. He hoped, and he would not disappoint him. Martha said that she supported his words. She has not yet repaid the debt, so he should not stop there. And if he dares to die, then she will get him even there to return him back to the afterlife. The protagonist thought, can't they be sincere at least once? Luna called him by name and said, holding out a box, that he should take this. MC asked in surprise, is this really ice cream? She really wants to give him such a delicious dish? She noted that she still has a lot of it, so it's okay. Ron said that he was grateful to her. He would definitely eat it later. Luna said that she would go, and he should be careful. The protagonist said that of course he would be careful. After the protagonist said, turning to Dorian, that it was time for them to go. Dorian asked in horror, why was he also sent to Habun Castle? MC dragged him along and noted that they needed to visit one place on the way. He asked where he wanted to go first. Ron said with a smile that they would first visit the trading city of Cameloon. They needed to prepare equipment before fighting monsters. After some time at the central market in the trading city of Cameloon, the protagonist thought, looking around, that there were a lot of things here, but nothing useful. Apparently, he would have to go to the black market. Dorian noted that they were not going anywhere. Is there really nothing useful for sale here? Does this mean they need to go underground? The protagonist asked if he knew about the black market in this city. He said of course. The MC asked if this was his first time here, right? Then how did he know about the black market? Dorian happily said that he grew up in a merchant association, so he knows everything about trading. Rayon thought back and thought that he had guessed, but he really did grow up in a family of merchants. If he mentioned it himself, there was no point in worrying about his reputation anymore. The protagonist said with a smile that they should visit that place then. He mentioned that they needed to go through a secret passage to get to the black market. Does he know where it is? The protagonist said that the instructor told him about it. Dorian thoughtfully said that he heard that there was gambling in the black market. So the instructor knew exactly how to get there. It was time for them to go there. After a while, they hid their origins with black hooded cloaks and approached the secret passage to the black market. After which they reached the black market of the city of Cameloon. Dorian said that this place is simply huge, and surprisingly, it is much cleaner here than at the city market. However, is there what he is looking for here? MC noted, taking out a book, that now he will look at the auction catalog and find out for sure. After a while, they sat down on a bench. Round thought that he found it. He knew that the black butterfly was put up for auction. There is an auction tonight and the starting bid is 10 gold coins. Dorian asked, so he wants to get it? It is quite expensive. The protagonist thought he was right. It will take all his money to travel. It is too risky. He needs to find a pawn shop or something like that to get more money. The protagonist said that they should go. He asked where they will go. The MC noted that they will go to the pawn shop. They need to sell a few things before the auction starts. An hour later, Dorian asked, is he not finished yet? And why is he looking at everything here instead of heading straight to the auction? Rayon said, looking at the thing in his hands, that he is trying to find something useful. The protagonist thought that he still has time before the auction starts, so he decided to look around. Moreover, now he has some extra money to trade. However, even here there is little useful. The black market is full of undervalued treasures waiting for their buyer. In any case, it is time for them to go to the auction. The protagonist looked at the bright object in surprise and asked, could it really be this thing? MC thought that this was definitely the ring of the first head of the Ziggart family. He saw it in his memories when he was studying the technique. Thousands of lights. He couldn't hope to find it here. Rayon asked, taking the ring in his hand, how much was it worth? The merchant noted that he had a keen eye. This ring is able to increase strength and clear the mind. He can sell it for 5 gold. Dorian indignantly shouted, what 5 gold? He decided to rob them? This ring can't be more expensive than a few silver coins. He said that the effect of the ring is to increase strength and clear the mind, but if the effect was worth 5 gold, then it would be sold in a specialized magic store, not on the black market. Maybe it increases strength so much that its cost can be 5 gold? He strongly doubts it. It can hardly compare with the glove or ring of an ogre. There is not even a normal engraving on the ring. This one is just a pattern and a smooth surface. No beauty, no style, and there are chips. Is it made of brass at all, by any chance? He wouldn't take it even if it was lying in the trash. How dare he ask for 5 gold pieces for this ring? He's demanding a discount. He said he was offering 1 gold piece. The merchant said with difficulty that it was sold for that price. The protagonist praised Dorian. Wrath noted that the ring was clearly not a simple one. However, he felt creepy from such a transformation. The protagonist thought that Dorian was an excellent bargainer, but he didn't really understand the quality of the goods. In any case, this was a great find for him. Suddenly, the girl in the mask asked, "Has he already paid for this ring?" MC noted that he had already paid. She said that she would pay him 10 times what he paid for this ring, no matter how much it cost. She wants to buy it. Judging by his appearance, he is an adventurer who urgently needs money. That should be enough. Dorian shouted in shock. She offered 10 times more? The merchant shouted that he bought this ring for 50 silver. Is it really that valuable? He should sell this thing for such a huge price. Ryan thought that this girl knew the true value of this ring. Apparently, the cost of this ring is at least 100 gold coins. The protagonist said that he apologizes, but he will refuse her offer. The girl in the mask said that then she is ready to pay 20 times more, even 30 times. The protagonist noted that he is not going to sell this ring anyway. She offered 50 gold coins, but he refused again. MC said that it is not in his rules to sell his things. He's against it, and it does not matter how much she offers. Satar, her escort, said that he has no idea who he is, but he advises him to be more modest. He will have problems if he contradicts the lady. Raon asked, so he should change his mind just because his mistress is special? He doesn't care about their background. They should follow their own path. The masked girl indignantly asked, who is he to act so arrogantly? He should stop arguing and give her the ring while she is still politely asking for it. The protagonist noted, looking at her, that the only arrogant thing here is her desire to take possession of someone else's thing against the will of the rightful owner. Does she want to completely disgrace the honor of an aristocrat, or will they part peacefully? She said that he can't even imagine how terrible this world can be. He needs to think carefully about why people bow down to others, unless, of course, he wants to meet death in some alley, sudden and inglorious. The protagonist said that if that's all she can say, then he will go. After which the girl in the mask said irritably, turning to Satar, that they were heading to the auction house right now. These counters are usually visited by those who have just left the pawn shop. If he came here, most likely he's going to participate in the auction that will begin soon. They need to buy back everything that he tries to buy, no matter what. After some time at the auctioneer announced that 70 gold coins were offered for Data's necklace. They congratulated him on winning the auction. The next lot is a silver mana stone and a ring of violent flames. These lots were successfully sold, and he announced that the next lot would be presented soon. The protagonist thought that there was nothing interesting for him so far. How long should he wait for the black butterfly? The auction announced that the next lot, a noble butterfly, is perfectly compatible with mana stones. And this is a black butterfly. It is also popular as a decorative element due to its faint shimmer that attracts attention. Of course, there are some disadvantages, such as a short lifespan and high maintenance costs, which is why it feeds on mana stones, but nothing compares to the beauty of the black butterfly. It's time for them to start bidding. The visitors quickly raised the bid to 7 gold coins, and the protagonist bid 13 gold coins for the item. MC thought that this price was high. It was unlikely that anyone would bid more. 13 gold coins was too expensive for a decorative butterfly. The girl in the mask bid 50 gold coins for the item. People shouted that this was a record price for such an item. They did not think that anyone would bid higher. The auction announced that the bid of 50 gold coins would get this item. She said that it was time for them to go. Setar asked if she would buy only the black butterfly. The girl in the mask said that she would. This guy was not interested in other items at all. Besides, he bid on this butterfly at a price higher than the market value. The black butterfly was definitely his target. She showed him his place. Dorian exclaimed that she was at the store. She didn't even try to hide her evil intentions. What should they do? There might not be another black butterfly at the auction. MC said that he didn't have to worry. It was time for them to go. They still needed to pick out clothes for the night journey. He asked in surprise, why did they suddenly need clothes for the night journey? Ron said that they would steal the butterfly she bought. Dorian looked at him in horror. After a while, the protagonist thought that every great swordsman on the continent had his own unique qualities. Some were famous for their speed or smooth movement, while others were famous for their mental strength and tactics. In his past life, he was famous for his stealth. The key movement technique he used in his past life was the traceless steps. He thought that he would no longer need them in his new life, because he had mastered the step of supreme harmony. However, to his surprise, he had to use this technique again. 10 minutes before that, Dorian whispered that this was the night walking suit he had requested. The protagonist said that it was excellent. Considering the limited time, it was a very good quality item. Did he find out anything about the masked girl? He scratched the back of his head with his hand and tried to say something. The MC asked what was wrong. He had a strange reaction. Dorian asked if they should abandon this idea. The masked girl was Princess Jaina from the Kingdom of Balkar. He explained that she had a great talent for magic since an early age. Her ability to sense magical artifacts was unique, and that was why King Balkar valued her especially highly. It was sad, of course, but it would be better for them to just give up and look for alternative equipment for the mission. Raon asked, so the royal person was on the black market? That changed a lot. Additional verification of the authenticity of the items she purchased would be required, which meant that, unlike regular participants, the princess would not be given the goods right away. Stealing it now, while the black butterfly was with the seller, would be the safest option. He would be back soon. Dorian tried to stop him because he thought it was very dangerous. After a while, the protagonist thought, moving stealthily around the auction house, that as he expected, the princess's purchase had not yet been transferred. The employee asked why he would buy some decorative butterfly for 50 gold. No matter how hard he tried, he could not understand what was going on in the heads of rich people. His colleague said that they have their own quirks. He doesn't need to worry about it. It's better for them to continue playing cards. The protagonist thought that he noticed a black butterfly. It is guarded by the auction workers, but they are too engrossed in the game. MC thought, using his ability, that in this case, it's time for him to act. Round thought, while the butterfly flew out of the cage, that black butterflies are usually kept in bird cages because they die if left in a tight, enclosed space. These butterflies love magic stones because they feed on high-purity mana. Once the butterfly senses the mana of the Thousand Lights technique, which is purer than any magic stone, naturally, the black butterfly will not resist and will fly to him itself. Then he thought, looking at the butterfly, that he succeeded. The auction worker looked at the birdcage in surprise. His colleague asked, "What's the matter? Why is he distracted from the game?" He shouted in shock, "Where did the butterfly go?" They shouted that they need to find the black butterfly quickly. At that moment, the protagonist disappeared with a satisfied smile. After a while, Dorian waited for him with concern and thought that if the young master was caught, it could provoke a scandal with the Kingdom of Balkar. This curse, because of this, he cannot calm down. He said gloomily that he had to stop him. The protagonist said that he finally found him. Dorian shouted in fear, "How did he appear here?" MC noticed that he was acting as if he saw a ghost. He asked if he came back, then he has already finished? Rayon said that he succeeded. Dorian shouted in surprise, "Did he really succeed?" Then it was time for them to go back. At that moment, Jaina said with surprise, hiding her face under a mask, that this was an unexpected meeting. Was he offended? How does it feel to have no chance to get what he wants at the auction? She noted that it was not too late for him to come to his senses. She will give him the black butterfly in exchange for the ring. He should think carefully. This is his last chance. The protagonist asked if she really had a hearing problem. He told her more than once that he would not give up the ring. Jaina said that he did not understand in a good way. Apparently, he did not value the opportunity to leave the black market unharmed. Suddenly, an employee ran up and addressed her. She indignantly shouted, "What was the matter? Didn't he see that she was talking now?" He apologized to her and shouted that the black butterfly was gone. It seemed that someone had stolen the butterfly. The protagonist noticed with a smug smile that she had a problem. Jaina thought that it was definitely him who had stolen it. His mocking remarks and disdainful smirk, only she was allowed to behave like that with others. She did not know how, but he had definitely stolen the black butterfly, she said, crossing her arms, that she thought he was a proud man, but in fact he was a thief. Does he at least know who she is? MC asked if he needed to know. Jaina introduced herself and asked, removing her mask from her face, if he really thought he was allowed to act so brazenly in her presence. She would set him on the right path. Sitar was flexing his fists to get ready for a fight. Then Jaina ordered him that he should take care of him. He rushed at him, swinging his fist. Raon asked, ready to fight, if it should matter to him who she was. Then the protagonist knocked out Sitar with one punch to the face. Jaina screamed as her servant was being beaten. Why was he lying on the floor? He can't even beat some tramp. Greer ordered them to stop. Then he asked if it was really Raon. They thought they would recognize that voice. He noted that Jaina was there too. Did they really know each other? She asked, turning to Greer, if he really knew him. Greer stated that of course he knew him. Didn't he tell her about the outstanding swordsman of the Ziggart family? It was him, Rayon. Jaina was shocked by this news. She thought he was from the Ziggart faction, led by the Northern Destruction King. She remembered that the Northern King had the same blonde hair and red eyes. Was he really of that bloodline? Raon asked what she called him. A thief, right? Jaina couldn't answer. The protagonist said that he had suffered enough. Should he regard her behavior as an accusation from the Balkar kingdom against the Ziggart family? This was the last chance. She needed to apologize right now, and he would graciously regard it as the mistake of an immature princess. She said in fear that she didn't even know he was like that. The protagonist pointed out that, in that case, she should wait for an official protest. For treating him like a thief without any evidence, insulting him, and starting a beating. Jaina gritted her teeth in anger, and then bowed her head and apologized to him. MC said before leaving that he accepted her apology. He also did not want to make things worse, so they would stop there. However, she should try to watch her words in the future. She did not want to disgrace her kingdom, did she? She held back her anger, looking down. After a while, Greer asked if he had really appeared there at the wrong time. Raon said that was not quite true. Thanks to him, he was able to avoid false accusations. He said that he was glad to hear it. Also, he did not need to worry about Jaina anymore. He would talk to her himself. The protagonist thanked him for his concern. Greer asked what he was doing in Cameloon. He himself was on a mission. However, the lands of Ziggart are quite far from Cameloon. How did he end up here? The protagonist said that he had a practical assignment for the graduation exam. He came here with another graduate to buy equipment. He noted that they really are in the season of graduation tests now. What equipment is he looking for? The protagonist said that he needed a new sword. He currently has a good weapon, but he has been using this sword for a long time. Greer said that he could recommend a good place. There is a workshop on the corner of the Western Craft District of Cameloon City. The place is small, but the blacksmith there is very skilled. He would like to introduce them to him personally. However, unfortunately, he cannot go with them because of his assignment. MC said that he thanks him for the advice. Afterwards, he said that he will go. He should visit him sometime in Owen. Raon said that he will definitely come there after the graduation exam. Greer wished him success in the test. Dorian sighed and noted that they were saved. How could one act so recklessly? The protagonist reminded that he already said that everything was thought out. However, he was lucky that Greer ended up helping them. He asked if they were going to the workshop now. The protagonist said not now. They would leave it for tomorrow. He had one more thing to do today. As night fell in MC's room, Ron declared that it was time for Black Butterfly to do his job. The Black Butterfly absorbs mana, but cannot assimilate it. The two colored buds are also unable to accumulate mana, but when combined with each other, they open up new possibilities. After the two-colored flower absorbs the mana collected by the Black Butterfly, it turns into a valuable elixir that combines the energy of fire and water. Raon brought the flower to his mouth and thought that only a few people knew about this fact. And even he only learned about it thanks to his memories from the Thousand Lights technique. The system window notifies that one of the Frost Curse nodes has been destroyed. The durability of the protagonist's energy center and mana reserves has increased. Energy and willpower have increased significantly. All characteristics have been increased. The status window notifies that the MC status is a 4-node Frost Curse. Characteristics: Fury Stage 5, Ring of Fire Stage 5, Thousand Lights Technique Stage 3, Flame Resistance Level 3, Frost Aura Level 3, and Legendary Sense. Water Resistance Level 4, Invisible Strike and Unbreakable Will Level 1. Strength 72, Endurance 66, Sense 79, Agility 73, Energy 70, and Rage 10. After a while, Raon said that it was time to go to the workshop. Dorian was surprised and wondered what happened to the protagonist. His energy and aura had increased significantly overnight. And what was MC doing there? At first, Dorian was just curious. The protagonist was considered a disgrace and was looked down upon by both the direct heirs and all the other family members. However, MC silently endured all the insults, focusing all his efforts on training. Having become close to Ron, Dorian realized one important thing. The protagonist is much more suited to the name Ziggart than anyone else in the 5th training hall. That's why, even though their paths have diverged, the 5th training hall still continues to follow MC. If Dorian had even a little bit of his strength, even that problem of his family could be solved. However, Dorian does not follow Ron because of this. The protagonist turned to his comrade and asked what Dorian was thinking so deeply about. They would need to continue their journey right after they took the sword from the workshop. MC looked at his comrade and suggested not to stop because there was still a long way ahead. Dorian smiled and thought that this was right. As long as Raon was still nearby, he could become stronger by following him. As long as they were together, there was nothing to be afraid of. Dorian agreed and exclaimed that he was already running. The protagonist calmly said that he would also like to see Dorian's sword technique, a continuous flow, on the way to Habun Castle. Dorian thought with a smile, is he finished? After some time, the blacksmith, Kuberad Jayton, apologized for the intrusion and clarified that he was here on the recommendation of Sir Greer. Are they familiar with the 3rd prince of the Owens Kingdom? The protagonist confirmed this and replied that he decided that since his workshop was recommended by the prince himself, the weapons here were trustworthy. Kuberad wondered if the prince had really recommended them. No, that couldn't be. The blacksmith looked at MC in surprise and thought that this child looked so young, but his level was no lower than the prince's. Still far from ideal, but the protagonist's aura was powerful and sharp, like a strong sword. Kuberad noted that it was hard to believe that a child could have such power, and MC's aura was different from the prince's aura. Isn't this Ziggart? Dorian quietly asked how this blacksmith knew that. They hadn't even really communicated. Wrath noted that this was the real Kuberad. Understands at a glance who is in front of him and what he is capable of. Raon thought that his comrade was talking too much. The blacksmith, sitting on a chair, said that in his life he had seen many swordsmen, but he had never met anyone like the protagonist. MC apologized for not introducing himself right away and said his name. Dorian introduced himself after his comrade. Kuberad introduced himself and clarified that he was just an old man who had dedicated his entire life to blacksmithing. Raon was stunned and wondered, was this Kuberad, the one who had forged countless masterpieces for Owen and Balker, and the one who had managed to make his name famous throughout the continent? Kuberad. The protagonist never thought that he would meet him in such a modest workshop. The blacksmith asked, so what brought them to him? MC put his hand to his chest and replied that he needed a suitable sword for the upcoming journey. Kuberad asked if Raon wanted him to forge his first battle sword. The protagonist replied that it was not quite so. He was going to pass the test that would give him the right to be called a swordsman. Plus, someone had already promised to make him a real battle sword. The blacksmith asked if it was Velkon by any chance. MC confirmed it with confusion. Kuberad happily exclaimed that he knew it. That's why Velkon changed his mind about retiring, to make a sword for the protagonist. There's no way he could steal Velkon's right to MC's first personal sword. So Raon needed a temporary sword that could be used until the protagonist passed the test? Kuberad vouched for the quality of everything in his workshop. MC could choose with pleasure. Dorian smiled, called out to Mr. Kuberad, and asked if he could choose too. The blacksmith agreed and told Dorian to take it while he was in a good mood. Dorian thanked him for the opportunity. After some time, Raon, looking at the sword in his hand, thought that Kuberad really deserves the title of the best blacksmith on the continent. Every sword here is a real masterpiece. Wherever you look, their characteristics are very good. The protagonist drew attention to the dark sword lying in the barrel. He asked, what is this? Dorian happily pointed something with his finger and exclaimed that these swords are really amazing. He does not even know what to choose. Each sword here is very expensive. Kuberad, smiling, noted that this is natural because he forged them. Dorian can choose even with his eyes closed. He will not be mistaken. The blacksmith fell into a stupor and turning his head to the side yelled that this is energy. He fell silent, looking at MC holding a sword shrouded in a dark aura in his hand. Kuberad ordered Dorian to arm himself faster. Dorian, in confusion, clarified what the blacksmith was doing, and Kuberad yelled that Raon was holding a possessed sword. We need to quickly take the sword away before the deadly energy takes possession of the protagonist. Dorian replied that he did not think it was dangerous. The blacksmith barked. How can Dorian not understand? Doesn't the assistant feel how dangerous this energy is? Kuberad was very surprised when he looked at MC and wondered, what's going on? The sword emanates a terrifying aura, but does not even try to take possession of the boy's body? Wrath called it damn trash. He barked with great anger. The creature decided to take the body that belongs to him. Wrath approached the sword and exclaimed that this was outrageous impudence. He will freeze the sword and smash it. The protagonist asked not to touch the sword. Wrath yelled in irritation that this freak was going to take it by right. Why wouldn't he touch the sword? And anyway, if it were not for him, MC would have been consumed by possession. Raon calmly looked at the sword and replied that it was not his property, and that the thing would not have absorbed him. The blacksmith asked with confusion, is the protagonist okay? MC looked at him and replied that everything was fine. And this dagger, it is definitely unusual. Kuberad replied that it was a defective product. He did not know if MC heard him, but as the blacksmith said, the blade was possessed. There was a small village in the south called Siren. They served the sacred tree Yahello, a peaceful village, full of kind and trusting people. But one day, Siren was attacked by a white blood cult. Their followers killed half of the villagers, and the other half, as the white blood cult usually does, they kidnapped. Not a single survivor could be found in Siren. Having learned of the disaster in the village, Kuberad took a branch of Othello to forge this blade, trying to honor the memory of the fallen, but it turned out to be a big mistake. As soon as the blade was ready, the light blade and handle turned scarlet. Contrary to the intentions of the blacksmith, the blade revived the bitterness and hatred of the inhabitants of Siren. No one can resist its malice and deadly energy. However, the protagonist somehow managed to maintain his sanity. The blacksmith still cannot understand how. MC closed his eyes and thought that the memories of the inhabitants of Siren were penetrating him through this blade. Anger and indignation, pain and grief. Did they really meet such a cruel death at the hands of the white blood cult? Raon said that he was very busy now. He was afraid that he would not have time to help them take revenge. But if the protagonist meets representatives of the white blood cult, he promises that he will avenge them. The protagonist sternly looked at the sword and asked if the sword was ready to follow him. Kuberad looked at the sword in amazement and thought that the deadly energy was disappearing. Did the sword really recognize the boy as its owner? Raon said that it was a blade forged to honor the fallen. He invited the blade Requiem to join his journey. After some time, the protagonist thanked the blacksmith for his very good work. He received not only Requiem but also a regular sword. Kuberad calmly replied that there was no greater honor for a blacksmith than to watch a rising star fight with his creations. MC turned around and added that if the blacksmith ever came to the lands of Ziggart, they would receive him with all honors. Kuberad wished the protagonist good luck with his exam. Let everything go smoothly. The blacksmith looks at his leaving comrades. Kuberad thought that at first he thought that this was just a capable guy, and MC was able to tame the possessed blade and even become its owner. Was there some kind of resonance between the blade and the mind? Or is it just that the spirit of Raon is so powerful? Kuberad feels that Ziggart will surprise this world again. After the comrades left Camelon, they moved north for a few more days. Everything around was covered in snow. When they finally got used to the monotonous landscape, Castle Habun appeared, where they were to take the final exam. The protagonist exhaled and said that they were there. Dorian covered his mouth with his hand and asked what that smell was. Wrath happily exclaimed that here it is, the real smell of the battlefield. This smell is even refreshing. MC looked at his comrade and noted that they had just arrived. Why is Dorian swearing? It wasn't that hard to get there. Dorian yelled in great surprise. Comrade, are you serious? After Camelon, it was getting colder and colder, and Raon only picked up the pace, as if you need to move more in the cold. Not only that, in his free time, the protagonist did nothing but criticize Dorian's fencing technique. And when it was MC's turn to stand guard, Comrade waved his sword over his ear every night. Because of this, Dorian didn't sleep. And Raon has the nerve to ask why he's swearing? Wrath said irritably that the broken watch only shows the correct time twice a day. The protagonist really did overdo it with training. Even he wasn't allowed to rest. Tarian Baredun, the second in command of the Havun Castle defense, asked if they were their reinforcements. He noticed that the guys were late. Tarian seriously introduced himself standing in front of his comrades. He announced that as long as they were here, they would report directly to him. The protagonist agreed and asked to take care of them. Tarian looked at Dorian and asked if he was okay. MC replied that this was normal for his comrade, so there was no need to worry. The deputy then asked to follow him. Raon asked Dorian to finish already and go. The comrade, tired, sitting on the floor, said that he wanted to go home. The comrades passed by people, and the protagonist thought that everything was much more colorful in real life. The walls, keeping traces of falls and restorations, the exhausted faces of the villagers, and the air smelled of dust, blood, and an unpleasant smell from burnt corpses, exactly as Judiel described. There was no way she could have been here. How could she have been here in such a short time? At this time, the worker of the Frosty Branches Tavern, Yua, turned her attention to the protagonist. She was surprised, holding a bag of food in her hands, and noted that she did not remember their faces. Who are they? Maybe reinforcements have arrived? Grandpa asked why Yua froze. It's time for them to open up. She looked at him and exclaimed that she was already running. She ran and MC turned his head to the side. After a while, Tarian turned to the commander and announced that he was entering the room. The reinforcements that the commander mentioned, or rather the Ziggart trainees, had arrived. The commander of the castle's defense, Miland Bradun, greeted the Ziggart trainees. He introduced himself, and Raon thought that he was looking. They already knew about them. That same Miland, they call him the Giant of the North. The commander has been successfully defending Castle Haven for over 20 years. Wrath noticed that those eyes, he hadn't seen a real warrior for a long time. The protagonist whispered, "Did the spirit feel it too?" Wrath agreed and said that only a warrior who had spent decades in battle could have such eyes. Milan crossed his arms seriously and said that for now, those present are the only ones who know about their arrival. For the rest, it's a secret. And the commander knows why Rimmer sent them here, wants them to gain combat experience and come back. Milan folded his arms and added that he was afraid that this was not the place where comfortable training awaited them. A kind instructor, hot food, a comfortable bed, they could forget about this. All they had at their disposal was a cold wind that penetrated to the bone and endless battles, and if their comrades were counting on some comforts, they could turn around right now. Dorian happily raised his fists and asked if they could really leave. Raon raised his hand and clarified that they had come here to become stronger, and he would readily accept any battle or situation. Milan replied that he liked the protagonist's attitude. He would see how long this would last. Now they were soldiers. They would have to start from the very bottom. The commander turned to Charles and said that the two of them needed to be taken to the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad. The assistant replied that it would be done. Milland added that they could boldly assign them any fights and tasks, and now Charles should show the two to their rooms. Charles headed for the exit and agreed with the gentleman. He stood in front of his comrades and asked them to follow him. The door closed and Tarian said that he did not like them. Milland asked why. The deputy replied that that boy, Dorian, was shaking with fear. And Ron, on the contrary, was very calm, as if he had come for a walk. You won't get any help from them, only problems. And a bracelet with flowers. What kind of a warrior is he? It's better to send them back quickly then. The commander interrupted him and said that he understood the deputy's doubts, but one should not judge by appearances. After all, they had undergone the strictest Ziggart training. They are not as weak as they seem. The commander suggested first seeing what they were really like, and then drawing conclusions. Milland asked the deputy to keep an eye on them, and Tyrion calmly agreed. The commander clarified that the only thing he did not understand was why they were asked to send a report on these boys every week. Tyrion asked if this was a request from Instructor Rimmer. Milland disagreed, and replied that the letter seemed to have come from the chief himself. The deputy was very surprised and yelled, "From that same Ziggart? The commander wants to say that the Northern King of Destruction personally supervises them?" Milland confirmed this and said that Glenn ordered to send a report on everything they do. This is the first time that the chief wants to know all the details. The commander does not understand what is in his head at all. After a while, the protagonist looked at the room in great surprise and asked when Dorian managed to settle in so quickly. The comrade happily raised his hand and answered that while MC was in the bathroom, Ron was confused, thinking that just a minute ago this place was in terrible condition. He lifted the curtain with his hand and asked where the comrade got this. Dorian exclaimed that he took it with him. The protagonist noted that it was also in different colors. Dorian agreed and replied that it was an essential item. He has red, yellow, and even green here. Which comrade will choose? MC was stunned and wondered what kind of magic bag Dorian had. The captain of the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad, Rodden, came into the room and asked if the newcomers had already unpacked their things. He introduced himself and said that he knew they had just arrived, but it was time to get to work. An order was received for an expedition. Sometime later, in Ziggart Castle, Glenn asked what brought Rimmer to him. Rimmer happily exclaimed that he already knew everything. The leader had secretly organized surveillance to find out how Raon was doing. He was so worried about his grandson. Glenn irritably put his hand to his forehead and thought that he knew that he shouldn't have let Rowan go to gambling establishments. He must have told everything. The leader asked to keep it a secret. Rimmer enthusiastically asked to tell him that the protagonist is amazing. Not only did he find a use for the 2 colored buds he got in the mission against the Claw, he also won the famous Princess Balkar. Glenn seriously agreed and noted that MC is an amazing thief. That's who Raon is. What's good about the protagonist ruining his relationship with the princess of the neighboring kingdom? Rimmer replied that MC may be a thief, but the princess asked for it. The protagonist responded to her provocation in his own way. It's funny that even surveillance couldn't figure out how exactly he managed to steal the butterfly. It seems to him that Raon's next move will also be a reason for admiration. Glenn said that he didn't think so and clarified that he had already called his people back. Rimmer was very surprised and asked why. Isn't the leader interested in what the protagonist will do next? He heard that Kubarad gave him a sword. Glenn calmly clarified that he sent them to prevent family problems. Now there is no need for that. Rimmer smiled and exclaimed that indeed, now the spies inside Habun will be able to report to the leader. Glenn looked at Rowan with horror, and the butler yelled that he definitely did not say such a thing. Rimmer exclaimed that the leader was just trying to hide it. Obviously, Glenn has spies inside the castle. Is it really that hard for the leader to admit that his grandson is the best? Rimmer smiled and asked Glenn to show his favor to the protagonist. This would also save the inhabitants of the annex from problems. Moreover, their relationship with Sylvia would improve, so in the end, everyone would only benefit. Glenn sternly noted that it seemed that one lesson was not enough for Rimmer. Rimmer said fearfully that it was time for him to go and said goodbye to the leader. Glenn folded his arms in horror and said that he would make sure that Rimmer remembered the second lesson for the rest of his life. A loud scream was heard from the castle. At the same time, the protagonist turned his head to the side and wondered if it seemed to him or if someone was screaming. After a while, Radin announced that this was Mount Sterlin. Because of the snow and monsters, Castle Haven is considered a real hell on earth. But what views? Just beauty. MC, looking at the mountain, agreed with the captain. Radin calmly turned his head to the side and asked if they would conduct a test before reconnaissance. It would be nice to know how skilled they are. He looked down and asked what they thought about these tracks. Dorian noticed that the tracks were large and suggested that maybe it was an ice troll. MC thoughtfully brought his hand to his mouth and replied that it was definitely not a troll. He knelt down and, putting his hand to the track, clarified that troll tracks were similar to human tracks, but usually much larger and deeper than these. These tracks definitely belong to an animal moving on 4 legs. Round thinks it is a mountain goat, Kari. Rodden was very surprised and thought, did the protagonist understand this the first time? He confirmed it and asked when the goat left these tracks. MC replied that since the ground is not too hard, the tracks are probably fresh. If they go west, they will be able to catch it. Radin looked at the scratch on the tree and asked, "What is this then?" Raon replied that these are the claw marks of a ferocious wolf. They use their powerful claws to leave marks on trees and boulders, marking their territory. But this one is already dead. Radin was amazed, and the protagonist added that these wolves usually do not leave their territory, and since the tracks are old, it means the wolf is already dead. Radin thought, who is this freak? How does MC know all this? Newbies joining their squad usually face a lot of difficulties. In the reconnaissance squad of Haven Castle, it is not customary to beat and load newbies with routine work. Here a person is simply confronted with the fact of his own powerlessness, leaving only the awareness of the futility of theory, and clearly demonstrates how dangerous this place is. At best, a person will receive a couple of encouraging pieces of advice. But this guy knows too much. For the protagonist, nothing is difficult. Dorian looked at Radin in amazement. The captain smiled and showed him the branch and yelled, "What, in his opinion, does this mean?" Dorian asked how he could know this. Radin happily put his hand on his head and wondered how he could not know. Dorian asked his comrade to help him. The protagonist calmly thought that they should have fun, and in the meantime he would go and explore the area. Thanks to his legendary sense of smell, MC is very good at capturing everything that surrounds him. Round looked at the dark aura emanating from the blade, and thought that the Requiem blade was also capable of scanning the surroundings and transmitting information to him through spiritual energy. The protagonist discovered this property when they first arrived. The blade absorbed the spiritual energy of the monsters they killed and transferred it to MC, so now he understands the hidden spiritual signs. It's nice that the blade is trying its best to help. Wrath yelled in irritation that this is garbage and asked what the protagonist is doing. Legendary senses are much better than this. Why does Ron even use this garbage? The protagonist replied that he liked Requiem's desire to help. Plus, it will make him less indebted to the spirit. Wrath grunted in irritation. He yelled, "Legendary senses are nothing to him, got it? It's much better than some blade." MC asked how he knew if it was better or not. Wrath barked that it was because he was the greatest and most powerful lord in the demon realm. Round calmly remembered this and agreed with the spirit. Wrath growled and exclaimed that the protagonist was also neglecting his advice. MC said that he thought the deciding factor here was that the spirit was trying its best to take his body. He couldn't trust him. Wrath barked that the protagonist had found it, so what was there to worry about? Okay, within the confines of trust, he would tell Round about a technique that utilized his frost aura. The protagonist looked at him, and Wrath said that he would show him the true power of the frost aura, which MC had never read about in his books. Round was dumbfounded and wondered what kind of unexpected generosity this was. After a while, Wrath announced that the technique was called Glacier. It was beyond the control of an ordinary person. Only someone with the purest frost aura could master it. With the protagonist's limited abilities, it would take a lot of time and effort to learn it. Wrath asked MC to focus and clear his mind. Round needed to combine his frost aura with the aura of this place. Wrath enveloped the area in an aura and asked the protagonist to look at his frost aura and asked what it looked like. MC, sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, replied that it looked just like the snow that covered the entire area. Wrath agreed and noted that it might seem that way, but it was not snow at all. It was all one single frost aura. That was the point in connecting these auras. Round opened his eyes and thought that this was difficult. He did not think that the frost aura had such potential. It would be difficult to learn this. Instead of trying to connect them directly, it was important to hold the image of the connection. Then MC would be able to sense what was happening in the distance as if it were right in front of his eyes. In fact, all the snow in the place became his eyes, ears, and skin. It was as if the world had simply frozen. No, it was Ron who froze, his body growing heavy, but his senses surprisingly heightened. He saw Radin mocking Dorian, and also a ferocious wolf, after a successful hunt. Not only can the protagonist determine their location, he can also see what they are doing. It's amazing. Perhaps because this is the first experience, MC can only see at a short distance and can't hold the picture for long. Round froze, feeling something and looking to the side exclaimed, "That's it!" He quickly ran and called out to the captain. Radin looked at him in surprise and asked, "What is it?" The protagonist yelled that a mole shark was heading their way, digging underground. Radin wondered in confusion. Could it really be a mole shark? He was perplexed. This was the territory of the monsters from Mount Sterling. Where would an aquatic monster come from? The captain personally doesn't even feel the characteristic vibration that the monster makes when moving. The protagonist exclaimed that he was telling the truth. The monster is heading here. Radin clarified that, how is this possible? And instantly a stream of water rose behind him. He looked back in amazement and wondered, what is it? Are the mole sharks here already? The comrades looked at the huge monsters. Radin mentally asked himself to pull himself together and thought that it was only him and the newbies here. He needed to somehow get them out of here and notify the unit. He tried to move and the monster growled. Radin wondered if his legs had gone numb at such a moment. The protagonist cut and struck the monster with lightning speed. He confidently said that he would hold back the monsters, and the captain should notify the others. MC understands that Radin does not trust him yet, but the captain should at least trust his blade. Radin grabbed Dorian and asked Rayon to take care of himself. The protagonist must avoid attacks and hold on until help arrives. MC looked calmly at the mole sharks and asked, "Is it time to get started?" The monsters quickly rushed into battle and growled. Rayon used Fangs of Madness and killed the opponents. He sternly thought that the Fangs of Madness style works even better than he expected. Usually you can't cope with such monsters without an aura. But now, fencing techniques are enough for him. The protagonist instantly jumped to the side and the monster hit the ground, breaking it into many pieces. MC crossed his arms and thought that thanks to the fact that the frost aura merged with the environment, he can use the sword more effectively and predict the movements of opponents. So that's what it is, the glacier? It is best to develop these abilities. Real combat experience will help, he will hone his intuition. Raon quickly struck the monster and thought that he would achieve coordinated work of the Fangs of Madness and the Glacier. The protagonist feels that now he is able to defeat any strong opponent. Adaptation is faster than he expected. It's good that he was sent to Castle Habun. There are a lot of monsters here that MC can train on. Radin quickly ran up to the protagonist and yelled, "Like Raon?" He asked him to retreat and exclaimed that he brought reinforcements. The captain was very surprised and stopped. He looked at the corpses of the monsters and wondered, MC got rid of the mole sharks with his own hands? These monsters are capable of taking the lives of an entire squad. Who is this guy anyway? Radin looked at the protagonist, unable to say anything, and Raon thought that it seemed like the captain was speechless. Because of his mistrust, Radin almost paid with the lives of innocent people. Even if the captain wanted to say something, he couldn't. Although Radin's pride was hurt, the captain would never. Radin apologized, making the protagonist stop thinking. The captain bowed and noted that MC had helped them out well. He didn't trust Raon and put him in danger. Radin didn't dare justify himself by saying that he had more experience. He thanked the protagonist, and MC thought that he didn't expect the captain to apologize so quickly. Raon put his hand on his shoulder and replied that it wasn't worth it. He couldn't trust the newcomer either. Radin looked at him in amazement and said that he now understood who the protagonist was. MC thought in fear. Did the captain understand that he was Ziggart? Radin happily grabbed his hand and exclaimed that Raon was an angel sent to them by heaven. In honor of the first success of their newcomers, he asked to announce a gathering in the tavern for everyone. The captain is treating. The assistant enthusiastically asked, "Is this their greedy captain speaking? And why would they refuse free alcohol?" After a while, there were frosty branches in the tavern. The comrade laughed and asked not to exaggerate. Radin, calmly holding a glass in his hand, exclaimed that he was saying that he saw it with his own eyes. The protagonist turned to him and told him to trust his blade, and then simply killed all the monsters. The comrade smilingly clarified, "So if MC is so strong, why does he need this godforsaken place? He doesn't even look 17. How is this even possible?" The captain barked. A comrade doubts their newcomer? Wrath noted in amazement that the combination of the creamy fat of cheese and the refreshing acidity of pineapple is pure taste perfection. Raon, holding a piece of pineapple pizza in his hand, wondered who came up with such a combination. Dorian looked at his comrade happily and said that he didn't know the protagonist liked that. He tried this pizza and didn't like it at all. Wrath yelled that a freak who swallows everything in sight can even understand? Yua looked at MC in amazement and exclaimed that the rumors were true. The senior scouts are crying loudly that the new guy surpasses them in every way, even in his face. She remembered that she didn't introduce herself and said her name. Yua, smiling and holding a book in her hands, asked if they had other dishes on the menu. Would they like to see them? The protagonist calmly agreed and looked at the menu. Wrath looked at the dishes with interest and said that it seemed far away, and the menu here was quite varied. He exclaimed that he wanted this. Mint ice cream with chocolate chips. MC quietly noted that he didn't want something. Yua enthusiastically asked if he was interested in mint ice cream. She asked him not to think that she was bragging, but their ice cream is recognized by the whole area. The mint that grows near Habun Castle is the freshest. Wrath yelled in irritation that the protagonist is a freak. Actually, he taught him a secret technique. And this is MC's gratitude? Raon said that he understood everything and asked the spirit to calm down. He thought about it, and how did they even have ice cream in the tavern? The protagonist calmly raised his hand and said that he wanted 1 serving of ice cream. The man called out to the newcomer. He asked, smiling, "Did the protagonist really defeat 6 mole sharks by himself? His aura doesn't seem that powerful." The guy sitting next to MC asked not to get him wrong and clarified that he was just curious why Raon was so strong at such a young age. He also had to say thank you, because thanks to the protagonist, they were all safe. MC thanked him, and noted that he didn't deserve it. The men happily asked, in what sense? With the protagonist's abilities, he would be promoted quickly, and he wanted to talk to him calmly without all this, like a brother. The comrade agreed and clarified, when else would he have such an opportunity? Dorian raised his fist, smiling, and exclaimed that Raon had really achieved a lot. The protagonist tiredly thought that he was still not used to praise. Yua put a plate on the table and exclaimed that here was the signature mint ice cream. Wrath was delighted and asked MC to try it faster. Raon emotionlessly stuck a spoonful of ice cream in his mouth. Wrath yelled with admiration that this refreshing, cold, magical feeling. The cold tingles the tongue, and then the sweetness of chocolate appears, as icy and amazing as him. The protagonist, looking at the ice cream, turned to Wrath and noted that when he used the glacier, he noticed that it can be used in many ways. Wrath asked how MC figured it out. Everything is correct. Like any technique, the glacier is useful not only for reconnaissance. This method of using the frost aura is also useful in combat. Raon asked, so with its help you can optimize attack and defense? Wrath smiled and exclaimed that everything is correct. The protagonist whispered that this is an amazing ability. It sharpens the senses, helps in attack and defense. Wrath said that for him it means nothing, but for such a fragile puppet as MC, this is a very good ability. Especially if you practice for a couple of years. Ron looked at the spirit and asked, "Isn't it too much?" Wrath clarified, "And who has it easy now? The protagonist should listen to him, and maybe MC will achieve greatness." Ron asked how about a deal? He bets that he can master the glacier in just 6 months. The protagonist thought that the spirit seemed to be hesitating because he always loses bets. MC suggested 5 months and wondered what the spirit would say since the time frame was so short. Wrath happily agreed. The system window notifies that Wrath has accepted the bet. The protagonist suggested that Dorian go back to the dorm, and the comrade agreed. Yua asked them to wait a little. She clarified that she needed to give them something before leaving. Yua handed them a bag of cookies and said that they seemed to really like the pineapple pizza, so she baked pineapple cookies from the leftover fruit. "Do they want to take it?" Wrath exclaimed that the pineapple girl was doing well. MC took the bag and thanked her. Yua said happily that she hoped they would like it. She put her hand to her chest and asked them to come back if they wanted more. The comrades raised their hands in farewell and exclaimed that they would see each other again. At the same time, in the snowy forest, the second reconnaissance squad quickly runs through the snow. The captain thought fearfully that this was an emergency. They needed to quickly return and report to Commander Milland. Ice trolls were roaming the area. After some time, in the castle, Raideen, looking away, announced that they were ordered to destroy the ice trolls. Dorian screamed with great fear. Is this really another mission? But they had just completed the first reconnaissance mission yesterday. The captain replied that he knew that it was hard to go on a mission right after the previous one. But that was the decision of his superiors. He couldn't do anything about it. Dorian screamed, "But why?" A little earlier, the deputy announced that the second reconnaissance squad had encountered ice trolls near underground mine number 4. There were 13 of them in total, but it was possible that there might be more. It would be better if they attacked first. Milan noted that the 4th mine was very close to the 5th. Tyrion agreed and said that's why they decided to get rid of the trolls first and then see what happened to the mole sharks at the 5th mine. The commander said that he had a bad feeling and asked his deputy to go with them. Tyrion put his hand to his chest and agreed with him. Milan pointed to a place on the map and asked to take his men and the mercenaries from the wolf squad. They needed to destroy the trolls and inspect the area by the northern sea before returning. And for reconnaissance. Tyrion interrupted the commander and said that he would take the 3rd reconnaissance squad with him. Milan asked why. The deputy replied that he had been informed that Raon had single-handedly destroyed all the mole sharks during the first mission. Also, the protagonist dealt with them in a matter of minutes without receiving a single scratch. If this is true, MC will be very useful to them for this mission. Besides, he does not mind personally seeing his skills. At the moment, Radin thought that MC said that he was ready for any challenge, so here goes. Leaving, he turned his head to the side and asked them to get a good night's sleep and get ready. The door closed with a sharp sound. Dorian screamed in fear that at this rate they would be killed. They just recently returned from their first mission. Why are they immediately sent on a new mission? He turned to Raon crying and asked, "Is it true that ice trolls cannot be defeated with a sword?" The protagonist replied that something like that. Ice trolls have thick and durable skin since they live in harsh cold. They are said to be almost impossible to kill without a sword filled with aura. Moreover, they have very good regeneration like all trolls. Dorian, lying under the blanket, exclaimed that he could not do this anymore. He would definitely die during this mission. It was time for him to write a will. The protagonist sat on the bed and asked his comrade not to be afraid. At Dorian's speed, some trolls meant nothing. Dorian yelled that MC's words were not helping at all. Ron clarified that there was another way, and the comrade raised his head and asked what other way. The protagonist squeezed the sword in his hand and replied that the way to stop being afraid of ice trolls was, of course. They needed to fight him, and the ice trolls would seem like cute elves to Dorian. MC, with a terrifying aura, raised his weapon and said that they were starting immediately. Dorian, smiling fearfully, asked, "Really? What was he doing?" The trolls were very weak. He wished his comrade good night, and Wrath noted that he was a very strange guy. The second day at the main gates of Habun Castle, Tyrion looked at the sheet and announced that it was time to take roll call. The protagonist asked how his friend was. Dorian, tired, replied that he was fine. Everything was better than fighting with MC. The commander of the mercenary squad, the Wolves, Beto, greeted them and asked if this was Ron. He introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet him. All of his mercenaries were eager to fight the protagonist. The commander raised his hand with a smile and clarified that he had no idea that MC was from the reconnaissance squad. Ron replied that he was also glad to meet him. Beto shook his hand and said that he was really looking forward to working together. The commander turned around, raised his hand, and added that he had to go. He needed to check the readiness of his guys. He just wanted to introduce himself before the mission. Wrath noted that he didn't like the commander. He would scratch his eyes out. You shouldn't trust people with eyes like that. In Wrath's opinion, such people most often turn out to be traitors. Well, somewhere around 8 times out of 10. MC clarified, that is, the spirit is 20% unsure? Rayon thought that this thought had stuck in his brain after all. He also felt uneasy when he looked into his eyes. Since they're here, they should keep an eye on Beto. Yua called out to the soldiers as she walked along the road. She smiled and held a box in her hands and apologized for being late. Yua said that she brought the food they ordered. The soldiers looked at her happily and exclaimed that she was only getting cuter every day, and her cooking was getting better. The soldier patted her on the head and added that Yua was the real pride of Habun Castle. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and thought that the soldiers loved Yua. MC thought that she was some kind of mascot for Habun Castle. Yua called out to young Master Raon. She handed him a bag and said that she and Grandpa had made jerky. She remarked that it was very tasty and asked him to take the bag. MC was surprised and asked why him. Yua replied that it was because it was his first trip. If he liked it, he should definitely buy it from them. Raon put his hand on her head and thanked her, noting that he was sure it was amazing. Yua happily agreed and asked him to drop in on them, because they had a lot of delicious things. Tarian exclaimed seriously that if everyone was ready, they needed to line up. Before leaving, they would brief the soldiers a little. They had 2 tasks. The first was to destroy the ice trolls. The second was to explore the area between Mount Sterlin and the Northern Sea. The main goal was to complete the mission without getting hurt. Wrath noticed something, and the protagonist quietly asked, "What was that? Where was the spirit looking so intently?" Wrath thought that the aura emanating from the mountain was weak, but he could feel it. Could it really be him? Wrath sternly replied that there was nothing special. The deputy ordered them to hit the road. After a while, a soldier from the vanguard raised his hand and, turning to the scouts, ordered them to unpack the bags and drag them. If the scouts lost even one, they would get it in full. You need to take care of the bags like your beloved. That's right, the scouts never had anything like that. They probably wouldn't understand. The protagonist turned to the captain and asked why the advance squad ordered the scouts to carry their bags. Radine clarified that this was MC's first mission with them. It's simple. They need to conserve their strength before a fight, because they are the main fighters. It was like that a long time ago. It's annoying, but there's no choice. They are easily replaceable scouts, no strength, no authority. All that's left is to silently do what they're told. It was worse before. Before they not only carried equipment back and forth, but also cleaned up corpses. The protagonist should understand that in places like this, strength decides everything. Yes, it's a shame, but there's no point in thinking about it. Raon calmly thought that it doesn't make sense. Even if they take on the fight, the scouts also risk their lives. Intelligence also assumes that they will be the first to step into a trap or meet the enemy unexpectedly. But with all that, they are treated like animals. The protagonist noted that he thought that at the front, all the people were one team, but it seems he was wrong. Raiden put his hand to his head and clarified that only not the attacking squad. He thinks that all this hazing comes from their commander, Edquil. The commander definitely thinks such orders are correct. Raon looked at the commander and thought, is this Edquil? The instigator of unhealthy relationships in the ranks. This guy needs to be put in his place. After some time, the deputy asked in amazement, and how to understand this? He looked at the cave and noticed that, contrary to the report, there were no ice trolls here. Radin said that this could not be. Tarian asked, did the commander definitely see them? Radin confirmed this with surprise and replied that there were 13 ice trolls on the edge of the forest. Edquil sternly crossed his arms and noted that he said, nothing can be trusted with this reconnaissance. He thinks that at least one good swordsman should accompany their sorties. Radin answered with confusion that he had definitely seen them. Tarian said that they would discuss it later, and now they needed to split into groups and look for traces of the trolls. He ordered to thoroughly search the territory and examine everything carefully. The commanders agreed with him. The reconnaissance squad was examining the area. The protagonist thought that quite a lot of time had passed, and there was no trace in the area. These people had been living here for a long time and knew their business. Even if the ice trolls left fewer traces than usual, they couldn't have evaporated, could they? Could someone really be behind this? This couldn't go on any longer. MC turned to his deputy and asked if he could try to search. Tarian paid attention to him, and Raon added that he wanted to check something quickly. Edquil sternly ordered the protagonist not to meddle in other people's business. He ordered him to better go help set up camp or something. The sun had almost set. Or does MC want to disgrace himself like those guys? The deputy ordered Edquil to stop and asked to let the protagonist try. Edquil asked, what's the point of this boy? He'll just waste his time. Raon put his hand on the snow and closed his eyes. He used the glacier ability and opened his eyes. Edquil asked irritably, what is the protagonist looking at? He ordered him to stop and get down to business. MC said that he found them, and Edquil asked in amazement, what does that mean? Raon looked up and clarified that they were near a frozen valley, northeast of Mount Sterlin. The commander barked in fury. The freak dared to joke? The protagonist means that he determined their exact location without looking? MC replied that he did and clarified, is there a problem? Edquil gritted his teeth in irritation and yelled, aren't you ashamed to tell a lie in such a situation? MC is ready to take responsibility for his words? Raon replied that he was not so stupid as to joke in such circumstances. Tarian ordered the commander to calm down and noted that Edquil was too emotional. The deputy asked how the protagonist was able to track these trolls. MC replied that he used a perception method that allows one to read nature itself. Edquill was very surprised and yelled, "Is it really a perception method? Does the protagonist even have an idea how far this frozen valley is from here? What kind of strange thing is this?" The deputy doesn't take his word for it, really. Tarian thought that at such a distance, energy perception alone is definitely not enough, especially if we are talking about a newbie in the field. But those red eyes, they tell the truth. Looking into them, you just want to believe them. Besides, if we talk about reading nature itself, only one character comes to mind: Rimmer. If the protagonist learned from him, then everything is possible. Beto said that now he was interested too. He turned to MC and asked how long the journey would take. Rowan replied that it would take 30 minutes to reach the destination, perhaps another 10 to take a favorable position. Beto thought, smiling, that the protagonist had even figured out where to set up an ambush. He turned to his deputy and clarified that they had 2 hours before sunset. It seemed that they would have enough time. Maybe they should check this place? Edquill barked. Beto believes this? Did this newbie bribe them all, or what? Tarian confidently raised his hand and ordered everyone to get ready. They were climbing Mount Sterlin. At night, everything here would be filled with monsters. And if Ron was right, they only had a chance to eliminate the threat. Edquill grunted in irritation. MC approached the captain and asked, had he not convinced him? Then Ron offered honest trash without excuses. Edquill sternly asked, what about? The protagonist smiled and replied that if the trolls really were there, their squad would begin to treat reconnaissance with respect. At the same time, they would carry their equipment, and at the same time theirs, of course, help with the routine. Edquill asked, what if MC is wrong? Ron raised his hand and replied that he would fulfill any requirement of the commander. Edquill turned around, agreed, and exclaimed that the protagonist would still lose, but at least he would get rid of the protagonist's conversations in his ear. Tarian asked for everyone's attention and announced that they were moving towards the frozen valley. After some time, the blue spirit from Eden, sitting in a tree, watches the soldiers. He sternly asked why they decided to go up. That was not in the plan. The blue spirit thought that they were definitely going around to get to the place where it would be easiest to ambush the trolls. Did they figure out their location? The blue spirit irritably clarified that he had covered all the tracks. How do they know that the trolls are now in the valley? In such a blizzard, even an experienced scout would not have found them. He thought that at this rate they would get to the ice trolls earlier than necessary. It was problematic. The blue spirit needed to buy time, otherwise the matter would not be possible. It was too late to lead the trolls away anywhere now. The blue spirit grinned, having thought of something, and asked, maybe it would be even better this way? After some time, Edquill asked in confusion, how was this possible? There really were trolls here. He clenched his teeth in rage and thought that this could not be. How did the protagonist manage to spot them at such a distance? MC wondered if the commander had forgotten about their deal. After the battle, everyday issues would fall on Edquill's squad. He was the captain. The captain would not go back on his words, would he? Edquill exclaimed with rage. That this smug. The deputy ordered them to stop and clarified that it was hard to believe, but they were surprisingly lucky, because thanks to Raon's abilities they have found the trolls. It's time to do their job. Tarian ordered all units to prepare for battle, and the soldiers raised their weapons. The deputy confidently asked the soldiers to load the small arms. He shouted with fury for everyone to open fire. Many arrows pierced the trolls' bodies. Tarian yelled that their attack was delayed. He ordered not to give the trolls a chance to recover. If they hesitate, the trolls will start to regenerate. You need to aim for the neck or heart. Leave no one alive. The deputy ordered the left side to hold the line. MC watched the fight in amazement and thought that from their coordinated movements, it was immediately obvious that they were battle veterans. They skillfully used the formation to hold back the ice trolls. But this Beto, he is completely different when he fights. Just now the commander was calm, but now his look has changed. Could it be that that strange feeling arose because of Beto's true nature breaking through to the surface? Dorian called out to his comrade and asked why the protagonist was standing still. MC is usually the first to run into the thick of things. Why is Raon so passive today? The protagonist replied that their mission was to protect the scouts. They should stay where they are, and besides, he had a different enemy now. Dorian was very surprised and asked what that meant. Rodden ordered the scouts not to get any closer and only support the rear. The captain waved his sword and asked the swordsman to block the trolls' onslaught and the crossbowmen to distract them. Rodden smirked and thought that the fight was going well. Having set up an ambush, they gained an advantage. The trolls never recovered. They were completely disoriented. And all thanks to that newbie, Raon. When they return, he would have to pay him back with a mug. Rodden felt a terrifying aura and quickly turned his head to the side, thinking that it was a feeling. He looked at the trolls and thought that this was a warrior and shaman of the ice trolls. The warrior jumped up with the intention of attacking, and the captain wondered how they could do it. Rodden froze, raising his sword, and thought that he would not dodge. Beto instantly stood in front of the captain and attacked the warrior. Tarian ordered Rodden to pull himself together, and noted that otherwise the captain would die. Rudin agreed in surprise, and Beto joyfully exclaimed that these were more serious fighters. A stream of ice rose in front of the captains. The deputy snorted in irritation. Looking at the troll, he thought that the shaman was supporting them with magic from behind. Fighting him is difficult. Tarian ordered not to slow down. Edquil and the attack squad must help Beto. The reconnaissance squad must strike the shaman. The captains agreed with him, raising their swords. Raiden turned his head to the side and asked, "Is everything clear to the scouts? They need to reload their crossbows." Before Raiden could finish speaking, the blue spirit used ice arrows. Many arrows flew towards the scouts. The protagonist instantly swung his sword and destroyed them. He sternly noted that the enemy had finally shown itself. The blue spirit laughed and said that it was a child who could block his magic, and the deputy, who was very good at assessing the situation and giving the right orders, was surprising. Teriel roared with fury. He thought, why would the trolls move so strangely? And it was all the blue spirit. The blue spirit used the curse of the ice shadow demon to create a magic seal above his head and asked the deputy not to swear. The blue spirit noted that he would not leave any of them alive. The captains felt something and coughed. They instantly knelt down and Edquil exclaimed that a sharp cold had pierced them, and his body stopped obeying him. The blue spirit said terrifyingly that in the name of their great plan for revival, today he would send them to the next world. He smiled with a mask on his face and ordered them to die. Suddenly Raon swung his sword and attacked him. The blue spirit screamed in confusion. How could MC move under his curse? The protagonist replied that he couldn't understand. He had lived his whole life with a much more terrible frost curse. MC used the Fangs of Madness and the Wild Dance of Fangs and dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. He landed on the ground and said that those who rely only on curses are powerless in close combat. Edquil asked in amazement, did the curse dissipate? How did the protagonist break free from the curse that even the deputy couldn't handle? Teriel decisively exclaimed that the fight was not over yet. He ordered to finish off the trolls while they had not yet regrouped. The soldiers agreed with the deputy. After some time, Teriel, looking at the blue spirit, asked, is he disappointed? He still couldn't kill a single person. The deputy ordered the blue spirit to speak now and asked, why did they attack them? Then he will show mercy and kill the blue spirit quickly. The blue spirit laughed and replied that he did not need mercy. It was in their interests to kill him quickly. After all, from the very beginning, he was simply distracting the forces of Castle Habun. The soldier pointed to the side and asked to look at the castle. The blue spirit clarified that since this happened, he would give them a gift. Thanks to their pathetic mercy, Castle Habun will fall in this battle. Powerful explosions were heard near the castle. Edquil looked at him in fear and asked Lord Tarian to look at this. Smoke was billowing from Castle Habun. The deputy was stupefied and asked what was that. Raiden yelled that Castle Habun was an indestructible fortress. The blue spirit grinned and said that the plan was originally to use them as bait and lure the forces of Milland here, but things didn't go according to plan. So as a backup plan, before they arrived, he used a spell to direct a horde of trolls to Castle Habun. They must have already destroyed everything there. Tarian punched the blue spirit in the face with great rage. He ordered the blue spirit to shut up and yelled that Castle Habun will not fall because of a couple of trolls. The protagonist thought that Tarian was right. Even if the elite troops of the castle are here now, Commander Milland and his army are still inside. Castle Habun cannot be taken by some damned ice trolls. The blue spirit laughed madly. He asked, what if there are more than just a couple of trolls there? The ground shook under the soldiers' feet. Edquil looked down in surprise and exclaimed that the ground was shaking. Beto yelled, is this an earthquake? MC thought in fear that this is not an earthquake. This just can't be. The blue spirit asked, did the deputy really underestimate his training so much? All this time, Tarian obeyed him. He laughed and ordered Tarian to watch his beloved castle collapse. This is the price for their arrogance. They must know despair. The deputy instantly swung his sword and killed the enemy. Edquil called out to him and Tarian ordered to tell all units that they immediately return to Castle Habun. After some time, the castle is engulfed in flames. Milland exclaimed that the evacuation of the locals is a priority. He ordered the first squad to put out the fire, and the second to block the ice trolls. Tarian turned to the commander and said that the elite squad has returned. Milland said that they were attacked by a horde of ice trolls. Did the deputy find anything unusual during the sortie? Tarian confirmed it and clarified that there was something, which is why they returned. This ambush is the work of the blue spirit. The commander seriously said that he suspected something was wrong. It turns out that the blue spirit is behind all this. The deputy clarified that they dealt with the blue spirit that summoned the ice trolls. Judging by his words and the earthquake, it will not be limited to the trolls. Milland noted that all this is strange. What benefit do they have from the fall of the Habun castle? Tarian apologized and replied that they were unable to find out their goal. However, due to the intervention, the wave of monsters will attack earlier than they thought. Milland fell into a stupor and said that there are traces of ice trolls and summoned monsters. As well as the earthquake, there is a high probability that this will provoke a wave in their direction. The soldiers asked in fear, is the castle already in chaos because of the trolls? And now a wave of monsters? This is the end, they will all die. Raon, looking at them, thought that the situation is heating up. The soldiers are losing their composure. It will be difficult to fight in such conditions. Milland angrily ordered them to calm down. Why are they crying? Have soldiers ever lost to monsters? Castle Habun is an iron fortress that protects the continent. If they give up, the people of the continent, their families and friends who will protect them. Commander clenched his sword in his hand with determination and said that they could handle it. They could handle it before, and they could handle it now. He ordered the soldiers to collect their thoughts and grip their swords tighter. Not for themselves, but for those dear to them. The soldiers confidently agreed with the commander. MC thought it was good. The commander changed the soldiers' mood with just a few words. That's what an experienced commander means. Milland ordered the units that had not received orders to ensure the protection of the inhabitants and the clearing of the territory. Everyone else followed him to the castle walls. He ordered Rayon and Dorian to help the rear units. Tarion turned to the commander and asked if he should take these two to the walls. The commander asked in surprise, "Was the deputy serious? The main blow will be aimed precisely at the walls. No matter how talented these guys were, one wrong move and they're dead." The deputy noted that he understood the commander's concern, but this boy, Rayon, overthrew the blue spirit with one blow. Milland was stunned, and Tarion added that Dorian had returned from the battle without a scratch. Even if they were impressive to look at, they should not be underestimated. The deputy asked to trust him this time. Milland agreed and ordered them to climb the castle walls and defend it with them. Rayon confidently agreed and exclaimed that he was ready. After some time, the commander turned to the scouts and asked, "What about the enemy's movements? Is there any news?" The scout turned his head to the side in fear and replied that everything was serious. This situation with the wave. Milland interrupted him and asked, "What else is there?" He looked at something with great fear and exclaimed that it was the same. Beto turned to Edquil and asked if the commander had ever seen anything like this. The comrade, with beads of sweat running down his face from horror, replied that it was the first time. Ron looked at what was happening and remembered the past. Rumor said that finally, Castle Habun in the northeast for the protagonist. A battlefield where every day you have to fight monsters that rush from the northern sea and Mount Sterlin. This place is called Hell on Earth, because there is no time to even sheath your sword. It will be difficult for everyone, but especially for MC. A horde of trolls stands in front of the castle walls. Milland asked how many people there were in the wave. The deputy replied that they counted about 1,000 monsters, but judging by the length of the stream, there were probably tens of thousands of them. This is the first time he has seen such a number. Raoun thought that the deputy was right. Even with his intuition, the protagonist cannot count them, so this is what the defense of Havan is like. The commander turned to MC and asked, "Does Raoun understand what waves are meant?" The protagonist confirmed this and replied that he had heard about it. Monster waves are mass invasions that take hundreds of lives. That is why reconnaissance missions are organized here, to prepare for them and at least slightly reduce losses. Destroyed walls can be restored, new gates can be put up instead of broken ones, but the dead cannot be brought back or replaced. Milland asked the protagonist to try to protect as many soldiers as possible. This is his task. MC answered decisively that he understood everything, and a loud roar was heard. The commander noted that there was no more time for talking. He ordered the soldiers to raise their swords and said that he understood that the scale of this wave was frightening. But all this is nothing new for Havan Castle. They can handle it. As always, they will stand and win. Milland raised his sword and exclaimed that after the battle, they will all celebrate the victory together. Shield bearers and spearmen should stand at the walls and archers should cover. The commander swung his sword madly and ordered to attack. The trolls roared furiously, and many arrows flew in their direction. The arrows pierced the monsters' bodies and they roared in pain. The scout looked through binoculars and asked everyone to look there. "Elite orc, running here. The enemy is aiming at the gate. We need to stop him. Arrows do not penetrate him." Lightning struck the orc, and Milland asked everyone not to panic and hold the line. He will protect the gate. The soldier ordered his comrade not to panic and exclaimed that the commander is with them. The soldiers screamed that the enemies are climbing the walls. We need to stop them and not let them get over. We need to throw them off with aura as soon as they get closer. The orc raised his axe in rage while standing on the wall. The soldier fell to the floor in fear and screamed that the orc had climbed. He asked for help. MC quickly struck the enemy and the orc fell to the floor. Raoun asked if the soldier was injured. The soldier disagreed and, getting to his feet, thanked him. The protagonist looked to the side and thought that this was real hell. It seems that he has already killed several hundred, but there are no fewer of them. Milland ordered everyone to get ready and exclaimed that the demolition man is coming from the right. MC looked to the side and a powerful explosion immediately thundered. Raoun clenched his teeth tensely as he stood on the floor and wondered, are there even explosive monsters here? What about the soldiers? He noticed a loud scream. The soldiers were lying on the floor with multiple wounds. The protagonist fearfully knelt down and thought, were they thrown off the wall by the explosion? He asked them to hold on and screamed that he was going to. Milland used his aura to order MC to go back. Raoun froze and thought, is this a message from his aura? This is Milland's commander. The commander, holding a bloody sword in his hand, asked MC to protect the rest. They can't be distracted, otherwise the foundation will collapse. Milland asked the protagonist to accept the loss. Raoun looked down and thought that it was rational. If you leave the walls for the wounded, the defense may collapse. The protagonist looked at the many wounded, and he tensely pressed his lips. MC squeezed the sword in his hand and thought that he was not a commander. His job is to prevent the soldiers from dying. He quickly jumped down and landed on the ground. Wrath called the protagonist a madman and asked, "Did MC even think before jumping? Did he really think he could protect everyone?" Ron replied that it would be difficult, but he would strain all his senses and try. A huge orc approached the protagonist. Wrath roared, "MC is a complete fool to make decisions based on emotions? Only death awaits him." Ron squeezed Requiem in his hand and thought that this was true, although in all fairness, it would be worth retreating. But he swore an oath in this life not to be a killer, but to become a swordsman. The protagonist confidently said that while he stood, no one would pass. He rushed into battle and thought that he would definitely cope and survive in this hell. The battle did not stop for a second. MC chopped, and chopped again. His hands were elbow deep in blood and the skin was worn off to the flesh. He used up all his aura. In his palms there was only the feeling of the sword, cutting through flesh over and over again, and in his eyes, only a crimson veil of blood. Rayon screamed with rage and ran at the enemy. He approached the orc and raised his weapon. Time passed, and in the bloody night sky the moon began to set. And when dawn appeared on the horizon, there was not a single monster left in front of the protagonist.